afternoon to all. Sir, in this slot, we are going to do 10 questions from the GST. This is 100 questions, my dear lovable students. With this 100 question, we will be covering the sections of section 7 to section 53. Section 11 is the exemption. Section 11 is the exemption. In that, A stands for agriculture. A stands for agriculture. Agriculture classified into how many category? Two category. Part 1, Part 2. Part 1, supply of farm labor, basic agricultural operations, process carried out at agricultural farm, renting or leasing of agro-machinery or vacant land for the purpose of agriculture, loading, unloading, packing, storage and warehousing of agricultural produce, agricultural extension services, services provided by any agency for purchase or sale of agricultural produce. Part 2, Chinnada Pirisa, services provided by way of warehousing of minor forest produce, services provided by way of artificial insemination of livestock, other than services provided production process as job work, services provided in the warehouses, taxable, loading, unloading, packing, storage and warehousing of rice, storage and warehousing of cereals, pulses. I'm moving to question number 1, which is illustration number 21. Kisan Care Limited, registered under GST, furnishes the following details with respect to activities undertaken by them in the month of March. Our company, அவங்க GST registration எடுத்திருக்காங்க, அவங்க இந்த சர்வீஸ் எல்லாம் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிருக்கேன்னு சொல்றாங்க. Receipts from supply of farm labor. Farm labor supply பண்ணி 85,000 வந்திருக்காமா. Taxable, exempted? Exempted. What is the relevant point? Supply of farm labor. Number 2, charges for seed testing. Charges for seed testing. One of the basic agricultural operation. Hence it is exempted. Yes or no? Charges for soil testing of land. Soil test பண்ணாம நம்மளால agriculture பண்ண முடியாது. So one of the basic agricultural operation. Hence it is exempted. Charges for warehousing of potato chips. இதே potato இருந்தா, because potato is, whereas potato chips is agricultural produce. Commission received on sale of wheat. Exempted, sir. Wheat is a what produce? Produce. Correct? Paddy is a produce. But rice is not an agriculture produce. Rice is not a agriculture produce. Ana and the rice specific exemption தரணும்னு சொல்லிதான் loading, unloading, packing, storage. So if you are providing 5 services relating to rice, it is enough from GST. அப்ப ரைஸ் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ப்ரொடியூஸ் இல்லங்கிறதுனாலதான் தனியா ஒரு நோட்டிபிகேஷன் போட்டிருக்காங்க. பேடி தான் என்ன ப்ரொடியூஸ், ரைஸ் என்ன கிடையாது. சார்ஜஸ் ஃபார் ட்ரைனிங் ஆஃப் ஃபார்மர்ஸ். நீங்க ஃபார்மர்ஸ் என்ன பண்றீங்க? ஆன் யூஸ் ஆஃப் நியூ பெஸ்டிசைட் அண்ட் ஃபர்டிலைசர்ஸ் டெவலப்டு த்ரூ என்ன ரிசர்ச்? சார், புதுசா நியூ பெஸ்டிசைட்ஸ் எப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணணும், ஃபர்டிலைசர்ஸ் எப்படி என்ன பண்ணணும், யூஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சார் ஃபார்மர்ஸுக்கு கத்து கொடுக்கிறது தான் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் சர்வீசஸ். இதுதான் என்ன? அப்ப அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் சர்வீசஸ் மீன்ஸ் ட்ரைனிங் த farmers on use of new pesticides and fertilizers through any research scientific. Since this is agricultural extension services, it is enough from GST. Exempt from GST. Appreciate பண்றியா? Yes sir. A renting of vacant land to a farm. Stud means horse. Stud means horse. Horse is not an agricultural produce. Horse is not a agricultural. Horse is a commercial product. Horse is a commercial product. That's why even in direct tax against casual income, no loss can be set off or carry forward. But only against what? Owning and maintaining of race horses, you can set off the expenses. And because of that set off, if it entitled to a loss, you can dash. Under section 74A for assessment, yes. Yes or no? Sir, leasing of vacant land. Sir, since this is stud farm is not a agriculture produce. It is what? Leasing of vacant land to a farm. Cattle farm. Cattle means adu madu kodi. Sir, it's a produce. Agriculture produce. Hence it is. Charges for warehousing of rice. Exempted. 5 things are exempted. Loading, unloading, packing, storage. Charges for warehousing of unmanufactured tobacco. Sir, unmanufactured tobacco. Point number 10. Have you heard somewhere about this unmanufactured tobacco? No, sir. Exempted list in India. Unmanufactured tobacco exempted now engi mein. But this is an item where it requires our attention. Yes or no? Retail packing and labeling of enna and enna. Taxable exempt. Which point? We stands for vegetables. Vegetables le. Reconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing of which does not change our essential characteristics is exempt from GST. Charges for warehousing of minor forest produce, which is part 2 first item. Correct? Charges for warehousing of spices. Spices. Sir, spices. Eppadi exempted? Spices is a agriculture produce. So this is a new term we are hearing. Like we have to think. Correct? Charges for fumigation in the warehouse of agriculture produce. Taxable. Earlier this was exempted. So compute the value of taxable supply of Kisan Care Limited for the month of March if the above amounts are N of GST. Shall we start reading now? Yes, sir. Computation of value of taxable supply received from supply of farm labor is charges for seed testing. It is one of the basic entities. Charges for soil testing of land, farmland. Sir, it is one of the basic agricultural. Hence it is. Charges for warehousing of potato chips. Potato chips is not a. Hence warehousing of the same shall be. Commission received on sale of wheat. Wheat is a. Hence it is. Sir, charges for training of farmers on use of new pesticides and fertilizer developed through any research is exempt because this is called as agricultural renting of vacant land to a dash farm. The same will be liable for GST as rearing of horses has been specifically excluded from the horse. Enna kadayadana agriculture produce kadayad. Horse is a commercial product. Are you really with me? Hence it is liable to leasing of vacant land to a farm. It is exempt because cattle is produce. Charges for warehousing of rice is exempt because relating to rice 5 things are exempt. Loading, unloading. Charges for warehousing of unmanufactured tobacco. நம்ம எங்கேயுமே அதுக்கு exemption படிக்கல. Hence it is liable to GST. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Retail packing and labeling of fruits and vegetables. Exempted. Charges for warehousing of minor forest produce. Exempted. Charges for warehousing of spices. Spices. Taxable. 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 Hello, sir. Yes, sir. In that list is there. I'll show you the list. In the book. In the provision book, if you go through, list is there. Sir, charges for fumigation in a warehouse of any produce. Agriculture produce is now taxable. So, they don't want, sir, GST payable and all. Compute the value of the supply. Taxable supply. Take your calculator if you have. Otherwise, you calculate manually. Whatever it may be, is okay. Supply of farm labor exempt, seed testing exempt, soil testing exempt, potato chips taxable, so 85,000. Then wheat is exempt, sir, agriculture extension service is exempt, stud farm is taxable, comes to 1,85,000. Cattle farm is exempt, warehousing of rice is exempt, unmanufactured tobacco is taxable. Comes to how much lakh? 2 lakhs. Sir, retail packing and labeling of fruits and vegetables is exempt, warehousing of minor forest produce is exempt, spices is taxable. Comes to how much? 2,20,000. Sir, warehousing, fumigation and warehouse of produce is taxable. So what is the answer you are getting? 9,40,000 is the value of taxable supply. Sir, question number 1 comes to an end. I'm moving to question number 2. Art related services. Services provided by an artist. By way of performance in the folk or classical art form, by way of dance, theatre, where the consideration per performance does not exceed. But this exemption will not be applicable if the service provided as a. I'm moving to illustration number 22, which is our question number 2. Paka? Yes, sir. Mr. Mujib, a performing artist, provides the following information relating to December 2022 received from performing classical dance, taxable exempt. Exempt, what is the amount? 98,000. Which is less than? That's why it is exempt. Yes, sir. If this is 1,98,000, it is taxable. Yes, sir. Paka? Yes, sir. Performing in TV serial, taxable. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Taxable. Sir, service as brand ambassador, taxable. Without threshold limit, it is taxable. Yes, don't check whether it is 1,50,000 or not. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Sir, coaching in recreational activity relating to arts, exempted. Recreational coaching relating to culture and arts by any person, and sports by registered charitable trust under section 12AB. Correct? Appo culture and NSR arts by any person. Ana sports by only yaru. Idu arts ingiradhunala individual ah kuda irkalam. They can also claim the exemption. Activities in sculpture making or item nam padikave illa, so adukku specific exemption provide pannala, hence it is performing western dance, sir, taxable. Classical or so determine the value of taxable supply and GST payable by Mr. Mujib for December 2022. GST at 18% has been charged separately wherever applicable. Paka? Yes, sir. So, according to you, classical dance, exempted. TV serial, taxable. 2,80,000. Brand ambassador, taxable. Comes to recreational coaching relating to arts, exempted. Sculpture making, taxable. Amount, 3,00,000. Performing western dance, taxable. Amount comes to. What is the value of supply? 18,80,000. On that, what is the GST payable? Comes to 3,38,400 is the GST payable. So we are having working note services by performing artists in folk or classical art form of music, dance or theatre. If the consideration charged for such performance is not more than are exempt from GST. However, exemption shall not apply to service provided by such artist as an ambassador. I hope that you are able to appreciate note number 1. Services by way of training or coaching in recreational activity relating to arts, culture or sports are exempt, but we are having bifurcation. Arts or sports by, arts or culture by, and sports by registered charitable trust under section 12. Clarity? Yes, sir. Shall I move to the question number 3 of slot number 1? Yes, sir. Illustration number 23 is the target. A stands for agricultural art related services. B stands for bridge. I'm going to do a question from bridge. Compute taxable value of supply and GST from the following sum received by Mrs. Road Maintenance Limited, N of GST. Toll receipts from highway of Coimbatore to Palakkad. So, கோயம்புத்தூர்ல இருந்து எது வரைக்கும் பாலக்காடு வரைக்கும் நீ போகும்போது வாளையார்ல சார் there is a toll. Hello sir. Total toll is how much lakhs? 8,000 lakhs. Is this 8,000 lakhs subject to GST? Not subject to GST. It is exempted. Which point? Toll charges paid to access is exempt from GST. Pakka. Yes, sir. Because it is one of the basic need of people to travel from one place to another. That's why basic needs like toll charges is exempted, electricity is exempted, yes or no? Yes, water supply, because statutory function entrusted to a municipality or statutory function entrusted to a panchayat, they are only supplying the water. Yes or no? Yes, sir. என்ன சிறுநீரா என்னது என்ன தண்ணி குடிநீரா குடிநீர் கார்ப்பரேஷன் தண்ணி இல்லையா for that corporation will not collect what GST because it's one of the basic need of transportation electricity water and all they are not collecting the GST. But for example this road has been put by some big company, they can't sit and collect the toll charges from the general public, correct? Yes, so they are appointing sir Sabari as their collection agent. So Sabari is collecting what? Toll from the various people. For that there is no GST. But Sabari is collecting the money and handing over that money to the company. Are you already with me? Yes, sir. On that Sabari is getting some commission. That commission is how much lakh? 75. So commission earned on a receipt, toll receipt is how much lakh? 75 lakhs. So this is the flow of transaction. Sabari is there. Sabari is the service provider. Sabari is service providing to the company. Are you already with me? Yes, this company is providing service to the general public by way of toll charges. For this only they are getting the consideration and the charges. This is exempt from GST. Pakka. Yes, but for the service provided by the Sabari to the company, hello sir, yes, sir. Sabari is getting what? Commission. For this sir exemption will not be applicable. Hence this 75 lakhs is for that the rate of GST is how much percent? 18%. So toll receipts are exempt from GST. However, commission thereon is liable to GST. So taxable value of supply is 75 lakhs. On that 18% comes to 13,50,000. Are you comfortable? Yes, sir. With that, question number 3 also comes to an end. So moving to slot number 1, sir, question number 4. A stands for agriculture and art related services. B stands for C, D, E. Stop it. C stands for CAP, class 1 to 3 category. Yes, sir. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Part 1, metered cab or auto rickshaw. Railway other than first class and AC. Monorail, metro, tramway. Inland waterways. Public transport other than predominantly for tourism purpose. In a vessel located in India. What is part number 2? Services provided by way of hiring of means of transport to a state transport undertaking having a capacity of more than 12 passengers. Services provided to central government by way of transportation of passengers by air through regional connectivity airport scheme for which the consideration has been represented by way of liability capital. Air embarking or terminating from the states of Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagur. Non-AC contract carriage other than radio taxi, non-AC. I'm moving to question number 4 of slot number 1. Mrs. ANM Limited is engaged in providing service of transportation of passenger by following modes in the month of November. In the November தான். So இப்படி எல்லாம் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா passenger transport பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Service of transportation of passenger by national waterways. Another? National waterways is inland waterways. National waterways is inland waterways is a notified item in the cap. Hence it is NF from GST. Service of transportation of passenger by AC stage carriage. What stage carriage? Exemption is available only for the. Hence this is service of transportation of passenger by non-AC stage carriage. Exempted. Because this is non-AC. Yes or no? Only AC is service of transportation of passenger by contract carriage for tourism. Taxable. Tourism means only people will have lot of money will go for tour. Yes or no? Then let them pay what? GST. Adukku naanga exemption thara vendiya. Service of transportation of passenger for Mumbai to Chennai port in a vessel, and such service is not for any purpose. That means it's one of the general. This is in the taxable exempted. In the point. Public transport other than predominantly for tourism purpose in a vessel between the places situated in India. Paka. Service of transportation of passenger in metered cab. Because metered cab, auto rickshaw, including e-rickshaw. Correct? Service of transportation of passenger in radio taxi. Taxable because non-AC contract carriage other than radio taxi. Up radio taxi is service of transportation of passenger in non-AC and the carriage. Non-AC taxable exempt. Service of transportation of passenger in AC contract carriage. Are you ready with me? Compute the value of taxable supply if all charges are N of GST. So I am going through the answer. Actually, we have done that answer. Just going through. Transportation of passenger by N waterways. Since national waterways are covered in the definition of, it is N from GST. Transportation of passenger by AC and a carriage. Liable for GST. Transportation of passenger by non-AC stage carriage is N from GST. Transportation of passenger by contract carriage for, it is liable for GST. Transportation of passenger from Mumbai to Chennai port in a vessel, being a public transport in a vessel sailing in India and not for tourism is N from GST. Transportation of passenger in a cab, metered cab is what? Service of transportation of passenger in radio taxi. Service of transportation of passenger in non-AC contract carriage. Service of transportation of passenger in AC contract carriage. So, come to the question, not the answer. 30 lakh taxable exempt. 25 lakh. Sir, again next 25 lakh. 20 lakh. Taxable. 10 lakh. 35 lakh. Sir, 10 lakh. Okay man, next 10 lakh. 15 lakh. So total, what is the value of taxable supply? 70 lakhs is the value of taxable supply. This is from C stands for cap. Shall we move into the slot number 1, question number 5? Question number 5 is a target. Indian Railway has provided the following services. Transportation of passenger by general class. Exempted. Because railway only first class and AC is transportation of passenger by sleeper class. Exempted. Transportation of passenger by first class AC coach. Taxable. Transportation of passenger by 2-tier AC coach. Transportation of passenger by 3-tier AC coach. Because all the AC coach are liable to GST. Compute the value of taxable supply and GST liability if the rate of GST is 8%. Remember simple, 2 plus 4 plus 8. 14. So 14 is the total valuable supply. Correct? They have given rate of GST is how much percent? Of 14 order 5% comes to 0.7. Are you really with me? That's it with regard to question number 5 of slot number 1. I'm moving to question number 6 of slot number 1. British High Commission, Chief Diplomatic Mission of UK in India. So, foreign diplomatic mission is situated in India. Is providing advisory services to the students willing to travel to UK for further studies. அப்ப நீங்க யாராவது யூகேல போய் படிக்கிறதா விருப்பம் இருக்குன்னா என்ன அட்வைஸ் தரேன் வாங்க அங்க சேர்த்து விட்டுறேன் எங்க யூகே. இப்படின்னு பிரிட்டிஷ் ஹை கமிஷன் சீஃப் டிப்ளமேட்டிக் மிஷன் எங்க இந்தியால இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொவைட் பண்றாங்க? சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடட் பை a foreign diplomatic mission situated in India is exempt from it. The mission has organized a seminar for such students and registration fees of euro per student has been charged from the students for the same. You are required to determine whether the advisory services provided by British High Commission are liable to GST. Taxable, exempt? Exempted, sir. Which exemption? Services provided by a foreign diplomatic mission. Services provided by a foreign diplomatic mission located in India are exempt from GST. Wide exemption notification. Hence, in the given case, advisory services by British High Commission located in India to the students are exempt from GST. Pakka? Yes, sir. With this, we are through with question number 6 of slot number 1, my dear lovable students. Are you ready with me? Shall we do question number 7? Yes, which stands for, F stands for என்ன services? In that highlight is services provided by RBI is taxable. Sir Vijaya Bank Limited furnishes the following information relating to service provided and gross amount received during the month of April. Compute the value of taxable supply and GST payable if the rate of GST is 18%. This financial service normally ICA used to ask 5-mark question. Earlier questions also passed examination, but I have not mentioned the relevant attempt. But this has been like this, only a question will be coming for how much mark? From the exemption chapter. Paka. Yes, sir. Amount of commission received for debt collection service. How much lakh? 10 lakh. Taxable, exempt. Okay, fine. I will tell you a shortcut to find out whether it is N or not. You just check whether the consideration is interest or discount. So, consideration is then it is exempted. Then it is what? Exempted. Consideration other than NNN. Amount of dash received. That's it. Consideration is not either dash or dash. Hence it is. Discount earned on bills discounted. Interest or? Discount. This is discount. So it is what? Exempted. Dealing in sale and purchase of any contract. Sir, there are derivatives. Derivatives means futures and option. Futures and option. This is part of shares and securities. This is part of shares and securities. Goods and services exclude shares and securities. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Hence it is not covered in the N at all. Yes, hence dealing in sale and purchase of any contract, forward contract is not taxable. Is what? Not taxable. It is not exempted. It is what? Not taxable. Are you ready with me? Yes, sir. Charges received on credit card and debit card facilities extended. Taxable because it is neither interest nor discount. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Why interest and discount is exempted means it is your primary duty or the primary consideration. Bank na ni loan தரணும். Loan தந்தா உனக்கு என்ன வரும்? Interest வரும். Are you ready with me? Bank na நீ bills receivable என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னா discount பண்ணி தருவே. Discount பண்ணா உனக்கு discount income வரும். இந்த ரெண்டு தான் உன்னோட major income of a bank. That is exempt. Hello sir. Yes, sir. Point number 2. Sir, I gave you 1 lakh rupees as loan. You are giving me 1,05,000. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. It's a mere transaction in money. For money, sir, we don't want GST. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, penal interest recovered from the customer for delay in payment of loan. This point we have to take care because this is penal interest. Correct? Sir, any consideration in what or what? Discount. Whether that interest include what or not? Penal interest or not is the question. Your opinion? Exempted, sir. Taxable, sir. One of that. Wait for it. Then it will be carried in your brain. Form an opinion. Exempted. Okay. Taxable. You form an opinion. Wait. Hello, sir. Oh, mind let's go. One opinion or mind let's go. Commission received for service rendered to government for tax collection. For example, SBI is there. Through SBI Bank, HDFC Bank, you are paying the tax. Are you agree with me? They are acting as the focal point bank. Sir, that is enough from GST. Or taxable. Is the consideration in interest or discount? No, sir. This is what? Commission. Appa ennava irukkanum? Only shortcut is if the consideration is what or what? Then otherwise interest earned on any repo transaction. Sir, same explanation, sir. Reverse repo or futures or they are part and parcel of both goods and services exclude. So this will not be taxable in the GST. Service to merchants. Service to merchants accepting in a card payment using point of sale machine of Vijaya Bank Limited. Number of bank here? Vijaya Bank. Using the sale machine of Vijaya Bank Limited. Appo, sir, there is a POS machine. Enna machine? அது என்னன்னா நம்மளோட மெஷின் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணி நிறைய ட்ரேடர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. அங்க வந்து HDFC பேங்க், SBI பேங்க் அப்படி நிறைய பேர் வந்து ஸ்வைப் பண்ணுவாங்க இல்லையா? எசானோவா? அப்ப ஏதோ ஒரு அக்கவுண்ட்ல இருக்கிற காசு நம்மளோட அக்கவுண்ட்க்கு வருது. அப்படினா there is a service of acquiring bank. Service provided by an acquiring bank to a person by way of where the consideration is 2,000 per transaction. Esanova is enough from GST. In 30% cases, amount per transaction was 1,800, which is less than. Up 100% le 30% less than 2,000. Clarity? Yes, while in other case, the amount was exceeding how much? Up a 70% case le 2,000 enaichu. Abina 10 lakh into 70%. 7 lakhs is the taxable value. Clear? Yes, now we will come one by one. Commission received on debt collection charges, taxable exempt. Discount earned on bills discounted, taxable exempt. Dealing in sale and purchase of any contract. Forward contracts are securities not covered in goods as well as hence not liable for. Charges received on credit and any card facility. Extended, that is processing and other related charges for extending credit card and debit card facility are entered to GST as it is an activity carried out for consideration. Sir, penal interest charged for delay in repayment. Sir, it is exempt. Sir, why I have bolded this means this has been recently clarified by way of circular. முன்னாடி ஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்டா நம்ம என்ன சொல்லியிருந்தோம்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டும் டிஸ்கவுண்டும் மட்டும்தான் exempted. இப்போ government department as GST department has given a clarification that interest include என்ன interest? அப்ப penal interestும் என்னதான்? interest தான். அதனால அதுவும் என்னதான்? So this is a clarification. So interest is exempted. Penal interest is also exempted. Paka? Yes, sir. Commission received from services rendered to government for collection of taxes, since it is an activity carried out for consideration and there is no exemption in force, it is entered to GST, liable to GST. Yes or no? Interest earned on any report transaction. Reverse repo are securities not covered in goods as well as hence not liable to GST. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Service to merchants accepting dash card or dash card using point of sale machine of Vijaya Bank Limited. In 30% cases, amount per transaction was up to how much? Hence, exempt white notification number something but something. While in other case, amount was exceeding 2000. Hence, liable for GST. Shall I come to the question once again? Calculator, please. Amount received for commission, received for debt service. You tell me, taxable, exempted? Taxable. 10 lakhs is taxable. Discount on some bills discounted? Exempted. Dealing in sale and purchase of forward contract? Not taxable. Right. Charges received on credit card and debit card facilities? So 3,80,000 is taxable. Penal interest recovered. Interest include what interest? NCT is what? Taxable, exempt? Commission received for service rendered to government for tax collection? Taxable. Interest earned on reverse repo are service to merchant accepting debit card or credit card. How much taxable? So what is the answer you are getting? 26,80,000. On that, how much is the GST payable? 18% into 18% comes to 4,82,400 is the GST payable. Comfortable? So out of 10 questions, we are done with 7 questions. My dear lovable students, we are moving into question number 8 of slot number 1. Shall we? Compute value of taxable supply and GST liability for transportation of goods by rail by Indian Railway within India. So who's the service provider? Indian Railway. What service they have provided? Transportation of goods in rail. Where is the place? Within India. All sums are exclusive of all tax. Information rates to the month of November 2022 is the target. Okay. Transportation of postal mail and postal bag. Taxable, exempt? Is it covered in the specified goods? No, sir. Adanale taxable. Transportation of household effect. Taxable. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Transportation of petroleum product. Not leviable too. But you have not sold petroleum. You have only transported petroleum. For that only you are getting the consideration. That is liable to GST. Are you able to appreciate and understand?
Yes,
sir, for HP man, there is no GST man. Yes, sir. For no. HP man, high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, natural gas. For HP man, there is no GST. But if you are transporting HP man, and for that if you are getting consideration, the service itself is different. You are provided the transportation services. It is liable to GST. It is taxable. Enjoy Bandria.
Yes, sir.
Transport of relief material to flood affected area. Exempted. Relief material. Transport of railway equipment. Taxable. Railway equipment is taxable. Military or defense equipment is exempted. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Transportation of newspaper and magazine registered with the registrar of newspaper.
Exempted.
Not registered, so not taxable. That word you have to be very, very careful.
Yes, sir.
Registered with the registrar of newspaper is what?
Exempted.
Paka.
Yes, sir.
Transportation of milk.
Exempted.
Transportation of tea. Sir, ided tea leaves kuduthirunda. Because that is an agriculture produce. But tea is a processed one. It is not an agriculture produce. Transportation of sugar. Ided sugar cane kuduthirunda. Because sugar cane is a, but sugar is not a. The processed version of the sugar cane is only sugar. So transportation of alcoholic beverage. Transportation of defense and military equipment. Transportation of organic manure. Transportation of baled cotton. Taxable. Transportation of other goods. Taxable other goods means normal other items which is not mentioned here. Miscellaneous items basically. Applicable GST rate is at 5%. Sir, shall we come to the answer? Transportation of postal mail and postal bag. சொல்லுங்க. Transportation of household effect. Transportation of petroleum product. Transport of relief material to flood affect area. Transport of railway equipment. Transport of newspaper and magazine registered with the registrar of newspaper. Transport of milk. Transport of tea. Transport of sugar. Transport of alcoholic beverage. Transport of defense and military equipment. Transport of organic manure. Transport of baled cotton. Transport of other goods. So, if you take the calculator, sir, postal mail and bags, amount 55, household effect plus 50, petroleum product plus 25, relief material exempted, railway equipment plus 25, sir, newspaper and magazine, milk, tea plus 10, sugar plus 25, alcoholic beverage plus 7, sir, defense and military equipment, organic manure, baled cotton plus 25, sir, other goods 5,000, total comes to 5,222 is the value of taxable supply into 5%. You will get the 261.1 is the value. Clarity. We are moving into illustration number 29, which is question number 9 of slot number 1. Right? This is GTA services. Calculate the value of taxable supply of ABC Transport Company engaged in the business of transportation of goods by road for the month of April. Give reasons for taxability or exemption of each item. Suitable assumptions may be made wherever required. ABC Transport Company avails ITC. So ABC company avails ITC means forward charge. No reverse charge mechanism. Reverse charge mechanism will not be applicable. GST is reviewable at 10%. So there are two types of GTA are there. 12% GTA. 12% GTA always. 5% GTA there may be reverse charge because if they provide to 7 specified person that is exempted. Yes or no? So total freight received by sir ABC Transport Company 13,50,000. அப்ப டோட்டலா ABC Transport Company க்கு freight னு சொல்லி எவ்வளவு வந்திருக்கு? Freight charges received for transporting fruits 1,25,000. Fruits is a it is under from GST. அப்ப இந்த 13 lakh எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ்ல 1,25,000 மைனஸ் பண்ணிரணும். பேலன்ஸ் வேண்டாம், மைனஸ் பண்ணிரணும். வெயிட் பண்ணுங்க. I don't really with me. Freight collected for transporting dash consignments for person who paid less than 750. Now is there any consideration? Now there is no limit of 750 or 1,500. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கன்சிடரேஷனே கிடையாது. 750 கிடையாது. So this is basically taxable and freight collected for transporting goods in a small vehicle for persons who paid less than 1,500, sir, it is taxable. Correct? Yes, so out of only how much is exempt? So what is the balance? 12,25,000 should be the value of, this is the value of taxable supply 12,25,000, my dear lovable students. On that, how much is the GST payable? Comes to 1,47,000. Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
So total freight received is 13,50,000. Less freight charges received for transporting fruits being agriculture produce is exempted. So I have reduced that 1,25,000. Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
Less freight collected less than 750 for each consignment liable for GST. Now there is no threshold limit of 750 or 1,500. It was there till last attempt. Now this is an amendment for your examination, my dear lovable students. There is no limit of 750 or 1,500. So it is taxable. Freight collected for transporting goods in small vehicle for persons who paid less than 1,500 per trip, it is liable to GST because now threshold limit of 750 by 1,500 will not be applicable. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to the last question, sir. Question number 10 of slot number 1. This is courier agency service. We have never studied any exemption relating to courier agency. Courier agency ki nama ennave padikala. That means courier agency is liable to GST. Any service is liable to GST. Mrs. PD Couriers in India furnishes you the following information of services provided by it for the quarter ended 30/9/2022. All information are separate and in addition to each other. Amount charges from corporate customers, how much that? Sir, there is no distinction between corporate customer other than corporate customer in courier agency and all. Courier agency nale sir eppavume NCM FCM. There is no question of for an agency. Courier agency kum reverse charge kum சம்பந்தமே இல்லை. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? So நம்மள உசுப்பேத்துறதுக்காக தூண்டுறதுக்காக பாரு amount charged from என்ன கஸ்டமர் இருந்தாலும் FCM தான். Including 5 lakh towards packing of goods and documents in boxes and envelope. This is composite supply. This is so they are not only providing courier agency service, they provide other bundle service also. So all will be taxable at the rate of principal supply. Yes or no? That's what section 8 is talking about. Section 8 is the tax rate for composite and charges for express cargo service. 25 lakh. Consignment note not issued. That is a relevant point in the question. Sir, நீங்க என்ன இஷ்யூ பண்ணீங்கன்னா கன்சைன்மென்ட் நோட் இஷ்யூ பண்ணீங்கன்னா you will be called as GTA. உங்களை என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க? கன்சைன்மென்ட் நோட் இஷ்யூ பண்ணலனா you will be called as courier agency. This is the difference between GT and courier agencies. Yes or no? Consignment note issue பண்ணா GTA, consignment note issue பண்ணலனா okay. Charges for express cargo service 25 lakh. This is taxable. Consignment note is not issued. General serviceman, all service of courier agencies. There is no specific exemption provided for the courier agency. Clear? Yes, charges for document destined to western state. அது இங்கிருந்து western stateக்கு போகுது document. எவ்வளவு lakh? 40 lakh. For document destined to any state, the delivery is carried out by Mrs. West Express. Who is paid at the person? So, some Mrs. West Express is providing service to our speedy couriers. Hello, sir. The speedy couriers is providing service to general public. அப்போ general public அவங்களோட courier யாருக்கு தராங்க? Speedy courier யாருக்கு கொடுக்கறாங்க? Western. Appo, this is the service number 1, service provider, and they are the service recipient. They are service provider and they are the service recipient. Right? Sir, this is liable to GST. This is also liable to GST. Sir, this part is a input service. And a service? For that, dash can be claimed. ITC can be claimed. Paka? Yes, so, the speedy courier will collect GST on the full value of 40 lakhs. அப்ப customer கிட்ட எவ்வளவு வாங்குறாங்க? 40 lakhs. இதோட 50% because question said that who is paid at the person? And the 20 lakhs யாருக்கு தராங்கன்னா Speedy Courier is paying to West Express. So on that, how much lakh? 20 lakhs. They would have collected GST of 18%. That can be taken as ITC. ITC is allowed. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I am reading that adjustment once again for your benefit. Charges for document destined to Western states at a lakh, 40 lakh. For document destined to any state, the delivery is carried on by Mrs. West Express, who is paid எத்தனை percent?
50%.
அப்போ சார் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யார் இருக்கா? No. They are providing service to Speedy Courier is providing service to general public. Appo from general public, Speedy Courier will collect courier charges of 40 lakh plus GST. And they are paying 20 lakh to yarke West Express plus GST. That amount can be taken as
ITC.
Okay, my last one. Charges for service where customer came to the office of Mrs. Speedy Courier rupees 4 lakhs. Sir, courier வந்து அவங்க ஆபீஸ்ல கொண்டு வந்தாலும் சரி, நீங்க போய் எங்க வாங்கினாலும் courier ஆபீஸ்ல கொடுத்தாலும் சரி, it is liable to என்ன? அவங்க இங்க வராங்களா, நீங்க அங்க போறீங்களா, அதெல்லாம் மேட்டரே. Required to compute the value of taxable supply. கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். Net amount of GST. Why net amount of GST? After taking the ITC, if any payable thereon by Mrs. Speedy Courier, rate of GST is 18%. So computation of value of taxable supply and GST payable.
Yes, sir.
Sir, amount charged from corporate NSR customers. Charges towards packing of goods in boxes and envelope will not form part of taxable supply, since most of the courier agencies carries out such activity and same fall under the natural service. Charges for express cargo service, since consignment notice not issued, service will fall under in a service. அப்ப consignment note issue பண்ணா, consignment note issue பண்ணலனா, charges for document destined to Western states, Mrs. Speedy Courier will be liable to pay GST on full amount charge. Amount paid to co-loader, இங்க ஒரு ஆள் கொடுக்குறாங்க இல்லையா, அவங்க சொல்ற பேர் என்ன loader? Mrs. West Express will be eligible as input service, on which ITC credit will be available. Charges for service where the customers came to the office of Mrs. Speedy Courier, even if the customer come to the office of the courier agency, same would amount of door-to-door transportation and will be covered by courier agency. Door-to-door survey, door-to-door transportation. So, I'm going and take the calculator, man. First one, how much lakh? 55 lakhs. Second one, 25 lakhs. Third one, 40 lakhs. Fourth one, 4 lakhs. Total comes to 1 crore 24 lakhs. அதுக்கு மேல 3% comes to 22 lakh, but they have paid some GST now. So ITC on charges of co-loader Mrs. West Express எத்தனை lakhs into எத்தனை percent? 40 lakhs into 50%. அப்ப என்ன வந்துச்சு? அதோட எத்தனை percent? 18%. Comes to how much? 3,60,000. So the net GST payable in cash comes to 18,72,000. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
With this we can say that we are through with slot number 1. That means, sir, 1 by 10 is the target now. Yes, sir. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, in the slot number 1, we have completed exemption 10 question. In this slot, we are going to continue with the exemption from H. H stands for healthcare services. I am going to do question number 31. Listen, which is the question number 1 of slot 2. Rukmini Nursing Home has received the following amount in the month of November in lieu of various services rendered by it in the same month. You are required to determine its GST liability for November from the detail furnished below. Palliative care for terminally ill patients at patient's home. At patient's home. At patient's home. Taxable. Why? Because they are providing services. Sir, services provided by clinical establishment தான் இருக்கு. Act clinical establishment இல்ல. Actல என்ன இருக்குன்னா services provided by clinical establishment. It's not services provided at the clinical establishment. Right? So since it is by, hospital service provide பண்ணாலும் exempted தான், வீட்ல போய் service provide பண்ணாலும் exempted தான். Because palliative care is given to improve the quality of the life of the patient who have a serious or life-threatening disease. But the goal of such care is not to cure the disease. அது சரியெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது. ரொம்ப என்ன சார் சீரியஸான ஒரு டிசீஸ் வந்தவங்கள அவங்களோட கடைசி டைம்ல நல்லா கேர் பண்ற என்ன சார் சர்வீஸ் தான் பாலியேட்டிவ் கேர். அது நீங்க ஹாஸ்பிட்டல்ல கொடுத்தாலும் சரி, வீட்ல கொடுத்தாலும் சரி, இட் இஸ் என்ன ஃப்ரம் ஜிஎஸ்டி. சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடட் பை கார்ட் பிளட் பேங்க். Card blood bank. Taxable. Unit of nursing home by way of preservation of stem cell is taxable. Hair transplant services. Taxable. Ambulance service to transport critically ill patients from location to nursing home. Exempt. Naturopathy treatment. Such treatment is a recognized system of medicine in terms of section 2H of the Clinical Establishment Act. Why? It is a recognized system of medicine. It is a healthcare services. Healthcare services provided by a is what? Plastic surgery to restore anatomy of a child due to an accident. Exempted. சார் இது நீங்களா விருப்பப்பட்டு போய் பியூட்டி என்ஹான்ஸ் பண்றதுக்காக பண்ற என்ன சர்ஜரி கிடையாது. பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி கிடையாது. இருந்த பியூட்டி போனதை சரி பண்றதுக்காக பண்ற என்ன சார் பிளாஸ்டிக் சர்ஜரி. இட் இஸ் என்ன ஃப்ரம் ஜிஎஸ்டி. Panic healing treatment. Such treatment is not a recognized system of medicine in terms of section 2H of the Clinical Establishment Act. Taxable. Because this is not a mortuary services. Not taxable. Because it is covered in the schedule 3. If you are writing exempted, it is wrong. Exempted means it should cover in 11. Sir, if it is covered in schedule 3, it is not taxable. All the amount above given are exclusive of GST. Rate of GST is 18%. Sir, I am doing palliative care for terminally ill patient at patient's home. Healthcare services provided inter alia a clinical establishment in any recognized system of medicine is exempt from GST. It is immaterial whether the healthcare services is provided at the clinical establishment or at the home of patient or at any other place. Thus, palliative care for terminally ill patient at patient's homes is eligible for exemption. Paka, I am reading full notes and going. Hair transplant services are specifically excluded from care services and thus not eligible for ambulance service to transport critically ill patient from various locations to nursing home are, since naturopathy is a in terms of section 2H of the Clinical Establishment Act, it would be eligible for plastic surgery to restore anatomy of a child due to an accident will be eligible for, since panic healing is not a recognized system of medicine in terms of section 2H of the Clinical Establishment Act, it will not be eligible for exemption. Services by cord blood bank by way of preservation of stem cell or any other service in relation to such preservation is mortuary service are covered under any list under schedule 3 of the CGST. Hence the same are not liable to GST. Paka. அப்ப அத வச்சு பதில் சொல்லு. palliative care service provided by cord blood bank, hair transplant, ambulance services, naturopathy service, plastic surgery to restore anatomy of child, Pranic healing treatment. Mortuary services. Are you really with me? You will be getting the value of taxable supply. Again to 18% will give you the GST payable. Comfortable? So we are moving into question number 2 of slot number 2. Shall I? I stands for Mrs. PQR Properties registered under GST as taxable person is engaged in the business of renting various immovable property owned by it. So, immovable property vechirukanga. During the month ending 31/3/2023, it collected a rent of how much lakh? அப்ப டோட்டலா 5 lakh rupees rent கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. The said sum includes rent from vacant land used for agriculture. How much? 50,000. Taxable exempt. Because this land is for what is the point striking in your mind? Renting or leasing of agro-machinery or vacant land for the purpose of. So this is exempted. This is included in the 5 lakh. From the 5 lakh, you have to reduce 50,000. Land used for Appu circus. Taxable exempt. Taxable. So this has to be included in 5 lakh. Already included. No adjustment is. Houses let out to individual for residential purpose. Renting of residential dwelling for residential purpose to a unregistered person is exempt. We are assuming that recipient is a otherwise RCM would have fallen. Sir, since the recipient status has not been given, so it is exempted. We are reducing 70,000. Building let out to Mrs. Elegant Hotel. Taxable man, business purpose man. Vacant land given on lease to Mrs. ABC Limited for construction of building at a later stage to be used for furtherance of business or commerce. Taxable. Premises let to a temple trust. Taxable. Because who is the service provider? PQR Properties. Services provided by a registered charitable trust or 1023 C series organization or 1023 BBA. Service provider இவங்க மூணு பேர்ல யாராவது ஒரு ஆளா இருக்கணும். இந்த சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடர் கம்பெனி கார்ப்பரேட்டா இருக்காங்க இல்லையா, அவங்க டெம்பிளுக்கு வாடகை கூட்டாங்கன்னா taxable. Clarity? Premises let to a coaching center. Taxable. Building let to a theater. Taxable. Compute the amount of GST payable by the firm, assuming that the rent is exclusive of GST, if any, applicable in each case. A rate of GST is 18%. Make suitable assumptions. Take your calculator. What is the total rent collected? 5 lakhs. So 5 lakhs minus 50,000 minus 70,000, 3 lakh. All the remaining are taxable. So 3,80,000 is the value of taxable supply into 18% comes to 68,400. Clarity? Yes, I am reading. Total rent received is how much lakh? 5 lakh. Less rent from vacant land used for agriculture is exempt. Rent from land used for Appu circus taxable. Property let for any purpose, it is exempt. Hello sir. Yes, sir. Commercial building let to a hotel, taxable. Vacant land given on lease to Mrs. ABC Limited for construction of building at later stage. Premises let to a religious body being temple trust. Taxable. Premises let to a coaching center. Taxable. Building let to a theater. Taxable. Sir, that's it with regard to question 2 of slot number 2. Clarity? Yes, sir. And with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? I'm moving to question number 3 of our slot number 2. ABC, an entity registered as religious trust under 12AA or 12AB of the Income Tax Act, has furnished the following details with respect to the activities undertaken by it. You are required to compute its value of taxable supply from the information given below. Renting of room where charges are per day? 500 per day. What is the limit? 999 is the limit. Yes or no? Here it is 500 only. Taxable exempt? Okay, man. Renting of room where charges are 1500 per day. Why? More than 999. Renting of community hall where charges are 25,000 per day. What is the threshold limit? 9,999. Yes or no? Renting of Kalyana Mandapam where charges are 5,000 per day. Exempted because it is less than 9,999. Paka. Renting of shop for business where charges are 15,000 per month. Because what is the limit? 9,999. Because this is more than 9,900. Renting of shop for business where charges are how much per month? 5,000 per month. Exempted because less than 9,900. So what is the one-line summary of the entire discussion? Even though the service provider is registered charitable trust under section or 1023 C series organization or 1023 PBA, still, sir, that exemption will not be applicable. What is the relevant exemption? Sir, you have to check how much rupees room rent. Renting of room is NSR 999 or more. Correct? Then number 2. Kalyana Mandapam or community hall or Kalyana Mandapam 9,999 or more. Then up to 9,999 is exempted. Correct. So 10,000 or more. Right. Sir, 1,000 or more. We are talking from the angle of the taxability. Yeah. So here what? No. Another. Room rent is 1,000 or more na taxable. Sir, dash or dash? 10,000 or more na taxable. Next one. Shops where 10,000 or more na taxable. Are you really with me? So even it is 1,000, even it is 10,000, even it is 10,000. This is 10,000 per function. This is 10,000 per month. It is liable to what? GST. Yes or no? Yes, sir. So we are through. We'll go through the answer. Renting of room where charges are per day? 500 per day. Taxable exempt. Renting of room where charges are 1,500 per day. Renting of community hall where charges are 25,000 per day. Renting of Kalyana Mandapam where charges are 5,000 per day. Renting of shops for business where charges are 15,000 per month. Renting of shops for business where charges are 5,000 per. So what is the value of taxable supply? 26 lakh. We are having the detailed working note here. Service by a person by way of renting of presence of in a place, religious place, meant for general public, owned or managed by a entity registered as charitable or religious trust under 12AA of the Income Tax Act. Or, however, this exemption shall not apply. Renting of room where charges are 1,000 or more per day. Renting of premises, community hall, Kalyana Mandapam, open area and the like where charges are 1,000 or more per day. Renting of shop or other space for business or commerce where charges are 1,000 or more per month. அப்ப ரூம் வாடகை ஒரு நாளைக்கு 1000 ரூபாய் வந்தா டாக்ஸபிள். சார் கல்யாண மண்டபம் ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷனுக்கு 10,000 ரூபாய் வந்தா டாக்ஸபிள். ஷாப்பு ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு 10,000 ரூபாய் வந்தா இது யாரா இருந்தா கூட registered charitable trust under section 12A, 1023 C series organization or 1023 BBA. Paka? Yes, sir. That's it with regard to question number 3 of slot number. Clarity? Yes, sir. I'm moving to the question number 4 of slot number 2. Mr. Arjun, an advocate. Advocate is RCM. Legal services is RCM, correct? Yes, sir. Has rendered the following service in the month of October. Representing Mr. Akshay in his divorce case before in a court. Is divorce is a business? That means Akshay is a non-business entity, correct? Yes, sir. Since Akshay is a non-business entity, any legal services provided to a non-business entity is exempted. Paka? Yes, sir. Representing Mr. Anu, an architect by profession. That means business entity. Yes, sir. Because profession. In relation to his GST liability, turnover of Mr. Anu in the financial year 21-22 was 25 lakh. That means more than 20 lakh. 20 lakhs is the threshold limit for registration for services. So Mr. Anu is a registered person. RCM will be applicable. It is taxable and the person liable to pay GST is the Anu. Are you ready with me? Yes, sir. Advocate, are you able to appreciate, understand what I am talking? You are not liable to what? Pay any GST. We chartered accountants will take care. You advocate, enjoy. Right. He is an advocate. Clap for him. Number 3. People are having doubt. Just raise your hand. Who? Yes. If any case coming, we will say NSR after we will talk the deal. Right. Legal consultancy given to Anil Associates, a partnership form of advocate. அதாவது individual advocate has provided service to a group of advocate. Correct? So legal consultancy given to Anil Associates, a dash form of advocate. Turnover of service of Anil Associates in the financial year 21-22 is how much lakh? 28 lakhs. So actually NSCM, RCM, the person who are receiving the service is liable to pay GST. Even in this case, the person who are receiving the service is also a advocate. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right, sir. So, there only we are having the deemed recipient concept. Yes, sir. Even though the person who are receiving the service is group of advocate, they are receiving for the business entity. So, it will be deemed that business entity has examined whether GST is payable in each of the above service, assuming Mr. Arjun to be an advocate other than a senior advocate. அப்ப இவர் வந்து general other than a senior advocate na என்ன answer? And the senior advocate in terms of section 16 of the Advocates Act 1961. அப்ப அவர் யாரா இருக்கலாம்? Other than a senior advocate na என்ன answer? That's why 2 has been given. In the background of entry number 45, GST liability of each of the service rendered by Arjun are examined here under. Number 1, when Mr. Arjun is an advocate, other than advocate, or where Mr. Arjun is a senior. Sir, let him be senior advocate or other than senior advocate, any service provided for non-business entities fully exempted. Sir, service of representing Mr. Akshay, it is divorce case will be exempt as Mr. Akshay is not a business entity. Such service will be exempt even if the same are rendered by a senior advocate. Are you all ready with me? Yes, sir. I'm moving to the number 2. Since the turnover of Mr. Anu a business entity is more than such amount in the preceding financial year as makes it liable for registration under the N Act, that is Ethanol Act, same will be liable to GST. And who is the person liable for GST? Mr. Anu on RCM. Such service when provided by senior advocate will also be liable to GST, and at RCM, sir, Anu is the person liable to pay GST. The last part. If the legal consultancy provided by advocate to a NFM, partnership form of advocate is NF from GST. Because service provided by an individual advocate to another individual advocate or group of advocate is exempt from GST. அப்போ ஒரு individual advocate யாருக்கு? Group of advocate to another individual advocate or group of advocate, including a senior advocate? No sir. No sir. No sir. Other than a senior advocate is exempt from GST. Correct? So அதனால என்ன சார், first caseல individual is providing service to a group of advocates, it is NF from GST. Second case, who is providing service? Providing service to a group of advocate. Yes or no? Such service when provided by a senior advocate will be liable to GST. There is no exemption. If the turnover of the NFM, that is NA entity, in the preceding financial year is more than such amount as it make it liable for registration under the CSD Act. Thus, the legal consultancy services provided by Mr. Arjun to Anil Associates, a partnership firm of advocate, will be liable to GST. If the service has been provided by to a, this service is not exempted. Paka, it is liable to GST. Once it is liable to GST, question arises, who is the person liable to pay GST? For that only we are having the deemed recipient concept. Paka, even though the service has been received by, it should be assumed that service has been received by business entity. So, who escaped? Escaped. The person liable to take the registration under GST is the, and all the balance will be followed. Are you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
With that, L stands for legal services. Question number 4 or slot number 2 comes to an end. And doing question number 5, my dear lovable students. Compute value and GST from the following sums received by Messrs. A Limited, exclusive of GST. Holding a dance program. Dance, somewhere you heard about dance? Yes, other events. Entry ticket whereof was sold for 1,000 per person. More than 500, taxable. Holding a dance program, entry ticket whereof were sold for 100 per person. Less than 500. Admission to planetarium, entry ticket whereof were sold for 1,000 per person. Taxable. Correct? Yes, sir. Holding a cricket match between India and South Africa, organized by BCCI, entry ticket were sold for 100 per person. Because less than. Holding an IPL, which is recognized or unrecognized, entry ticket whereof were sold for 750 per person. Holding an award function, entry ticket was sold for 250 per person. Collection from NRI, taxable without the limit of consideration. Because joyrides is not in that list of others. That's the relevance of recalling the things. And the list ni paatena, adhu joyrides se, adunale less than 500, more than 500, paaka vendiya. Running a video parlor means cinema theater. Adha sir, video parlor. மூஞ்சியை போய் சரி பண்ண பியூட்டி பார்லர், போய் படம் பார்த்தா வீடியோ பார்லர். ஷோயிங் சினிமாட்டோகிராஃபிக் ஃபிலிம், கண்டிப்பா தியேட்டர் பேசிக்கா. டிக்கெட் இஸ் 150 per person, taxable. There is no consideration for cinemas. Less than 500, more than 500 concept is not there. Acting as an event manager for organization of entertainment event, no other exemption has been provided. A receipt from running a circus, ticket is 1,000 per person, Less than 500? Ballot. With a ticket price of 1,200 per person? Gambling service and casino. Actually, rule number 31A is there for betting and gambling. This valuation rule is only applicable for CA final. Are you all ready with me? So CA final students should say that as per rule number 31A, the bet to value should be taken as the value of supply and not the earnings. Are you all ready with me? Sir, my dear, in the students, the full face value should be taken as the end of supply value of supply. நீங்க எவ்வளவு ஜெயிச்சிருக்கீங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்ல. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் 10 பேர் போட்டிருப்பாங்க. அப்படி இது 50 லட்சம் ரூபாயா மாறி இருக்கும். அந்த 50 லட்சம் ரூபாய் தான் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளையை தவிர நீங்க எவ்வளவு வின் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க ஏர்னிங்ஸ் எவ்வளவுங்கிறது கிடையாது மேட்டர். So I am coming. Holding a dance program, entry ticket were sold for 1,000 is dance program, entry ticket were sold for 100 is brilliant. Admission to planetarium, entry ticket were sold for 1,000 is holding a cricket match between India and South Africa, 100 per person is holding an IPL, entry ticket were sold for 750 is holding an award function where the ticket price is 250 per person is collection from joyride is running a video parlor, sir, is acting as an agent for organizing entertainment event is a receipt from running a circus since more than 500 ballot with ticket price of 1,200 gambling service and casino total taxable value is 2 crore 17 lakh 50. When you do this rule number in a 31A saying that bet value is the are you really with me? So we are through with 5 questions of slot number 2. My dear lovable students, comfortable?
Yes, sir.
The next question, question number 6, which is the last question from slot number 2. This question has been asked for 9 mark in CA final. One of the recent attempt. This question should be able to solve by everyone. I am doing. EduServe Limited providing educational services. Kandipa. Furnishes you with the following information for the various services provided by it. It has collected an aggregate of, the same question may be repeated, so please listen very carefully. Has collected an aggregate sum of 25 lakh during the month ended 30/9/2022 as under. A receipts of Gyan Sagar and ITI affiliated to NCVT. Another? What is NCVT? National Council for Vocational. Any course which are approved by NCVT or SCVT is exempt from GST. So, any course which are approved by NCVT or SCVT is exempt from GST. So this is Gyan Sagar. The name may change throughout. You have to just check whether it is approved by Yara. NCVT in a national, SCVT in a state. That's it, game over. So since this has been approved by NCVT, this is exempted. Up in the 25 lakhs in the 1,20,000 rupees. Minus okay, coming to the point number 2. Receipts of EduCap, a vocational education provider, affiliated to SSC. Affiliated to SSC na Sector Skill Council. Solunga. Formed under NSDC. Formed under Sir, National Skill Development Corporation. It is enough from GST. Because national, are you really with me? So any course which are approved under SSC is enough from GST. Exempt from GST. I am coming to the third point. Receipts of Abhiyan Skill Center and Industrial Training Center affiliated to the State Council for Vocational Training, Rajasthan. Exempted. Are you really with me? Because this is NSR approved by. So any course which are approved by NCVT or SCVT is an exempt from GST. I'm coming to, sir. Yes, sir. I'm coming to receipts of mission. An institute registered with the Director General of Employment and Training, that is called as DGET, Union Ministry of Labour and Employment, are running a modular skill course, approved by NCVT, is exempt from GST. Any course which is approved by NCVT or SCVT is exempt from GST. Right. Receipts of Screenart, a commercial coaching institute providing commercial coaching in the field of dash and dash. Sir, no certificate was issued on the completion of the training. Taxable. For example, after coaching, sir, if ANM Classes is providing GST completion certificate, sir, put it on dustbin. There is no value. This certificate has to be given by the ICAI. Then only value is there. Because, sir, since our certificate does not have value, we are not education institution. That's why we are collecting GST on the students' fees. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only an institute whose certificate is valid, which is recognized by law, only those institutes are education institution as per the eyes of GST. Paka? So, in the certificate, the matter taxable. Receipts of commerce concept, a commercial coaching institute providing coaching in the field of commerce. A certificate was awarded to each trainee. Inga enna tarala? Enna taranga? Irundalum taxable. Not an education institution. Are you really with me? A receipt of Gurukul school providing education up to higher secondary is exempt because service provided by an education institution to its students, staff and faculty is exempt from GST. Receipts of play kids school providing education up to primary level. Such receipts include receipts from renting of premises to commercial coaching center, 3 lakhs. Oh my God. Total 11 lakhs is there. Out of that 11 lakhs, we are having two classification. 3 lakhs, 8 lakhs. This 3 lakhs is from commercial coaching center, renting of premises. Yeah, it is taxable. Whereas this 8 lakhs is, so we have to reduce the, 8 lakhs because that 8 lakhs is, whereas this 3 lakhs is, compute the value of taxable supply and GST payable thereon. All amounts are exclusive of GST. A rate of GST is 18%. What is the total rent collected, my dear lovable students? 25 minus 1,20,000 taxable exempt. Exempted. So minus 1,20,000. 1,80,000 taxable exempt. Exempted. So minus 1,80,000. Sir, Abhiyan Skill Center 2 lakh. So minus 2 lakh. 1 lakh taxable exempt. Minus 1 lakh. 80,000 taxable exempt. 1,20,000 taxable. Gurukul. So minus 6 lakhs. Out of this 11 lakh, 3 lakhs is taxable. So minus 8 lakh. What is the total taxable value of supply? 5 lakhs is the total value of supply. On that, put 18%. You will get 90,000 is the tax payable. It's a past examination question. This is a question number 6 of slot number 2. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
With this, we are through with 10 question in slot number 1 and 6 question in slot number 2. We are having 6 more. With that, exemptions comes to an end. Yes, sir. Sir, very happy evening to all. So we are, sir, doing slot number 3 of exemption part. In this slot, we'll be completing the exemption. I'm doing question number 37. Take question number 37, illustration number 37. Apollo Trainers Limited, a commercial training or coaching center, provides the various services as follows. Sir, they are training limited, so corporate, that is company. Training and coaching of hockey. Hockey means sports. Sports only by a charitable trust is exempted. This is commercial company, so taxable. Coaching to students for preparation of IIT exam, taxable. Conduct admission test for admission to ICG college, providing qualification recognized by foreign law, taxable. Because sir, this is recognized by any law? Not by Indian law. Training in recreational activity relating to culture. Because any person, what and what? A receipt from sale of prospectus or application form to trainees. Prospectus means goods. Correct? It is taxable. Sir, a building which was let out to school. ஒரு building இருக்கு, அது யாருக்கு வாடகை கொடுத்திருக்க? Providing in a school education. Taxable. Yes or no? Because service provided by an education institution is exempted. Service provided to an education institution. We are having a list.
Yes, sir.
Number 1. Transportation of students, staff and faculty. Catering services including midday meals. Security, housekeeping and cleaning services. Conduct of examination. Supply of online periodicals and journals. Right on.
Yes, sir.
Postal coaching receipt. Taxable or exempted? Taxable because there is no specific exemption. Placement service provided to MNC college, providing qualification by Indian law. What service you have provided? Placement service is not a listed service, hence it is taxable. Receipts from running training center in relation to ANM Classes. This is not recreational. This is receipt from running dash center. So taxable, exempt. Taxable. Compute the GST payable thereon. If all charges are exclusive of GST, receipts running training center in relation to art classes is taxable. Compute the GST payable thereon. If all charges are exclusive of GST, a rate of GST is 18%. Correct? Sir, is there any amount collected by this company? No, sir. So, we are moving into the answer. Training and coaching in the field of sports. Liable to GST since exemption in respect of sports training is available to YARC only. So, this 7 lakh. Coaching for preparation of IIT. Conduct admission test. Taxable since such qualification is not recognized by Indian law. Training in recreational activity relating to culture, sir, is what? Exempted. Receipt from sale of prospectus, application form to trainee is taxable. Building let out to school, taxable. Postal coaching receipt, taxable. Placement services, receive from running in a center in relation to ANM Classes. Sir, they said it is what? But concluded as what? So this point has to be highlighted. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Receipts from running training center in relation to. Sir, one more class was there. This is relating to culture. This is training in a recreational activity relating to. இங்க இது commercial அப்படின்னு சொல்லல questionல. Silent. Correcta? So it's our choice to take it as recreational or commercial. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Since a question is silent regarding the commercial, we can assume that it is in the nature of recreational. By that way, it has been exempted. Paka?
Yes,
So value of taxable supply is total GST payable is how much percent? 18% comes to 11 lakh. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
So with this, question number 1 of slot number 3 comes to an end. I am moving to illustration number 38, which is service provided to government and service provided by government. This question is one of the important question which carries some amendments, my dear lovable students. Nurani Post Office provided the following services to persons other than government during the month of March 2023. All charges are exclusive of GST. Services by way of postcard, taxable, exempted. Taxable, exempted. It is one of the basic document of an office. Post office. Hence, it is what?
Exempted.
Service by way of ordinary post. Envelopes weighing less than 10 gram. 10 gram. Yes, sir. Exempt. Either avan tolle leva tolle. Service by way of ordinary post. Envelopes weighing less than 10 gram.
10 grams.
Appo you send some ordinary post. அதுக்குள்ள நீ காரா பூந்தி வச்சு அமைச்சிருக்க. காரா பூந்தியோட weight 10 கிராமை விட கம்மியா இருக்கு. Taxable, exempted. Service by way of ordinary post. Envelope weighing more than 10 grams. Sir, you send some ordinary post. Hello, sir. அதுக்குள்ள காரா பூந்தி வச்சு அமைச்சிருக்க. அந்த காரா பூந்தியோட weight 10 கிராமை விட liable to pay. Service by way of dash post. Then காரா பூந்தி இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு பார்க்க வேண்டிய. Sir, without காரா பூந்தி it is taxable. Distribution of mutual fund, bond and passport application. These are what services? Agency services, taxable or exempted? Sir, for distribution of mutual fund, bond, passport application, is the post office starting? Yes, no? No, sir. Sir, this is what? Taxable. Still no problem. I can mark this. Sir, you can learn this transaction from the question. Collection of telephone and electricity bill. Again, this is a, sir, agency services. Hence what? Taxable. Speed post services. Taxable. Express parcel post services. Taxable. Compute the value of taxable supply for the month ending 31/2023. Computation of value of taxable supply. Service by way of postcard, exempt. One of the basic document of the post office. Service by way of NA post. Envelope weighing less than 10 gram. Since covered in entry number 24C, it is exempt. Service by way of ordinary post. Envelope weighing more than 10 gram, liable to. Service by way of registered post. Envelope weighing less than 10 gram, still it is liable to. Because என்ன போஸ்ட்னா காரா பூந்தி பார்க்க வேண்டிய. Distribution of mutual fund, bond and passport application, it is liable to. Because it's a agency services. Agency collection of telephone and electricity bill, liable to GST because it is speed post services, liable to GST. Express parcel post services, liable to GST. So the value of taxable supply will be 22 lakh. So service provided to government or by government, you can, with regard to post office, you can summarize as sale. Summarize as S stands for speed post, agency services, life insurance services, express parcel post is taxable. Sale is taxable. Sale is taxable. Sale is taxable. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
With that, question number 2 of that is NSR slot number 3 comes to an end. I am moving to question number 3, which is illustration number 39. This question is important for examination past CA final examination question, many time tested. Many means many time. One of the hit area for CA final. The RWA of Zint Housing Society in Delhi provides the following information with respect to the various amount received by it in the month of November. So this is RWA, Resident Welfare Association. Very important area, very important question. Monthly subscription collected from member family 10,000 each from 100 family. This is more than, hence this is electricity charges levied by the state electricity board on the members of the RWA. Same was collected from member and remitted to the board on behalf of the member. I will explain you the logic and the concept, then say taxable or exempted. Okay. Sir, there is a person called as RWA. There is a person called as RWA. This RWA, hello sir,
Yes, sir.
is providing services to the members of NWA.
RWA.
Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
So, there is EB board, electricity board. Hello?
Yes, sir.
This electricity board is providing services by way of transmission or distribution of electricity. இதுல பாத்தீங்கன்னா members, இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஒரு ஃபிளாட் இருக்குன்னா அந்த ஃபிளாட்ல சார் ஒரு 100 வீடு இருக்குன்னு வச்சுக்குவேன். அந்த வீட்டுக்குள்ள ஒரு மீட்டர் இருக்கும். அந்த வீட்டுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற மீட்டருக்கு வீட்டு ஓனர் தான் என்ன எடுத்திருப்பாருன்னா கரண்ட் எடுத்திருப்பார். Are you really with me? Hello sir.
Yes, sir.
So here it is principle. The principle is the member. ஏன்னா கரண்ட் பில் மெம்பர் கட்டலைனா சார் பெனால்டி கட்ட வேண்டியது மெம்பர், கரண்ட் கட் பண்றது சார் மெம்பர் கையில. Are you really with me? All the consequences face பண்ண வேண்டியது மெம்பர். என்னப்பா? That means இங்க RWA என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா ஜஸ்ட் மெம்பர்ஸ் கிட்ட இருந்து எலக்ட்ரிசிட்டி பில்ல கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஜஸ்ட் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பே மட்டும்தான் பண்றாங்க. That means RWA is acting as a pure agent. Acting as a
Pure agent.
If RWA is acting as an agent,
Pure agent.
pure agent na நீ 1000 ரூபாய் உனக்கு செலவாயிருக்கு, அந்த 1000 ரூபாய் உங்ககிட்ட நான் கலெக்ட் பண்றேன், அந்த 1000 ரூபாய் நான் பே பண்றேன், அதுல எனக்கு ப்ராஃபிட்டும் கிடையாது லாஸும் கிடையாது. It is called as reimbursement. It is called as
Reimbursement.
அந்த reimbursement na GST என்ன சொல்லுதுனா rule number 33 of the valuation rules, which is not there for CA Indirect, only there for CA final. Pure agent services க்கு hello sir,
Yes, sir.
GST கட்ட வேண்டிய. Are you ready with me?
Yes, sir.
Sir, இதே இப்போ ஒரு RWA ல காமன் ஏரியான்னு ஒன்னு இருக்கும். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் பால்கனி சார், கீழே வந்து என்ன சார் காரிடோரு சார், லைட்ஸ் இருக்கும், கார்டன் இருக்கும். Are you really with me? அதோட EB கனெக்ஷன் மெம்பர்ஸோட பேர்ல எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. அதோட EB கனெக்ஷன் RWA ஓட பேர்ல தான் எடுப்பாங்க. அந்த அசோசியேஷனோட பேர்ல தான் எடுப்பாங்க. அப்ப அதுக்கு EB பில் கட்டலேனா RWA is the principal, they are responsible, they are liable to pay penalty. So here, even though RWA is collecting only the cost from the members, principle of or the rule of pure agent will not work. Work agad because agent கிடையாது. RWA is the principal. Correct? In the earlier case, above case, sir, RWA is the pure agent. So I'm reading the second part and third part. With this background, I will explain once again. தெளிவா கேட்டுங்க. Electricity charges levied by state electricity board on the members of RWA. அப்ப current connection யார் பேர்ல இருக்கு? Members பேர்ல. அவங்க கட்டலைனா யார் consequence? Members consequence. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? அப்போ the same was collected from members and remitted to the board on behalf of the members. அப்ப யார்கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்கி? members கிட்ட இருந்து வாங்கி just RWA என்ன மட்டும் தான் பண்றாங்க? That means pure agent condition. Pure agent condition satisfy ஆனதுனால as per rule number என்ன 33 value of supply ல include பண்ண வேண்டிய. So this will not form part of value of supply. But the electricity charges levied by state electricity board on the NWA. அப்ப bill raise பண்ணி இருக்கிறதே யாருக்கு மேல? In respect of electricity consumed for என்ன use of lift and light in the area. Bill was raised in the name of. So RWA is the principal. They can't act as an agent. They are the person. Are you with me? RWA collected the said charge by apportioning them equally among etna family and then remitted the same to the board. So even though there is no profit or loss, the amount collected by NWA, RWA is liable to GST. It is what? I will give final conclusion like this. This is the final logic to understand that. One line, I will explain everything. There is electricity board. Electricity board is supplying to members. This is what transaction number 1. Transaction number 2, there is electricity board. They are supplying to RWA. RWA is supplying to members. Any services provided by transmission or distribution of electricity by a transmission or distribution utility is exempt from GST. அப்ப electricity board members கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா it is transmission or distribution of electricity by a, hence this is exempt from GST. For that you can apply rule number 33, that is an agent. Sir, if service has been provided by the electricity board to the NWA, this is covered in exemption because transmission or distribution of by a, but RWA is providing electricity to its members. RWA is not a transmission or distribution of utility. அதனால this should be taxable. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
So here pure agent concept will not be applicable. That's a logic. That's a pure logic. Clear?
Yes, sir.
So electricity board யார் கொடுத்தா? Members கொடுத்தா இல்ல electricity board RWA கொடுத்தா it is exempted. But யார் வாங்கி? யார் கொடுத்தா? அங்க pure agent concept என்ன ஆகாது? apply ஆகாது. That is liable to GST. So this is exempt from GST, but this is taxable. Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Proceeds from sale of entry ticket to a musical performance conducted by the RWA in the park of Blue Ever Housing Society, where the consideration for admission is not more than etna per person. Have you anywhere heard this musical performance? Circus, dance, theater, including drama or ballet. So this is covered in other events. What is the threshold limit? This is only. So exempt from. Other services to non-members is compute the value of taxable supply and GST liability of RWA of Blue Ever Housing Society for the month of November. It does not avail the threshold exemption. All the above amounts are exclusive of GST. Point number 1. Wherever applicable, time of supply falls in the month of November. Rate of GST is at 18%. So monthly subscription charge taxable, exempt. Why taxable? So if per month per member contribution of any or some member of RWA exceeds rupees, entire contribution of such members whose per month contribution exceeds 7,500 would be ineligible for exemption under the said notification. So GST would then be leviable on the aggregate amount of monthly contribution of such members. Paka? Number 2. Amount collected towards electricity charges levied by electricity board on the members of NWA. Sir, taxable exempt. Here, an agent. Service provided by an RWA in the name of its members acting as an agent of its members are excluded from value of taxable supply available for the purpose of exemption provided under the mega exemption notification. Are you all really with me?
Yes, sir.
Third one, sir, amount collected towards any charges levied by an electricity board on the NWA in respect of electricity consumed for any use of lift and light in common area is taxable because your pure agent conditions will not be. Sir, in case of electricity bill issued in the name of NWA in respect of electricity consumed for any use of lift and light in common area, exclusion from the value of taxable supply would not be. Since there is no agent involved in this transaction. ஏன்னா RWA இங்க என்னவா ஆக்ட் பண்றாங்க? பிரின்சிபல் ஆக்ட் பண்றாங்க. என்னவா கிடையாது. ரைட். ஏன்னா பில் வர்றதே RWA பேர்ல. அவங்களால ஏஜெண்டா இருக்க முடியாது. ரைட். Fantastic understanding, brilliant understanding. I'm coming to the earlier transaction. It's a very hit question for examination. At least 5 to 7 times asked in CA final. That much hit area, RWA question, that to 6 to 7 mark they will ask. Because everyone will not be able to appreciate or understand that pure agent concept. They will get confused. In examination, they will take, so some options they will take, taxable, exempted. Are you understanding? Next one, sir, other services to proceeds from sale of entry ticket to a musical performance held in the park of the housing society. Since the consideration is less than entry to entertainment events where the consideration for admission is not more than rupees 500 per person is exempt from GST. So, nothing will be taxable. But other services to yark, it is liable for GST. So, the total comes to 2,92,000 there. So, value of taxable supply exclusive of GST is how much? 17,24,000. Every question they are specifically saying that all the above amounts are exclusive of GST. Correct? அப்ப இது எதுவும் இன்க்ளூசிவா இல்ல. இந்த லைன் இல்லைன்னா it has to be assumed that it is inclusive of GST. அப்ப 118 போடணும் நம்ம. அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? அந்த லைன் கொடுக்கறதா இருந்தா into 18%, 3,10,392 is the GST payable. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
With this question number 3 of slot number 3 comes to an end is the call. I'm moving to the other exemptions, my dear lovable students. Illustration number 40 is the target. Mr. X, a famous cricketer, furnished you with the following information of the various receipts for the month ended 39/2021. You are required to determine his GST liability of all the amounts are exclusive of GST. Receipts from any authority of India for participation in recognized sport. So he got 50 lakhs as a player. Yes or no? Taxable exempt? Exempted, sir. Because there is a specific exemption saying that if as an individual, if you are getting any money from a recognized, it is enough from GST. A receipt from franchisee of IPL, that is CSK. Are you all really with me?
Yes, sir.
Not a recognized sports body. Rupees 75 lakh is what?
Taxable.
Receipts from acting as brand ambassador for corporate client.
Taxable.
Receipts of sports training academy to coach any players. Young players. Taxable, exempt. Taxable because this is not a recognized sports body. Correct? Sir, sports training academy is there. Player is providing service to sports training academy. That sports training academy is providing service to, sir, young players. Correct? This is NSR, elder player. He is training through the dash. Sports training. Rate of GST is 18%. Shall we go through computation of value of taxable supply and GST liability? Receipts from Sports Authority of India for participation in recognized sports, it is exempted, sir, through exemption notification. Receipts from franchisee of IPL, not a, hence liable to. receives from acting as an ambassador for a client liable to GST. Receipts of sport training academy to coach a player liable for GST since sports training by charitable entity registered under section 12AA of the Income Tax Act is exempt. Only by sports by is exempted. But this is not charitable trust. This is receipts of sports training academy to coach young player. It is liable to GST since sports training by charitable entity registered under 12AA is only exempted. Hence this is so value of taxable supplies 1 crore. Question specifically said that exclusive of so into 18% comes to 20,16,000. Are you really with me? With this question number of session number slot number comes to an. Are you able to appreciate what is? I'm moving to services by charitable trust. Services by charitable trust. This is one of the another important question, my dear lovable students. Another question where at least 7 to 8 times tested in examination. Very important question according to me. ABCT, an entity registered under section 12A of the Income Tax Act, has furnished you the following details with respect to the activities undertaken by it. You are required to compute its GST liability from the information given below. அப்போ ஒரு ட்ரஸ்டோட டீடைல்ஸ் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அதுல இருந்து GST liability எவ்வளவு வருதுன்னு சொல்றாங்க. ஓகேவா? Fees charged for yoga camp. என்ன camp? Yoga camp is a charitable activity, hence it is exempt from GST. Right? So any fees received by the charitable trust from the activity of yoga is exempt from GST. Amount received for advancement of any program relating to abandoned, orphan, homeless children. This is a real charitable activity. It is enough from amount received for renting of commercial property owned by the trust. This is தவறான செயல், taxable. இதுதான் தவறான செயல். ஏன்னா நீ யாரா இருந்துட்டு என்ன பண்ணிருக்க பாருங்க. Amount received for renting of commercial property owned by the trust. Taxable exempt. Payment made for, oh my god, payment made for. என்ன made for? அப்ப charitable trust pay பண்ணனும்னா service receive பண்ணிருக்காங்க மீன். Service அப்பதான consideration pay பண்ணனும் இல்லையா? Payment made for service received from a provider located in England for the purpose of providing an activity. We are having an IGST exemption. If the service provider is situated outside India and service recipient is a registered charitable trust for the purpose of providing charitable activity in India, it is exempt from GST. Amount received for activity relating to preservation of forest and wildlife. Charitable activity, so taking care of the forest and wildlife. Hello sir.
Yes, sir.
It is enough from GST. Donation received. Sir, this point is important. I will tell you. Listen very carefully. Donation received from Mr. Danveer for construction of orphanage in the memory of his father. This has to be written. Donated by Mr. Danveer, the memory of his father. அந்த பில்டிங்க்கு முன்னாடி இப்படி ஒரு போர்டு எழுதி வச்சோம். என்னன்னா இந்த அமௌண்ட் இந்த பில்டிங் கட்டுறதுக்கான 1 கோடியோ 10 கோடியோ யாரு கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா தன்வீர் கொடுத்திருக்காரு. அவரோட அப்பாவோட memory. Was written on the main door of the orphanage constructed with the said donation. இதோட rules and regulation சார் CBIC சர்க்குலர் என்னங்கறத எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றேன். தெளிவா கேட்டுங்க. For example, charitable trust இருக்குன்னு வெச்சு. இந்த charitable trustக்கு donation or voluntary contribution வருது. ஓகேவா? ஜெனரலா யாராவது டொனேஷனோ வாலண்டரி கான்ட்ரிபியூஷனோ தந்து அது சேரிட்டபிள் பர்பஸ்க்காக யூஸ் பண்ணாங்கன்னா அதுக்கு ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டிய. சரி, இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் தேர் இஸ் a charitable trust. Understand very carefully. there is a charitable trust. To this charitable trust, hello sir, ANM Classes or ANM is contributing 10 lakhs. ANM Classes or ANM is contributing
10 lakhs.
with an idea that, sir, in front of the door of the NSR charitable trust or the building which I am sponsoring, அங்க ANM அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு என் போட்டோ போடணும். அந்த வழியா யார் வந்துட்டு போனாலும் சார் இந்த டோர் என்ன சார் தெரியணும். Are you really with me? அந்த என்ன சார் பில்டிங் சைட்ல இந்த என்ன சார் போட்டோ பக்கத்துல படிச்சாதான் பாஸ், படிச்சா மட்டும்தான் பாஸ் இப்படின்னு எழுதணும். சார் இங்க பிராக்கெட்ல வேணா இந்த நவம்பர் தான் அப்படின்னு எழுதலாம். சார் என்னோட பர்பஸ் என்னன்னா வர்றவங்களும் போறவங்களும் எல்லாருமே சார் ANM கிளாஸஸ் பத்தியும் ANM பத்தியும் தெரியணும். நான் 10 லட்சம் ரூபாய் சேரிட்டபிள் ட்ரஸ்டுக்கு கொடுத்தது சார் சேரிட்டபிள் ட்ரஸ்ட் நல்லா இருக்கணும், நல்லா இல்லைங்கிறதுனால இல்லை. நான் பாப்புலர் ஆகணும், நான் அட்வர்டைஸ் ஆகணும், என்னோட மார்க்கெட்டிங் ஆக்டிவிட்டிக்காக தான் நான் கொடுத்தேன். அப்படி மார்க்கெட்டிங் ஆக்டிவிட்டிக்காக கொடுத்தேன்னா சார் charitable trust is the service provider and ANM is the service recipient. They are providing advertisement services. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
If it is any services,
Advertisement services.
it is liable to GST. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Appreciate பண்றியா? இங்கதான் questionோட crux இருக்கு. Donation received from Mr. Dhanavir for construction of orphanage in memory of his father. போய் சேர்ந்துட்டாரு அப்படின்னா செத்து போனவருக்கு என்ன அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட்? அதனால அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்ட் கண்டிஷன் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை ஆகல. Hence this will not be treated as consideration. அதனால there is no GST for this 30 lakh. That is a reading of the question. I'm coming to the next one. This point actually we have already highlighted. Actually this point is a circular, CBSE circular. Below the notes I will read and I will show you. Since I already know the circular, I am explaining to you. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Receipts of old age home meant for resident of 3 years or more. Consideration per month per member is how much? 5,000. Including of boarding, lodging and maintenance. Up to how much allowed? 25,000 is allowed. This is only how much?
5,000.
Hence this is GST has been charged separately wherever applicable. That means exclusive concept. Rate of GST is what percentage?
18%.
Shall we see the answer?
Yes, sir.
Computation of GST liability of A, B, C, D. Fees charged for yoga camp conducted by the trust. Nothing is there because it is an activity.
Charitable.
Service provided by an entity registered under section 12A of the Income Tax Act by way of charitable activity are exempt from GST. Sir, the definition of the term charitable activity inter alia means advancement of
Yoga.
அப்ப யோகா பண்ணா
GST.
GST கிடையாது. Advancement of educational program relating to abandoned, orphan or இவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் எஜுகேஷன் சொல்லி கொடுத்தா GST கிடையாது இல்ல, அதெல்லாம் charitable activity, அதனால GST கிடையாது. ரைட்டா? Preservation of environment including watershed, forest and wildlife charitable activity. அது charitable organization பண்ணாங்கன்னா GST கட்ட வேண்டிய. Okay man. On that basis, the first point, sir, there is no GST. Fine. Amount received for activity relating to preservation of NSR, forest and wildlife. Receipt of old age home meant for resident of 3 years or more. Consideration per month per member is how much? Inclusive of dash 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 maintenance. Sir, we are having working note number 4. The pathuko service by NH home run by entity registered under NAA of the Act to which yarke age 3 years or more against consideration up to rupees per month per member, provided that consideration charged is including charges for boarding, lodging and maintenance are enough from GST. Here the consideration is only 5,000, which is less than. Hence, donation received from Mr. Dhanavir for construction of orphanage in dash of his father. Sir, working note number 5 clarifies the explanation. We are going to working note number 5. The CBI's white circular number something bar something has clarified that when the name of the donor is displayed in the recipient institution premises in such a manner which can be said to be an expression of gratitude and public recognition of donors' acts of philanthropy and not aimed at giving publicity to the donor in such manner it would be an advertising or promotion of his business, then it can be said that there is no supply of service for a consideration in the form of donation. அதாவது நான் ஒரு விஷயம் பண்றேன் சார், எவனோ ஒருத்தர் வந்து 10 கோடி எனக்கு காசு கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, அந்த ஒரு மரியாதைக்கு அவரோட பேர் தெரியணுங்கிற அந்த ஒரு இன்டென்ஷன்ல தான் போர்டு போடுறேனே தவிர அவரையோ அவரோட பிசினஸையோ ப்ரமோட் பண்றது கிடையாதுன்னா அது என்னவே ஆகாது, சேரிட்டபிள் ஆக்டிவிட்டியே ஆகாது சார். என்ன சார், அட்வர்டைஸ்மெண்டே ஆகாது. அப்ப அதை கன்சிடரேஷனா ட்ரீட் பண்ண வேண்டிய there is no obligation quid pro quo on part of recipient of the donation or gift to do anything supply of service. Therefore there is no GST liability on such consideration. அது ஒரு ஆக்டிவிட்டியே ஆவாததுனால அதுக்கு வர கன்சிடரேஷனுக்கு ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டிய. ஆனா amount received for renting of commercial property owned by the trust is liable to GST. Yes sir, because this is renting of commercial property. Hello sir. Tell me, sir, you will get the value of taxable supply up to this how much lakh? 35 lakh. On that 18% comes to 6,30,000. Are you really with me? This is part A. The relevance of part A is FCM. Enna charge mechanism? This is NSR RCM, a reverse charge mechanism. Right? You have to classify and write the answer. Service to be taxed on in a charge basis. Payment made for service received from a service provider located in England for the purpose of providing an activity. It is exempted, man. Hence it is nil. Paka? I am reading, sir, point number 2. Service recipient is liable to pay GST in case of taxable service provided by any person located in a taxable territory and received by any person located in the our service received from a provider of service located in non-taxable territory by an entity registered under NIA for the purpose of providing charitable activity or NF from GST. Are you really with me? Renting of commercial property owned by the trust is liable to GST. So, sir, on this GST liability here is exempted. Same 6,30,000 rupees is the GST liability. With this we are through with another question. 5th question of slot number 3 comes to an. We are into the last question, I think. Question number 6. With that, we are through with the. State with reason whether the following are liable to goods and services tax. Service by an individual by way of training or coaching in recreational activity relating to arts and culture. Service provided by a player to a franchisee which is not a regulated sports body. Preschool education and education up to higher secondary. Exempted. Service by a veterinary clinic in relation to health care of birds and animals. Service by way of public conveyances such as provision of facilities of washroom. Exempted. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
So that's answer, man. Exempted, taxable, exempted, exempted, and exempted. With this we can say that we are through with section 11. Comes to an end. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
So we are moving into the next slot. In this slot we will be completing 7 questions. In that question number 1 is a past examination question. Listen carefully. Sometimes the same question may be repeated in exam. Mr. X, a manufacturer in Raju, has supplied goods value rupees 1 lakh to Mr. A, dealer in Raju. So a person was in Raju has sold goods to a person in Raju. This is a interstate supply or intrastate supply. Because both the supplier and the recipient or the place of supply are situated in the same. Then CGST and SGST has to be collected. Correct? Yes, Mr. A supplied that said goods to Mr. B of Madhya Pradesh after making value addition of எத்தனை percentage? இப்ப x a க்கு வித்தாங்க, a b க்கு விக்கிறாங்க, b எங்க இருக்காங்க? Mr. B further supplied that goods to C of Madhya Pradesh after making value addition of எத்தனை percentage? You are required to determine tax payable by Mr. X, Mr. A and Mr. B in respect of said transaction, assuming the rate of GST is 18%. Also determine the amount of revenue earned by central and state government. Okay? Sir, I just want the consolidation. Please help me. 100% focus. Sir, first transaction, first supply between yaru to yaru. X to A. Where X is situated? Rajasthan. A. Nature. Intrastate supply. Correct. Sir, GST, CGST and okay, transaction number 1 comes to an transaction number 2 is between A, where is A? Okay man, same Rajasthan. B, Madhya Pradesh. Sir, nature, interstate supply, IGST has to be levied. Okay? Yes sir. Third transaction between B to C. Sir, B is situating in Madhya Pradesh. C, Madhya Pradesh. It's a intrastate supply, CGST and SGST. Right? Actually, this is a good question according to me, because this one question will tell you what entire GST is all about. Full GST என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது இந்த ஒரு கொஸ்டின். இந்த ஒரு கொஸ்டின் புரிஞ்சா GST முடிஞ்சிச்சு. மிச்சம் எல்லாமே ப்ரொசீஜரல் ஆஸ்பெக்ட்ஸ் தான். சோ அழகா என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்க. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் நீங்க ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. யார் யாருக்கு வித்திருக்காங்க? X A க்கு வித்திருக்காங்க. என்ன ஸ்டேட் சப்ளை? Right. What tax has to be collected? So in case of interstate supply of goods, supplier would charge IGST at the specified rate on supply. That's a normal common sense. First one I'm going to analyze. Supply of goods by X of Rajasthan, correct? Number 1, X of Rajasthan sent to Mr. A of Rajasthan. A of Rajasthan. Are you really with me? Both are situated in Rajasthan. It's a tax to be collected is what is the base value? 1 lakh. அதுக்கு மேல CGST எவ்வளவு கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க? SGST. So 9,000. So price charged by X from யார்கிட்ட? A. It's a dash state supply of good. Is 1,18,000. Okay. X is the first stage supplier. X is the and hence does not have credit of CGST, SGST or an Now I am coming to transaction number 2. Supply of goods by A of Rajasthan to B of this is a with a value addition of. Sir, what is the value charged for supply of goods? How much into how much? Comes to because 1 lakh is the amount received. On that how much lakh? 1 lakh 20% value addition is there. So 1,20,000. Appreciate பண்றியா? Sir, இது intrastate supply interstate supply? Interstate supply na IGST at the rate of எத்தனை percent? அப்ப 1,20,000 மேல 18% போட்டேனா what is the total price charged by A from B for interstate supply? Now என்ன சார் இவரை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் யார் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்கா? A. யார் கிட்ட இருந்து? B. என்ன டாக்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? From whom A purchased? Sir, A X கிட்ட இருந்து என்ன பண்ணும்போது CGST SGST pay பண்ணிருக்காரா? So it's having credit of CGST and CGST credit 9,000, SGST credit 21,600 ல இருந்து 18,000 போச்சுனா 3,600 is the net to the government. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
The IGST charged on B of Madhya Pradesh for supply of goods will be remitted by A of Rajasthan to the appropriate account of any government. Rajasthan will transfer SGST credit of 9,000 utilized in the payment of IGST to the government, central government. This I will explain by way of below computation table. That's what the next step is all about. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Third transaction, supply of goods by B of Madhya Pradesh to C of Madhya Pradesh, value addition at 20%. B will avail credit of IGST paid by him on purchase of goods or service and utilize such credit for being set off against the CGST and on the local or supply of goods or services made by him to C. What is the value levied? 1 lakh? ஏன்னா first person 1 lakh second person 1 lakh rupees க்கு வாங்கி 20,000 rupees value add பண்ணி 1,20,000 க்கு transfer பண்ணிருக்காரா? அப்ப third person க்கு 1,20,000 rupees வந்திருக்கா? அதோட 120% comes to 1,40,000. Fantastic to record. இது என்ன state supply? அதுக்கு CGST எத்தனை percent? Comes to SGST 9%. So total price charged by B from C for local supply of goods or services comes to 1,69,000. Pakka.
Yes, sir.
So now இப்ப இவரோட நெட் என்ன சார் டாக்ஸ் பேயபிள் கால்குலேட் பண்ணுமா? என்ன டாக்ஸ் இவர் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிருக்காரு? CGST SGST. இவர் என்ன டாக்ஸ் கொடுத்து வாங்கி இருக்காரு? That IGST can be taken as credit against CGST payable.
Yes, sir.
12,960 is the payable.
Yes, sir.
அப்ப அத knock off பண்ணியாச்சுனா CGST payable to central government இல்ல?
Yes, sir.
Sir, SGST payable is 12,960 யா?
Yes, sir.
Sir, இவர் டோட்டலா எவ்வளவு IGST கொடுத்திருந்தார்? 21,000. அதுல எவ்வளவு செட் ஆஃப் பண்ணியாச்சு? பேலன்ஸ் எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? 8,640. ஆனா இங்க எவ்வளவு பேயபிள் இருக்கு? அப்ப 12,000 என்ன 60 ல இருந்து 8,640 knock off பண்ணியாச்சுனா என்ன பேயபிள்? 4,320 என்ன பேயபிள்? Central government will transfer IGST credit of 8,640 utilized in the payment of SGST to Madhya Pradesh importing state. So in the table is the crux. Before that, sir, I am consolidating once again. Please help me. This is just a revision or the repetition for your benefit. First, respond மட்டும் பண்ணுங்க, book பார்க்காதீங்க. யாருக்கு வித்தா? XCA க்கு வித்தா. What is the value? 1 lakh. What is the nature of supply? What is the tax to be collected? So add CGST, add SGST, total comes to 1 lakh. That's a game over. Yeah. Next one, A to B is a dash state supply. Interstate supply. Correct? So what tax has to be collected? First one, value 1 lakh. Sorry, 1 lakh. Because you can take the ITC. Yeah. Sir, value is how much lakh? 1 lakh. Value addition comes to 20,000. 1 lakh plus 20,000. 1,20,000. Yes, sir. On this 1,20,000, you will collect at a percent. Comes to. Okay, man. Total comes to 1,41,600. Game over. Then B to C, it's a value is 1 lakh. Add 20% comes to 20. 1,20,000 plus 24. Sir, add NSC. At comes to 12,960. Add SGST at 9%. 12,000. Total comes to 1,68,000. 69. 1,69,920. So this is what happened. So according to X, according to yaar? Excess collected collected sir CGST 9000 அப்ப CGST எவ்வளோ 9000 SGST எவ்வளோ 9000 this will pay to the central government and state government respectively by X. Now coming to யாருக்கு தெரியுமா A has collected hello sir A has collected 21600 and A has paid 9000 so let's say 9000 let's say 9000 net 3000 is the IGST paid is the IGST paid so these are the tax component are you really with me yes sir எல்லாரும் appreciate பண்ண முடியுது yes sir here this guy has collected sir CGST and SGST yes sir 12960 and 12960 this is the output tax collected yes sir and this guy has paid IGST of so less ITC 12960 I am setting off against the CGST correct yes, I am having what also SGST also so out of 21000 if I set off 12960 I am having 8640 so 8640 if I knock it off net is 4320 what tax so final here I will pay CGST plus clarity yes, here Mr. A will pay clarity yes, here B will pay SGST pakka yes, ipo transaction correcta purinjuko this table is key this table is important this table may ask for 5 mark in examination na correcta alaga logic solli thana statement of revenue earned by central and government state government shall we do yes, sir. First யாருக்கு வித்தா XA க்கு வித்தாங்க கரெக்ட்டா XA க்கு விக்கும்போது சார் அது என்ன சப்ளையா இருந்துச்சு இன்ட்ரா ஸ்டேட் சப்ளையா இருந்தா ஹலோ சார் கன்சம்ப்ஷன் எங்கிருந்து எங்க நடந்துக்குன்னா ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருந்து ராஜஸ்தானுக்கே நடந்துருக்கு அப்ப கன்சம்ப்ஷன் எந்த ஸ்டேட்டுக்குள்ள நடந்ததுனால the state entitled to get the revenue is Rajasthan correct தானே அப்ப யார் வித்திருக்கா 9000 rupees central government க்கும் 9000 rupees Rajasthan government க்கும் nothing will go to the Madhya Pradesh government 9000 rupees central government க்கும் 9000 rupees state government க்கும் அப்படினு சொல்லக்கூடாது 9000 rupees central government க்கும் 9000 rupees Rajasthan state government க்கு பே பண்ணுவாங்க yes sir இப்போ அந்த goods சார் X A க்கு வித் A B க்கு வித்தாச்சு A B க்கு விக்கும்போது எங்க இருந்து எங்கக்கு ராஜஸ்தான் அப்படினா ராஜஸ்தான் is not the state entitled to enjoy that GST யாருக்கு GST வரக்கூடாது ராஜஸ்தானுக்கு GST வரக்கூடாது ஆனா முதல் கட்டனது யாருக்கு அப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா ராஜஸ்தான் அவங்க பாக்கெட்ல வந்து விழுந்த எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ் ரீபே பண்ணிடுவாங்க சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு அதனாலதான் 9000 மைனஸ் ஆகுது சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு அந்த 9000 பிளஸ் ஆகுது அப்ப டிரான்ஸ்பர் பை ராஜஸ்தான் டு என்ன கவர்மெண்ட் ஏன்னா அந்த குட்ஸ் அல்டிமேட்டா எங்க கன்சியூம் ஆவல consume. But Rajasthan is not entitled for the revenue. Yes, but NSR, they are having 9,000. Yes, so from their pocket, they will reverse that money to the government. Clarity. Yes, Appo first transaction oru pangu endha government? Central government. Innoru pangu endha government ku? Rajasthan state government. Ada reverse money yaar kudutanga? அப்ப ரெண்டு பங்குமே யார் கையில தான் இருக்கு கிளாரிட்டி அதுக்கப்புறம் ஏபிக்கு வித்தாங்களா ஏபிக்கு வித்த போது நெட் டாக்ஸ் ஐஜிஎஸ்டியா ஐஜிஎஸ்டி ஐஜிஎஸ்டினா அதுவும் யாருக்கு தான் போகும் அதனால தான் சப்ளை ஆஃப் குட்ஸ் பை A to B 3600 அதுவும் சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட வந்து நிக்குது இப்போ எந்த கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட காசே இல்ல அடுத்த டிரான்சாக்ஷன் பிசிக்கு விக்கிறாங்களா? பிசிக்கு விக்கும் போது பி எங்க இருக்காங்க? சி எங்க இருக்காங்க? கரெக்டா? அப்ப அல்டிமேட்டா அந்த குட்ஸுக்கு ஜிஎஸ்டி என்ஜாய் பண்றதுக்கான அவகாசம் கிளாரிட்டி. இப்ப ஃபுல் காசுமே யார்கிட்ட இருக்கு? சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட இருக்கு. கரெக்டா? இந்த டிரான்சாக்ஷன்ல நெட் எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி பே பண்றாங்களா? எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்டா? இது எந்த ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்டா இருக்கும்? அப்ப மத்திய பிரதேஷ்க்கு எவ்வளவு வந்து விழும்? 4320. The supply of goods by B to C 4320. Are you really with me? Ultimate sir எவ்வளவு rupees ஓட goods? இது ultimate sale ஆனது எவ்வளவு rupees? 1,40,000. கரெக்ட் தானே? இந்த 1,40,000 ஹலோ சாரே 1,40,000 சிஜிஎஸ்டியா எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டியா? ரெண்டும் இருக்கு சார். சிஜிஎஸ்டி எவ்வளவு? சிஜிஎஸ்டி 12,960. எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி அப்ப சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு 12,960 வரணுமா? ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் 12,960 வரணுமா? ஆனா இங்க நெட்டா எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 320. யாருக்கு பே பண்ணிருக்காங்க? மத்திய பிரதேஷ். அப்ப 12,000 என்ன 60 ல 4,320 பே பண்ணாங்கன்னா எவ்வளவு வரணும்? இந்த காசு இவங்க கிட்ட இருக்கும். எஸ்ஆர்ஓவா? யார் கிட்ட இருக்கும்? அப்ப சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் should pay 8,640 to the எந்த ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட்? அப்ப சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்டோட கணக்க பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஹலோ சார் ஆல்ரெடி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து ஒரு 9,000 ரிவர்சல் கிடைச்ச ஒரு 9,000 ஐஜிஎஸ்டி வந்து சேர்ந்த நெட் ஐஜிஎஸ்டி வந்தது 3,000 டோட்டலா சேர்த்தா 21,000. அதுல அவங்களோட ஷேர் எவ்வளவுதான் இருக்கு? அப்ப 21,600 minus 12,000 and 60 comes to how much? This 8,640 has to be reimbursed by the central government to the Madhya Pradesh government. That's what this 8,640 is all about. Are you ready with me?
Yes, sir.
I hope that you are able to appreciate and understand how the GST flows.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I will be consolidating once again. Don't irritate because this is a past examination question. Maybe tested again for CA final and again for inter. The logic or the reason is you may learn big things in GST, but you don't know the basics of GST. How the sharing of income. You may know, you may not know, but they may test. I am consolidating, sir, before winding up this discussion. Fantastic, brilliant, outstanding discussion. Yeah. முதல்ல யாருக்கு விக்கிறா? XA க்கு விக்கிறோம். XA க்கு விக்கும்போது it's a dash state supply. அப்ப X 9,000 யாருக்கும்? 9,000 யாருக்கும்? ராஜஸ்தான் ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் பே பண்ணிடுவாங்க. கிளாரிட்டி. சார் இப்ப ராஜூல இருந்து மத்திய பிரதேஷ்க்கு குட்ஸ் டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆயிடுச்சு அப்படின்னு அந்த இன்கம் ராஜஸ்தான் கிட்ட இருக்கவே உடனே ராஜு என்ன பண்ணிடுவாங்கன்னா அந்த 9,000 என்ன பண்ணிடுவாங்கன்னா சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ரிட்டர்ன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. அப்ப ராஜுக்கு அவுட், சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு இன். ரெண்டாவது டிரான்சாக்ஷன் என்ன ஸ்டேட் சப்ளை? இந்த ஸ்டேட் சப்ளைங்கிறதுனால ஐஜிஎஸ்டி சார். எஸ் சார். ஐஜிஎஸ்டினா யாரு கட்டுவேன்? நெட் ஐஜிஎஸ்டி எவ்வளவு? அப்ப சப்ளை ஆஃப் குட்ஸ் பை A to B நெட் ஐஜிஎஸ்டி 3,600. கிளாரிட்டி. இப்ப சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் 9,000 இருக்கு, ஒரு 3,600 இருக்கு, இன்னொரு 9,000 இருக்கு, டோட்டலா 21,000. ஆனா இவ்வளவு அவங்க கையில வைக்க கூடாது, அவங்களோட ஷேரை விட. அப்ப அல்டிமேட் சப்ளை அது ஃபைனல் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை எவ்வளவு பாரு. ஃபைனல் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை 1,40,000. அதோட 9% யாருக்கு வரணும்? சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட். கம்ஸ் ஹவ் மச்? 12,960. ஓகே மேன். இதே 12,960 தான் யாருக்கு வரணும்? மத்திய பிரதேஷ் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு வரணும். கரெக்டா இல்லையா சார்? ஆனா மத்திய பிரதேஷ் கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பி ஆல்ரெடி எவ்வளவு கட்டி இருக்காரு? அப்ப 12,960 வர வேண்டிய இடத்துல 4,340 கட்டினதுனால அவருக்கு இன்னும் எவ்வளவு வரணும்? இந்த 8,640 யார் கையில் இருக்கு? So central government will minus 8,640 from their account and plus to the. So ultimately what is that? Net to the net to the net. Inga va calculator. முதல்ல ஒரு 9,000 வந்துச்சா? Plus ஒரு 3,600 வந்துச்சா? Plus ஒரு 9,000 வந்துச்சா? Minus 8,640 வந்துச்சா? 12,960 is the revenue of the. Sir, for Raju, they got 9,000. They repaid 9,000. Sir, Swaha, nothing is there for Rajasthan. For Madhya Pradesh, sir, they got 4,340 by payment of tax. They got 8,640 by way of transfer from the inner government. So total to total comes to. So both NSR, central government and the Madhya Pradesh government will share an equal revenue of 12,960. This is how the GST works. Basic question. Question number 1 comes to an end is the call. Clarity? I'll be doing section 7, supply. It's a very easy part, man. Sir, illustration number 2. A company has entered into an agreement with a customer for the manufacture and supply of cement pipe for their exclusive use. அப்போ ஒரு கம்பெனி என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா ஒரு அக்ரிமெண்ட்ல என்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. எதுக்காகனா சார் supply of cement pipes. Cement pipe supply பண்ணனும்னு சொல்லிட்டு company manufacture the product. சொன்ன மாதிரி company manufacture பண்ணிட்டாங்க. But before receiving the inspection certificate, their customer rejected some quantity of the goods on the grounds of quality. Hello sir. நான் சொன்ன குவாலிட்டிலேயே கிடையாது நீ goods manufacture பண்ணியிருக்கிறது rejected. Are you really with me? As per the agreement, the rejected quantity will be destroyed in front of the customer and shall not be sold. Agreement என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா in case reject ஆச்சுன்னா நீங்க எங்களோட கண் முன்னாடியே அதை destroy பண்ணணும். ஏன்னா இன்னொருத்தனை வித்து ஏமாத்தக்கூடாது. நாங்க ஏமாந்ததே போதும். புரியுதா இல்லையா? Examine the issue in the light of statutory provision, light அடிக்க சொல்றான், and suggest future course of action to the assessee as to where any liability arises as per the provision of NLO GST. Whether this will amount into supply or not is the question. Are you really with me? Sir, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services on board, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license. I'm analyzing that, sir, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or service or both, such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or disposal. They are also disposed, yes or no? Yes, sir. In front of the customer. Correct? Yes, sir. So, avangulu enna pannirukanga? Will this disposal amounting to supply or not is the question. In the disposal, sir, ivanga panna disposal oda definition la varuma? Taxable even under the GST is n of goods. The scope of term supply as given under section 7 of the N Act. As per section 7 subsection 1 clause A, supply includes all forms of supply of goods or services or both such as sale, barter, transfer, exchange, license, lease, rental or, that's a keyword, disposal, made or agreed to be made for a consideration by a person in the course or furtherance of business. Transaction where goods are destroyed without transfer of any kind taking place do not form under the ambit of the term supply. Supply na movement இல்லையே, நீயே என்ன சார் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணி நீயே கொளுத்தி இருக்க, கரெக்டா? விற்கவே இல்லை, அதுக்கு ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டிய. This company will not be liable to pay GST on the rejected quantity of cement pipe which were destroyed in front of the customer. However, the company will be required to reverse ITC, yes or no? Because blocked credit, lost or stolen goods, yes or no? In that return of destroyed, lost goods, no ITC is allowed as per section 17, subsection 5, clause H. Yes or no? H stands for hide, you are hiding. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Because of lost, stolen goods, hello sir, yes, sir, taken into respect of destroyed goods, since the same fall under the ambit of blocked credit under section 17, subsection 5, clause H of the CGST Act. So, in the disposal, அந்த டிஸ்போசல் கிடையாது. அங்க டிஸ்போசல் சொல்றது இங்கிலீஷ்ல சொன்ன டிஸ்போசல், விக்கிறது, மூவ் பண்றது, ஸ்கிராப்புக்கு விக்கிறது. ஹலோ சார், இது நாசம் பண்றது, கொளுத்துறது. ஹலோ சார், எரிக்கிறது. அப்படியெல்லாம் பண்ணா நீ ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டிய. I'm with you, sir. I'm moving to illustration number 3. I'm with you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anybody is there? Where is a grand clap? I'm moving to illustration number 3. Examine whether the following activity would amount to supply under section 7 of the CGST Act. Hitkari Charitable Trust, a trust engaged in providing medical relief enough cost, free of cost, donates books and stationery to children living in slum area. Will this amount to supply? No, sir, because there is no consideration. Free, providing medical relief enough cost. Because in order to be a supply, dash is mandate. Consideration is mandate. Correct? Even though there is no consideration, only the items which are covered in schedule 1 will be treated as a supply. This item is not covered in schedule 1. Clarity. So this will not be treated as. Karishma manufacturer having a factory in Jaipur and having a depot in Delhi. அப்போ ஜெய்ப்பூர்ல டெல்லியில ரெண்டு ஒரே ஸ்டேட்டா வேற ஸ்டேட்டா? both these establishment are registered in the respective state. ஜெய்ப்பூர்ல இருக்கிறது ஜெய்ப்பூர் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, டெல்லியில இருக்கிறது. finished goods are sent from the factory to the depot without consideration so that the same can be sold. Is this a supply? Even though there is no consideration, schedule 1 is saying that, sir, supply between related or distinct person should be treated as. Mannan, sir, Ma Mannan is an electronic commerce operator in Delhi. So he is a eco. Yenga. His father, who settled in London, is a well-known lawyer. Sir, ivaroda appa, father, well-known lawyer. Mannan has taken legal consultancy from him enough cost, free of cost, for with regard to his inner dispute. Family dispute. This is not in the course or furtherance of. So this will not be treated as. Would your answer be different if in the above case Mannan has taken advice in respect of business unit in Delhi? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then it will be treated as. Would your answer be different if in the case, yes sir, business unit in Delhi? Hello. Yes, same question repeated. I'm coming to the NSR answer. Section 7 of the Act provides that supply must be made for a consideration except the activity specified in schedule and in the course of furtherance of business. Since both these elements are missing, donation of book and stationery to children living in slum area would not amount to supply under section 7 of the Act. Schedule 1 of the CGST Act provides that supply of goods or service or both between a person or between distinct person as specified in section NFI is supply even without consideration provided made in the course or furtherance of. According to section 25 subsection 5 of the CGST Act, where a person was obtained or is required to obtain registration in a or in respect of an establishment as an establishment in another state, then such establishment shall be treated as establishment of. For the purpose of this act, in view of the same, factory and depot of Karishma manufacturers are establishment of. Therefore, supply of goods from factory to depot without consideration but in the course or furtherance of business is supply under section 7 of the Schedule 1 of the CGST Act provides that importation of services by a taxable person from a related person located outside India without consideration is treated as supply even if it is provided in the course or. In the given case, Mannan has received legal consultancy from his son free of cost in a personal matter and not in the course or furtherance of. Hence, service provided by Mannan's father to him would not be treated as supply under section 7 of the Act. In the above case, if Mannan has taken advice with regard to his business unit, service provided by Yaroda's son to him would be treated as supply under section 7 of the. And same are provided in the course or furtherance of business though received from a person. Are you able to appreciate to understand? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are through with question number 3 of slot number. I'm moving to the next question, question number 4. Sahab sales, past examination question. An AC dealer in Janakpuri, Delhi needs 4 AC for his newly constructed house in S enclave. So, 4 என்ன வேணும்னா சார் ஏசி வேணும். ஓகேவா? ஸோ சஹப் சேல்ஸ் ஒரு ஏசி டீலரா இருக்காரு. அவர் புதுசா ஒரு வீடு கட்டியிருக்காரு சாவுடா என்க்ளேவ்ல. அந்த சாவுடா என்க்ளேவுக்கு 4 ஏசி தேவைப்படுது. Therefore, it transfer 4 AC on which ITC has already been availed by it from its stock for a set purpose. Will this be amounted to supply?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Examine whether the said activity amount to supply under section 7 of the CGST Act. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
We are having one more part of the question. Further, Janakpuri resident Akash approached Sahab Sales. He sold an AC to Sahab Sales for 5,000. அப்ப ஆகாஷ் யாருக்கு வித்திருக்காருன்னா சஹப் சேல்ஸுக்கு 5,000 rupeesக்கு செகண்ட் ஹேண்ட் ஏசி வித்திருக்காரு. ஓகேவா? Akash had bought the said AC 6 months before for his residence. Does the sale of AC by Akash to Sahab Sales amounting to section 7 of the CGST Act முதல் விஷயம் சப்ளை ஆகுமா? ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் சப்ளை ஆகுமா? நோ சார். ஏன் ரெண்டாவது விஷயம் சப்ளை ஆகாதுன்னா it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
So, section 7 of the CGST Act stipulates that in order to qualify as supply, supply should be of dash or dash. Supply should be made for a. Supply should be made in the. Further schedule 1 of the CGST Act illustrate the activity to be treated as supply even if made without consideration. Sir, one such activity is permanent transfer or disposal of an asset where ITC has been on such asset. That is, said activity is to be treated as supply even if made without consideration. In view of the said provision, permanent transfer of AC by Sahab Sales from its stock for any use at its residence, though without consideration, would amount to supply. Clarity? However, sale of AC by Akash to Sahab Sales will not qualify as supply under section 7 of the Act. As although it is made for a consideration, but it is not in the. ஏன்னா ஆகாஷ் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் ஏசி விற்கிறது கிடையாது அவரோட பிசினஸ். அவர்கிட்ட ஒரு செகண்ட் ஹேண்ட் ஏசி இருந்திருக்கு. இப்போ உங்ககிட்ட ஒரு செகண்ட் ஹேண்ட் மொபைல் போன் இருக்கு. நீ அது கடையில போய் விற்கிற, அது இதுக்கு மேல ஒர்க் ஆகாதுன்னு உனக்கு வந்து ப்ரூவ் ஆனதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஹலோ சார் அப்படி நீ அது கடையில போய் விற்கிறேன்னா இட் இஸ் நாட் இன் த கோர்ஸ் ஆர் ஃபர்தரன்ஸ் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ். கரெக்டா? சோ அதனால சார் அது சப்ளை கிடையாது. Clarity? I'm moving to the 5th question, my dear lovable students. Illustration number 5. Mr. Ramesh gift a mobile phone to his employee because he won the best title, that is best employer of the year 2022. அப்போ ரமேஷ் எம்ப்ளாயர் யாருக்கு? எம்ப்ளாயிக்கு gift கொடுத்திருக்காரு. கரெக்டா? Value of mobile was how much? 65,000 means value more than 50,000. Does it qualify as supply? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because employer can give gift to the employee. Yes, sir. But the value of that gift should not exceed 50,000. This is because of 56 subsection 2 class 10. Yes or no? Yes, sir. There the gift limit is how much? 50,000. Here also gift limit is 50,000. So does it qualify as supply? Are these service provided by employee qualified as supply of service? Sir, are this service provided by the employee qualified as supply of service? No. Why? Employer-employee relationship. Schedule 3. Would your answer be different if gift of 45,000 has been given to employee? Yes. There is a limit of 50,000. So I am reading the answer. As per section 7, subsection 1, clause C, read with schedule 1 of the CGST Act. Supply of goods or services between related person is treated as supply, even if it is without consideration. As per explanation to section 15 of CGST Act, person shall be deemed to be a person if such person are dash and dash. Thus, gift of mobile phone worth rupees 65,000 will qualify as supply, and such supply would be leviable to. However, service provided by employee to the employer in the course or in relation to his employment are not treated as supply of as per schedule 3 of the Act. Gift not exceeding 50,000 in value in a financial year by an employer to the employee shall not be treated as supply of goods or service or both. So, gift of 45,000 given by employer to the employee would not be regarded as supply. Clarity? Yes, sir. Shall I move into the last question, I think, in this slot, illustration number 6. Last to last. Karma Enterprises appoints Rajul to procure certain goods from the market. அப்போ சார் கர்மா என்டர்பிரைசஸ் ரஜூல என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா ஒரு ஏஜெண்டா என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Rajul identify various supplier who can provide the goods as decided by Karma Enterprise and ask the supplier Satya manufacturer to send the goods and issue the invoice directly to யாருக்கு? அப்போ Rajul என்ன பண்ணிருக்காருன்னா சார் he has find out a supplier called as Satya manufacturer. Satya manufacturer கிட்ட என்ன சொல்லிருக்காருன்னா Satya, you raise the invoice to Karma, you supply the NSR goods to Karma. That means Rajul have no connection to touch with the goods. He does not have any power to put the invoice. So Rajul is not an agent as per section 7 of the CGST Act. Correct? You are required to determine whether Rajul can be considered as agent of Karma Enterprises in terms of schedule 1 of the CGST Act. No. As for section 7, subsection 1 clause C, read with schedule 1 of the CGST Act. Supply of goods by an agent to his principal, where the agent undertake to receive such goods on behalf of the owner. Qualify as supply, even if the same is made without consent. For the circular number something but something clarifies that. Enna agent relationship falls within the ambit of N1. Only where the goods being procured by the agent on behalf of the are invoiced in the name of the agent. Appo invoice yaar perla irukkom? In that case, further provisions of the said goods by the agent to the principal without consideration would be covered in schedule 1, thus qualify as supply. அப்ப ஏஜென்ட்க்கு என்ன ரைஸ் பண்ண முடியும்னா is an agent for the purpose of schedule 1. Otherwise he is an agent but not an agent for GST. Correct? I'm coming. So in this case Rajul is only acting as an agent and has in no way involved himself in the supply or receipt of the goods. The invoice is being issued in the name of K Enterprise and not, hence Rajul is not an agent of Karmavir Enterprises for the supply of goods in terms of schedule 1 of the. So one line summary of the entire discussion is, if the agent is having the rights to raise the invoice, he will be treated as per section 7 of the CGST Act. Paka? Yes, sir. We'll be doing the last question for this slot. Sir, composite and mixed supply. That's it. Illustration number 7. From the following information, determine the nature of supply and any liability. XYZ Limited, a manufacturer of cosmetic products, supplied a package consisting of an oil. GST rate? Sun cream, GST rate? Shampoo? Hair comb? Price per package is 500, exclusive of tax. 10,000 package were supplied by the company to the dealers. Determine the nature of supply. Mixed supply. It's tax liability they want, no? Yes, for that, sir, 10,000 into 500. What is the value of supply? 50. Tax rate will be 28%. So 58 lakhs into 28% comes to 14 lakhs is the tax payable. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. 14 lakhs is the tax payable. This supply would be regarded as what supply? Mixed supply. Since in this case, each of the goods in the package have dash identity and can be supplied separately, but are deliberately supplied conjointly for a single consolidated price. The tax rate applicable in case of mixed supply would be the rate of tax attributable to that one supply of goods or service which suffer the from among the supplies forming part of the mixed supply. Therefore, package will be chargeable to 28% GST. Right? Yes, value of taxable supply per package 500. Number of package, total value of supply 50 lakhs into 28% is the total taxable supply. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. So my dear lovable students, in the total list we are done with introduction to, we are done with definition of, and we are done with the exemption part. Sir, very happy afternoon, sir. So we are going to start with the composition levy is a target. It's one of the very important topic for examination. It's generally asking area 4, 5 to 7 mark. So we start doing the composition levy. What is section 7? Section 8? Section 9? Section 10? Section 11? Section 12? Section 13? Section 14? Section 15? Okay. Question 1 is a target. A Limited is a manufacturing concern. Manufacturing concern. Manufacturing concern. So they are entitled to travel through the composition levy, correct? Yes, in Pune. In Pune. In Pune. Is Pune a special category state? No, sir. No, sir. Pune is not a special category state. That means the applicable aggregate turnover is 1.5 crores. In financial year 22-23, total value of supply, including inward supply, taxed under reverse charge basis are 1,53,60,000 exclusive of taxes. The breakup of the supply is as follows. So they have given the financial year 22-23 supplies details. Correct? 22-23 total 1,53,60,000 ஓட supply இருக்குன்னு சொல்றாங்க. அதுக்குள்ள inward supply இருக்கு. அதோட details கொடுத்திருக்காங்க பாருங்க. Right. Intrastate supply made under forward charge. How much lakh? Will this form part of aggregate turnover? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let it form part of aggregate turnover. Intrastate supply of goods which are chargeable to GST at any rate, nil rate. Will this form part of aggregate turnover? Yes, sir. If you see the definition of any turnover, aggregate turnover includes and aggregate turnover excludes. Aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or services on both, interstate supply. Excludes CGST, UTGST, IGST. Value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid off of persons having the same PAN to be computed on all India basis. Yes or no? Yes, sir. So my dear lovable students, they have given the aggregate turnover, correct? Yes, sir. So aggregate turnover kulla all என்ன supply இருக்கு? All என்ன supply இருக்கு? Sir, nil rate is also included in the exemption. So let this be included in the என்ன turnover? Sir, intrastate supply which are wholly exempt under section 11 of the Enact CGST Act. Section 11 is exempt supply. So, sir, aggregate turnover includes any supply. So let this 32 lakhs be included in the aggregate turnover. Value of exempt supply of service being interest earned on EFD with bank. Being interest earned on FD with bank. That means, my dear lovable students, sir, in bank you put an FD. கரெக்டா? சார் நீ பேங்க்ல என்ன பண்ணிருக்கேனா ஒரு FD போட்டிருக்க. என்ன போட்டிருக்க? Fixed deposit நீ பேங்க்ல போட்டிருக்க. கரெக்டா? சார் F stands for financial services. Yes, sir. Extending deposit or loans or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount is exempt from GST. It is exempt from GST as per section 11. Okay? Yes, you should be critically analyze this exemption. Services provided by way of deposit or loans or advances. Services provided by way of extending deposit or loan or advances. Sir, deposit, loan or what? Advances. So services provided by deposit means general public is putting deposit with the bank. Are you ready with me? Yes, sir. In this case, service provider is the general public and service recipient is the bank. Are you ready with me? Yes, sir. So service provider is the general public and service recipient is the bank. Whereas with regard to dash and dash, loans and advances, service provider is the bank and service recipient is the general public. So this exemption cover both the angles. This exemption cover both the angles in the sense means service provided by bank to the general public and general public to the bank. It's a two-way service. Both are exempted, my dear lovable students. So, sir, the definition of inner turnover, aggregate turnover. The definition of classified into two categories. Aggregate turnover includes and aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover includes all. When you see exempt supply, sir, nil rated supply are exempt supplies. Yes or no? Exempt supply are exempt supply. Exempt supply are? This exempt supply under section 11. In this exempt supply under section 11 only we have learned F stands for financial services. In this F stands for financial services, we are having extending deposits or loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount. Are you really with me? So my dear lovable students, if you are putting FD, நீங்க பேங்க்ல FD போடுறீங்கன்னா அந்த FD க்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வருதுனா that interest is exempted under section 11. Yes or no? அந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்க்கு நீங்க GST கட்ட வேண்டிய அதுதான் F stands for financial services ல extending deposit loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount other than credit card services. So actually as per the definition of inner turnover, aggregate turnover, we have to include the interest. We have to include the interest because aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply and all exempt supply. Yes or no? For this all exempt supply, sir, second one, there is an exception. There is a exception. So if you are calculating the inner turnover for the purpose of determination of eligibility for composition levy, hello sir, yes, sir. The second term, that is exempt supply, sir, one thing is having accepted, correct? Which is extending deposit, loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount. Interest or. So if you are putting, sir, FD, from that FD you are getting interest. That interest, even though is a exempt supply, will not be counted for the computation of aggregate turnover. Yes or no? Yes, sir. The logic or the consequence or the reason why this is not included in the inner turnover, aggregate turnover, and this discussion are very important which I am making to you. By this actually I will be killing all the provisions of the act, my dear lovable students, which will be equally important for everyone. Listen very very carefully. Okay va? Sir, நான் வந்து இப்போ என்ன பண்ண போறேன்னா composition levy, that is section 10 ரூட்ல டிராவல் பண்ண போறேன். நான் composition levy section 10 ரூட்ல டிராவல் பண்ணலாமா வேணாமாங்கிறது immediately preceding previous year aggregate turnover பேஸ் பண்ணி. Yes or no? And aggregate turnover எப்படி கால்குலேட் பண்ணுங்கறது aggregate turnover includes, aggregate turnover excludes. And aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply. Yes or no? All exempt supply includes section 11 supply. Yes or no? Section 11 பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் extending deposit, loan or advance for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount should be exempt supply. So it has to be included in the definition of the inner turnover. For example, if I am a businessman, are you really with me? If I put 10 crore rupees, sir, as FD with a bank, and if I am getting 10% interest, 10 crore into 10% comes to 1 crore. Sir, my exempt income, என்னோட exempt income ஆன interest எத்தனை கோடி சாப்பிட்டுச்சு? 1 crore. Sir, the limit allowed by the act is only 1.5 crore. நான் பிசினஸே பண்ணல, என்கிட்ட இருக்கிற பணத்தை நான் என்ன போட்டேன்? FD ல போட்டதுனால composition levy adopt பண்ண கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னா அது நியாயமா இல்ல சார்? எஸ்ஆர்ஓவா? அது அநியாயமா இருக்கு சார். பிகாஸ் நான் பிசினஸ் பண்ணி என்னோட டர்ன்ஓவர், பிசினஸ் டர்ன்ஓவர் சார் என்ன ஆகுது? எக்ஸீட் ஆகுது. அதனால நீங்க எங்க வரக்கூடாது? காம்போசிஷன் லெவில வரக்கூடாதுன்னு சொன்னா அதுல ஒரு லாஜிக் இருக்கு சார். கரெக்ட் தானே? சரிங்க, ஐ ஆம் நாட் என்ன சார் doing any business and my aggregate turnover is exceeding 1 crore. I have just put my FD. From that FD I got interest. On that interest there is no GST. Because of that, that has become exempt supply. Sir, aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. So my aggregate turnover is now 1 crore. So I am having only a gap of 50 lakhs to do the supply of goods. Yes or no? Then if that is the case, my eligibility to enter into composition levy is defeating. Yes or no? So government said that if you are calculating the inner turnover for the purpose of computation of composition levy, my dear lovable students, hello sir, please don't include sir extending deposit loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of NA or NR. So below the definition of NA turnover, aggregate turnover, they have added explanation. Government has added explanation. This I am reading from the provision book. Are you really with me? For the purpose of computing aggregate turnover of person, for determining its eligibility to pay tax under this section, the inner turnover, aggregate turnover, hello sir, shall include value of supply made by such person from 1st April of financial year up to the date when he become liable for registration under this act. This is not the point we are talking about. In the point பத்தி நான் பேசவே இல்ல. Sir, but shall not include the value of exempt supply of service provided by way of extending deposit loan or advance for which the consideration has been represented by way of interest charges. So, explanation என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, when you are calculating, if you are calculating the aggregate turnover for the purpose of eligibility for composition levy, please don't include the interest income. Please don't include the interest income. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
That means value of exempt supply of service being interest earned on FD with the bank. This will not form part of any turnover. Because இதை எந்த turnoverல include பண்ணனா? என்னோட aggregate turnover threshold limit விட அதிகமாக என்ன இருக்கு? அதனால என்னால aggregate என்ன சார் composition levy குள்ளேயே என்டர் ஆக முடியாது. சோ நான் பிசினஸே பண்ணாம சார் இப்ப ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இந்த கேஸ்ல நான் 10 கோடி போட்டேன் இல்லையா, இதே நான் ஒரு சார் 10 கோடிக்கு பதிலா சார் ஒரு 50 crores போட்டிருந்தேன்னு வச்சுக்குவேன், ஒரு 500 crores போட்டிருந்தேன்னு வச்சுக்குவேன். ஹலோ சார், அப்போ என்னோட 50 crores வச்சுக்கோ, 50 crores 10% comes to how much crore? 5 crores, which is more than 1.5 crores. இப்ப நான் பிசினஸே பண்ணாம I am not entitled to travel through the composition levy. நான் என்ன பேசுறேன்னு நல்லா அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ண முடியுதா? So what government is saying that this is an option. This is to relax the procedures of the person who want to travel through the composition levy. Yes or no? So அப்படி இருக்கும்போது எல்லாரும் காம்போசிஷன் லெவியோட பெனிஃபிட் எடுக்கணும் தான் கவர்மெண்ட் ஆசைப்படுவாங்களே தவிர யாரும் உள்ள வரக்கூடாதுன்னு திங்க் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. சோ அதுக்கு இது ஒரு ஹிண்ட்ரன்ஸா இருக்கு, அதுக்கு இது ஒரு ப்ராப்ளமா இருக்கு. சோ even though the definition of any turnover, aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply, all exempt supply, that exempt supply is having an exclusion, that is a one line summary, that's it, which is extending deposit loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of. So and the explanation below the aggregate turnover இருக்கிறதுனால இந்த 1 lakh aggregate turnoverல include பண்ண வேண்டிய. Next one, value of NS supply inward supply on which tax is payable under NSCM RCM. That means we know that sir there are two sections called as 9(3) or 5(3). Yes or no? 9(3) or 5(3) is what the section talking about reverse charge mechanism. Section 9(3) or 5(3) is saying that hello, the recipient is the person liable to pay tax. Liable to pay tax. Only the liability to pay tax has been shifted from the supplier to the recipient. Correct? அது liability மட்டும் தான் யாருக்கு போயிருக்கு? சார் டர்ன்ஓவர் இப்போதும் யாரோட தான், ஆனா டாக்ஸ் liability கட்ட வேண்டியது யாரு? This is what 9(3) or 5(3) is talking about. Correct? So for example sir, girls is there, GIRLS. G stands for I stands for R stands for L stands for S stands for sponsorship services. Correct? So my dear lovable students, if this NSR girls is received by a person, is received by a person. The recipient is liable to pay the tax. Correct? Recipient is liable to pay the tax. Only the tax who should pay? Recipient should pay. But the turnover is still yaroda turnover? Supplier order turnover. Turnover is still supplier. Are you with me? But turnover yaroda down? Supplier order down. Turnover supplier order down. Sir, definition of aggregate turnover soldu. Value of inward supply. Appa receipt porthu inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on reverse charge basis. Still the person liable to pay GST is the but it is the turnover of the supplier. Are you agree with me? Adi ipo yaroda idu? Appa supplier oda turnover. Hello sir 10 lakhs 20 lakhs 40 lakhs exceed agene irukku. ஆனா இதுக்கு சப்ளையர் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய யார் டாக்ஸ் கட்டிப்பா இருந்தாலும் அது யாரோட டர்ன் ஓவர் தான். அப்ப சப்ளையரோட டர்ன் ஓவர்னா சப்ளையர் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டாம்னா கூட சப்ளையரோட டர்ன் ஓவர் த்ரெஷ்ஹோல்ட் லிமிட் எக்ஸீட் ஆக இருக்கு. அதுக்காக தான் சப்ளையர் செக்ஷன் 23 வச்சிருக்காங்க ஆக்ட்ல. Sir, even though the aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit, being the supplier of 93 or NSR 53, you are not liable to take the registration, my dear lovable students. But if you are a recipient of NSR girls, that is 93 or 53, you have to fall under section 24, that is NR registration. So supplier will fall under section 23 and recipient will fall under section 24. That means for supplier, person not liable for registration, and NSR for recipient, section 24, that is compulsory registration. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
So, in the turnover still yaroda da? அதனால சார் உன்னோட ரெசிபியனோட அக்ரிகேட் டர்னோவர்ல இது இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய. இப்போ briefly explain whether X Limited is eligible to opt for a scheme, composition scheme in financial year sir 22-23. This should be 21 and NSR 22-23 financial year உள்ள போலாமான்னு கேக்குறாங்க. அப்ப அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வருஷம் 21-22 sir. Appo it should be 21 and NSR 22 because before year order turnover தான் தரணும். கரெக்ட்டா? கால்குலேட்டர் எடுத்துங்க. 1,53,60,000 is the turnover, aggregate turnover given. Adra 75 lakh forward charge. Whether this has to be included? Yes sir. Sir, chargeable to GST at nil rate. Whether this has to be included?
Yes sir.
Yes sir. Section 11 exempt supply. Whether this has to be included?
Yes sir.
Sir, value of exempt supply. Value of any supply?
Exempt supply.
Being what exempt supply? Interest earned on FD with bank. Whether this has to be included? As per the explanation below. Aggregate turnover. Super sir. So minus how much lakh? 1 lakh. Are you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
Appo 1,53,60,000 minus 1 lakh spotena.
1,50 lakhs.
Sir, value of inward supply on which tax is liable to be paid on RCM. This has to be excluded because this is not the recipient's turnover. This is the supplier's turnover. Yes or no?
Yes sir.
Adayum minus pantena. Exactly it is how much coming.
1,50 lakhs.
Sir, if the aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year exceeds rupees 1.5 crore, you have NSR not exceeded 1.5 crore, you have exactly 1.5 crores. Hence, you can travel through composition levy in the current previous year. Are you ready with me? So, this is an expected question for examination. So, I'm reading the answer. Please, NSR, be with me. A registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed rupees 1.5 crore may opt for payment of tax under NS scheme. As per section 2 subsection 6 of the CGST Act, aggregate turnover means aggregate value of all taxable supply excluding the value of inward supply on which tax is payable by a person on. Then next one, NS supply, exempt supply, export of goods or service or both, and NS state supply, interstate supply of person having the NPAN to be computed on all India basis but excludes central tax, state tax, union territory tax, integrated tax and cess. Paka.
Yes sir.
According to N1,
Explanation 1.
I have shown you the explanation.
Yes
For the purpose of computing என்ன turnover of person for determining his eligibility to pay tax under this section, the expression என்ன turnover shall not include the value of exempt supply of service provided by way of extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of என்ன or என்ன. This aggregate turnover shall be computed as under. So computation of என்ன turnover. Supply made under forward charge, how much lakh? This will form part of aggregate turnover. Supply made which are chargeable to GST at any rate covered under exempt supply. Supply which are wholly exempt under section 11 of the CGST Act. So this will form part of any turnover. Value of exempt supply of service being interest earned on FD with bank nil. This will not form part of aggregate turnover as per explanation number. Sir, value of inward supply on which tax payable under RCM, it is specifically excluded in the definition of the inner turnover itself. So the total comes to 1 crore 50 lakhs. This 1 crore 50 lakhs is less than, does not exceed at 1 crore. Since the aggregate turnover does not exceed 1 crore 50 lakh during the financial year 22-23. So A Limited is entitled for composition scheme for financial year 23-24. They have just changed the result dates. Are you really with me? With that question number 1, a biggest discussion comes to an end. So, what is the takeaway from question number 1 is a target. The takeaway from question number 1, you can note there nearing to question number 1 that number 1, definition of aggregate turnover. Sir, definition of aggregate turnover include exempt supply. Definition of aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. It is having one exception. It is having one exception, that is extending deposit, loans or advances. Extending deposit, loans or advances for which consideration is received by way of interest or discount. That's it. Interest or discount other than credit card services. Interest or discount. Actually, this is the takeaway of this question, my dear lovable students. இந்த ஒரு பாயிண்ட் தான் அந்த எக்ஸ்பிளனேஷன் கீழே, எக்ஸ்பிளனேஷன் ஆஃப் அக்ரிகேட் டர்ன்ஓவர் கீழே நம்ம வந்து அந்த எக்ஸெப்ஷனை பத்தி பேசுறோம். அதுதான் இந்த question number 1. I believe that you are so much comfortable with illustration number 14. That is question number 1 of our slot number 1. Clarity? Yes, sir. I'm moving to the next question. Shall we? Yes, sir. Sir, A Limited, a manufacturing concern. Manufacturing concern. What is the rate? Manufacturing concern, what is the rate? 1%. Of any turnover? State turnover. In Rajasthan, is it a special category states other than special category? So 1.5. Having aggregate turnover of 120 lakh in the financial year 22-23 has opted for composition scheme, furnishes you the following information for 23-24. In a question என்னன்னா composition scheme குள்ள போனோமா வேண்டாமாங்கிறத question. அவங்களே போயிட்டாங்க. அவங்களே லாஸ்ட் இயர்ல அக்ரிகேட் டர்ன்ஓவரை செக் பண்ணி அது 1.5 crores விட கம்மியா இருக்குன்னு சொல்லி அவங்களே இப்ப இதுல தான் போயிட்டு இருக்காங்க. It require you to determine its composition tax liability and total tax liability. அப்ப நீங்க இப்ப என்னென்ன கால்குலேட் பண்ணணும்னா composition tax liabilityயும் கால்குலேட் பண்ணணும், total tax liabilityயும் கால்குலேட். அப்ப total tax liabilityனா questionல RCM இருக்கும்னு மீனிங். Questionல the breakup of the supply are as follows. Sir, intra-state supply of goods chargeable at 5%. நீங்க எதில இருக்கிறதுனால compositionல இருக்கிறதுனால 5% கட்ட வேண்டிய எவ்வளவு percent கட்டினா போரும்? 1%. Intra-state supply of goods which are chargeable to GST at any rate, nil rate இருந்தால எத்தனை percent கட்டணும்? Because aggregate turnover includes என்ன supply? Exempt supply. Whether you will pay tax based upon aggregate turnover or state turnover. So you have to replace the word aggregate turnover with the state turnover. So state turnover includes exempt supply. Correct? Intra-state supply of service chargeable with 5% GST, no problem. You are liable to pay, sir, 1%. Yes or no? Interest earned on EFD with bank. Hello, sir. Sir, this is what? Exempt supply. Yes or no? This is what? Exempt supply. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, here you should have double, triple clarity, sir. What is the clarity you should have? I will explain to you. Whether na composition scheme குள்ள current yearல enter ஆவலாமா இல்லையாங்கிறது immediately preceding previous year ஓட aggregate turnover பொறுத்து. எஸ் சார். இந்த என்ன turnover calculate பண்ணும்போது explanation 1 to என்ன turnover என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா two exception is there actually. Correct? In that we have discussed only first exemption. Correct? That exception is for what supply? Exempt supply, my dear lovable students. Sir, all exempt supply are included in the aggregate. But there is one exception. Just now we have discussed, so I am not extending that. Sir, in a extending deposit or loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount. Correct? Sir, if this aggregate turnover is less than the threshold limit, we will NSR travel through the levy, composition levy in the current year. Correct? Once we enter into levy, we will pay tax based upon the state turnover. Based upon that?
State turnover.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
This state turnover also includes this includes also all taxable supply, all exempt supply, sir, export of goods or services or both, and in the state supply. Yes or no? But state ங்கிறதுனால என்ன state supply வராது. Right? Are you agree with me? Sir, state ங்கிறதுனால export of goods or services or both வராது. Because இது ரெண்டும் வந்தா sir state ஓட turnover வராது, aggregate turnover மாறிடும். Right?
Yes, sir.
So my dear lovable students, sir, என்ன and என்ன? All taxable supply and all exempt supply. எல்லா exempt supplyக்குமே we are liable to pay tax at the rate of what percent? Normal route அது என்ன சப்ளையா இருந்தா கூட சார் அதுக்கு காம்போசிஷன் ரூட்ல எத்தனை பர்சன்ட் கட்டிதான்? ஆனா எக்ஸ்டெண்டிங் டெபாசிட் லோன் ஆர் என்ன அதுக்கு 1% நான் டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும்னா அநியாயமாயிடும். எஸ்ஆனோவா? Because I would have put 100 crore as FD. எஸ்ஆனோவா? For that FD I would have got what? Interest at the rate of 10% comes to 10 crore. Are you agree with me? For this 10 crore, pay at a percentage, 1% under composition levy means you will have a general doubt that I have not done any business to pay the tax. இது எனக்கு business பண்ணி வந்த turnover கிடையாது. நான் ஏதோ 100 கோடி வேற ஏதோ ஒரு விஷயம் எனக்கு ஒரு வீடு வித்தோ கேபிட்டல் கெயின் கட்டியோ இல்ல வந்து நான் வந்து எனக்கு டவுரி வந்தோ ஏதோ ஒண்ணு I have put an FD on that I am earning the interest. On that interest income, my dear lovable students, if you ask me to pay 1% tax, I will not be happy.
Yes, sir.
So the same explanation I need even under the definition of any turnover. அப்ப state turnover கீழையும் எனக்கு அதே explanation வேணுமா வேண்டாமா? So they said that supply to be excluded for determining turnover in the state or union territory for determining payment of tax. அப்ப என்ன turnover calculate பண்ணும்போது for the purpose of determining the என்ன payable. Because நான் உள்ள வரலாமா வரக்கூடாதாங்கிறது aggregate turnover. உள்ள வந்தா கட்ட வேண்டியது by a person under this section, that is turnover in the state or turnover in the inner territory. Union shall not include value of NSR supply, namely, sir, this part we will discuss coming point. exempt supply of service provided by way of extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of N or N as per explanation number 2. So explanation number 1 is applicable to aggregate turnover.
Yes, sir.
Sir, explanation number 2 is applicable to state turnover.
Yes, sir.
Under both the explanation, they are excluding, sir, extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of.
Yes, sir.
That means in the 8 லட்சம் ரூபாய்க்கு நீ composition route 1% tax கட்ட வேண்டிய. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Intra-state supply which are wholly exempt under section 11. Hello sir. இதுக்கு நீ எத்தனை % கட்டிதான்? Value of inward supply on which tax payable under RCM. Sir, எத்தனை % RCM rate? இதுக்கு எத்தனை % கட்டினா பத்தாது? எத்தனை % கட்டுறோம்? Because section 9 subsection 1 order replacement தான் section 10. ஹலோ சார், RCM நீ டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டியது 9 subsection 3ல, அதனால அதோட ரீப்ளேஸ்மெண்ட் கிடையாது செக்ஷன் 10. அதனால இதுக்கு டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும், அது 1% கட்டினா பத்தாது. அதனாலதான் क्वेश्चनல காம்போசிஷன் டாக்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டி and என்ன டாக்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டி, டோட்டல் டாக்ஸ் லைபிலிட்டி அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? and intra-state supply of goods why chargeability எத்தனை %? இதுக்கு 18% டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய. எத்தனை % கட்டினா போதும்? 1% கட்டினா போதும். Also determine composition liability, tax liability. If A limited is a trader means game will change. Trader means it is not 1% of state turnover, correct? It is based on 1% of taxable supply, correct? So taxable supply means exempted will not come. Taxable supply means extending deposit loan or advance for which a consideration has been received by way of will not come. Clarity? So my dear lovable students, the composition tax liability of A limited shall be as under one of the important question for examination, because this question teach you what the composition levy is all about, correct? So நீ யாரா இருக்கலாம்? Manufacturer இருக்கலாம், trader இருக்கலாம், correct? Sir, intra-state supply of goods X chargeable at 5% GST. நீ யாரா இருந்துக்கோ both என்ன சார், இது ஸ்டேட் டர்னோவர்ல இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது, டாக்ஸபிள் சப்ளைல இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது, கரெக்ட்டா? பட் intra-state supply of goods which are chargeable to GST at என்ன ரேட்? சார், இது exempt சப்ளைல இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது, அதனால என்ன சார் ஸ்டேட் டர்னோவர்ல இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது. அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? சார், hence who is liable to pay tax? Manufacturer. ஆனா ட்ரேடரை பொறுத்தவரைக்கும் nil rate is an exempt supply, அது டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய. Intra-state supply of service chargeable at எத்தனை % GST? இது எந்த டர்னோவர்ல இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது? taxable supplyலயும் இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது, ரைட்டா? இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் earned on என்ன வித் பேங்க்? FD வித் பேங்க். பேங்க்ல FD போட்டுருக்க சார், இத நீ உன்னோட ஸ்டேட் டர்னோவர்ல இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய as per explanation number 2. பக்கா? ஓகே சார். Intra-state supply which are wholly exempt under section 11 of the N Act, CGST Act, correct இல்லையா? அப்ப intra-state supply which are wholly exempt under section 11 of the CGST Act, இதுக்கு manufacturer tax கட்டிதான், ஆனா trader tax கட்ட வேண்டிய. Sir, value of inward supply on which tax payable under NCM RCM. Sir, இதுக்கு சார் எந்த ரேட்ல டாக்ஸ் கட்டினா பத்தாது, எந்த ரேட்ல கட்டணும்? So not to be included in this turnover will calculate separately. Intra-state supply of goods by chargeable at எத்தனை % GST? 18% GST. இது 18% GSTங்கறனால ரெண்டுக்குமே tax liability வருமா? So the aggregate turnover. Sir, இங்க aggregate turnover or என்ன turnover? Because this guy is having one unit in India. எஸ்ஆனவா? இந்தியாலயே ஒரே ஒரு ஸ்டேட்ல ஒரே ஒரு யூனிட் தான் இருக்கு, அதனால என்ன turnover is equal to basically state turnover. எஸ்ஆனவா? So இங்க வந்து 86 lakh 40,000 for யாருக்கு? and 66 lakhs for யாருக்கு? Hello sir. And both of them is having rate of For manufacturer 1% of, and for trader 1% of. Total composite tax is, this is composite tax. அழகா என்ஜாய் பண்றியா? Total composite tax is 86,400 and 66,000, my dear lovable students. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Now tax payable under NSEM, reverse charge basis. What is the value of inward supply on which tax payable under NSEM? RCM. எதுக்கு மேல எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ்க்கு மேல? 5 lakhs. 5 lakhsக்கு மேல 1% ஆ 5%? Because 9 section 10 is a replacement to 9.1, not a replacement to 9.3. Clarity? So value of inward supply on which tax payable under RCM 5 lakh, அதோட 5% comes to 25,000 and 25,000. அப்ப 86,400 plus 25,000 comes to 1,11,000. 66,000 plus 25,000 comes to 91,000. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
So as per second proviso to 10 subsection 1. As per second proviso to 10 subsection 1. So in this question, yes sir, look at the third point of the question. Sir, intra-state supply of service with எத்தனை % GST? அப்ப இவங்க என்னவும் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, சர்வீஸும் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. யாரா இருந்து? மேனுஃபேக்சரரா இருந்து, ட்ரேடரா இருந்து. கரெக்டா? we are having an alpam limit. Yes or no? Sir, if you are a manufacturer, you are entitled to supply only goods. If you are a trader, you are entitled to supply only goods. But sir, a watchmaker can provide the service for watch. There is a threshold limit.
Yes, sir.
That threshold limit is 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year, or 5 lakh, whichever is higher. Correct? For that purpose, they have specifically mentioned the turnover in the immediately preceding previous year is how much lakh? 120 lakhs order 10% comes to, or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. 12 lakhs. So in the current year, they can make service up to how much lakh? 12 lakh. But they made only, so the 6 lakh is within the limit. Correct? If the service has exceeded 12 lakhs, then 10.3 would have been applicable and option would have been lapsed and that guy is supposed to go out. So in examination, you have to substantiate the answer, my dear lovable students, by saying that as per second proviso to 10 subsection 1, to provide that composition supplier may supply service of value not exceeding 8% of the turnover in the preceding financial year in a state or union territory, or 5 lakhs, whichever is. Thus, A Limited can supply service to the extent of 10% of 120 lakhs, that is 8 lakh. So it is within 12 lakhs, they provided service of only 6 lakhs, hence no problem, they are within the limit, 10.3 will not be applicable. Paka?
Yes, sir.
According to explanation to 10 subsection 1, for the purpose of second proviso, the value of exempt supply of service provided by way of exchanging deposit, loan or advance, or in so far as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount, shall not be taken into account for determining the value of turnover in the state or union territory. அதாவது அந்த சர்வீஸ் லிமிட் கால்குலேட் பண்ணும்போது சார் எக்ஸாம் சப்ளை ஆன எக்ஸ்டெண்டிங் டெபாசிட் லோன்ஸ் ஆர் அட்வான்சஸ் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. அது இல்லாம 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher வரைக்கும் current yearல, since the value of service provided excluding interest earned on deposit rupees 8 lakh, which is within the limit of 8 lakhs, 12 lakh, hence A Limited is eligible for NS scheme. So we have to express this point to the examiner that I am very well known about the alpam limit. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
That means, sir, even though I am a manufacturer or if I am a trader, I can supply service. I know that my service limit, which should be within 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year, or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher, which comes to 12 lakhs. I am within the limit of 12 lakhs. My service turnover is only 6 lakhs. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Second one, you have to write this also. According to explanation 2 to section 10, for the purpose of determining the payable, By a person under this section, expression turnover in the state or union territory shall not include the value of exempt supply of service provided by way of exchange, deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to appreciate or understand?
Yes, sir.
That is a expected question. This one question will give you a lot of knowledge in composition levy, correct?
Yes,
so what is the takeaway of this question? Lot of takeaways are there. Sir, for manufacturer, the tax rate is 1% of the state turnover. For trader, the tax rate is 1% of the taxable supply. This is point number 1. Sir, like aggregate turnover, when you are calculating the state turnover, even for the state turnover also, extending deposit, loan or advance for which the consideration has been represented by way of interest or discount should not form part of state turnover. This is the second takeaway. Third takeaway, you have to check the service limit, alpam limit, yes or no?
Yes,
which is nothing but, my dear lovable students, hello sir,
yes,
sir, 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year or 5 lakhs, whichever is. So you have to check in the question whether the service limit is within the alpam limit or the threshold limit, correct? Sir, these are the main takeaways, and the fourth takeaway from this question is for RCM 9 NSR rate will be applicable. General 9 rate will be applicable and 10 composition rate will not be applicable. That is the fourth takeaway from this question. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
I think that we have done with all the NSR important points in question number 2. What a brilliant question this is. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Only a student who know the clear-cut difference between normal route, composition levy, that to aggregate turnover and state turnover, that to manufacturer and the trader, that to, hello sir, normal RCM and the RCM general rates. Only those students will be able to answer this question, which is an expected question for examination. Brilliant question. I'm moving to illustration number 16. Sir, this is Subbu question. Shall we Subbu? Sir, Subbu trader is engaged in trading of goods. It's allowed, man. For composition trading is allowed. Trader is allowed. Actually, 3 people are allowed, correct? Manufacturer, restaurant service, and trader. Right. Within the state of Maharashtra, Kandipa, interstate irukka koodadhu, correct? Interstate irundha appove neenga enna aiduvinga, out aiduvinga. That's why in all the question they're specifically saying indra. இதான் தைரியமான ஆளாச்சே. ஒரு வார்த்தை இன்டர்னு சொல்லி பாரு. ஹலோ சார், வெளியே போயிடுவேன். எஸ் ஆனவா, உள்ளே வர முடியாது. பல கான்சிக்வன்சஸ் இருக்கு வாழ்க்கையில. வா, alright, இன்டர்னு சொன்ன. In preceding financial year, it has turnover of எத்தனை lakh? 140 lakhs. From the trading of goods. அப்ப லாஸ்ட் இயர்ல 140 lakhs உனக்கு என்ன வந்திருக்கு? Further, it has also earned a bank interest of etal lakh. Oh, from the FD. They are driving to the explanation, to the definition of the aggregate turnover. We are well versed. Subbu, sir, wishes to opt for composition scheme in the year. Subbu, you are allowed Subbu. Yes or no? Because aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores because you are situated in Maharashtra. Maharashtra is not a. Your applicable threshold limit is 1.5. You are required to advise Subbu traders on the same. Subbu, done. Would your answer be different if Subbu also engage in supply of NL labor? Supply of farm labor is exempted.
Yes, sir.
A stands for supply of NL labor. And turnover from the said activities etana lakh? Oh my God. Sir, what is the aggregate turnover from trading of goods?
140 lakhs.
Plus the supply of farm labor.
40 lakhs.
114 plus 14. 154. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Subbu, get out. You are not supposed to come inside the
Composition.
Clarity irukka illaya?
Yes, sir.
That's what they have explained in this question. The eligibility of Subbu traders under composition scheme is discussed as under eligibility under composition scheme. Everyone in the class read along with me. As per section 10 subsection 1 of the CGST Act, a registered person engaged in trading of goods and supplier of services whose aggregate turnover preceding financial year did not exceed may opt to pay in lieu of the tax payable by him an amount calculated at the specific. According to explanation number 1, aggregate turnover shall include value of supply made by such person from first day of April of financial year up to the date when he become liable for registration under this act, but shall not include the value of exempt supply provided by way of extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of. Thus, in computing his aggregate turnover, in order to determine his eligibility for composition scheme, value of supply of any exempt service by way of extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of shall not be taken into account. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's the provision.
Yes, sir.
Based on the provision, Subbu is eligible for in a scheme.
Composition scheme.
In the given case, service provided by Subbu traders apart from trading of goods, vis-a-vis service by way of exchanging deposit. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Where the consideration is represented with interest shall not be taken into account for computation of aggregate turnover for determination of eligibility of in a scheme.
Composition scheme.
Since the inner turnover
Aggregate turnover.
of Subbu traders do not exceed in the preceding financial year, it shall be eligible to opt for.
Composition scheme.
So, if Subbu is having only interest, then no problem. They can travel through composition levy in the current year. Subbu is not eligible for composition scheme in part 2 of the question. However, Subbu traders is if also engaged in supply of NL labor, it will not be eligible for composition scheme since only the value of supply of exempt supply by of extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by of N or N shall not be taken into account. Other exempt service shall be taken into account. Since its aggregate turnover is etana crore
1.5.
in the preceding financial year, it will not be eligible to opt for composition scheme. With this, we are through with question number 3 out of 7 questions. Enjoy the knowledge of composition levy. It's a brilliant topic, brilliant area, which is a hot topic for examination. Paka.
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to, sir, illustration number 17. Aapki dukaan question. What is the question? Aapki dukaan. What is the question? I'm coming. Mr. X opened a retail shop. புதுசா ஒரு கடை ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காரு. Aapki dukaan in Janta Market, Sar, Rajasthan. On 1st April 2023. எப்ப ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காருன்னா 1st April மங்களாவா 1st April ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காரு. 1st April 2023. He opted to pay tax under section 10(1) of the CGST Act in the said financial year. ஒரு என்னன்னா 10(1) composition levy. Okay va? The aggregate turnover of the retail shop for the quarter ended 30th June 2023 was 40 lakhs. 40 லட்சம் ரூபாய். எப்போ April, May, June, first quarter la இல்லையா? Further for the half year ended 30th September, turnover reached 8 lakh.
25 lakhs.
அப்ப first quarter la 40 lakhs, second quarter la cumulative Aapki dukaan recorded a rapid growth and turnover reached 150 lakhs by the end of December 2023. December 23 ஆகிறதுக்குள்ள எத்தனை lakhs வந்துச்சு?
150 lakhs.
By the end, and 165 lakh by the end of Janu, sir, 2024. Janu 24 ஆகிறதுக்குள்ள 165. Determine the total tax liability of Aapki dukaan. Mr. X has duly complied with provisions of GST law. Normal rate of tax in respect of goods sold in shop is 1%. It's a beautiful, fantastic, outstanding, brilliant question. You can add some more words also. I don't have any problem. Sir, because this question will teach you the real composition levy. அப்படி இருக்கிற 7 question தான் உனக்கு நான் போட்டுருக்கேன் composition levy. If you are thorough with the concept of this 7 question, you can solve any question of composition levy. Shall I try? Yes sir. முதல்ல கதை ஸ்டோரி என்ன நடந்திருக்குன்னா எப்போ கடையை ஓபன் பண்ணிருக்காங்க 1st April 2023. அது வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர் போகும்போது எவ்வளவு லாக் டர்ன்ஓவர் எங்க ராஜஸ்தான்ல கரெக்ட்டா is the sir assessee is exclusively engaged in supply of goods?
Yes sir.
Retail shop. Only supply of goods. What is the threshold limit for sir registration? 40 lakhs. அப்ப எத்தனை lakhs வரைக்கும்
40 lakhs வரைக்கும்
டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. either normal route-லயும் கட்ட வேண்டாம், composition route-லயும் கட்ட வேண்டாம். Are you really with me? Normal route-லயும் கட்ட வேண்டிய, composition route-லயும் கட்ட வேண்டிய, because 40 lakhs is my threshold exemption. 40 lakhs is my அது வரைக்கும் நான் டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டிய, டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டாம்னா பின்னென்ன நார்மல் ரூட் பின்னென்ன காம்போசிஷன் ரூட். கிளாரிட்டி? அப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல நான் என்ன கட்ட வேண்டாம்? அப்போ மிஸ்டர் எக்ஸ் ஓபன்ட் a retail shop. பேர் आपकी दुकान in जनता मार्केट राजस्थान on 1st April 2023. He opted to pay tax under section 10(1) of the Act in financial year. அப்ப during the financial year அவர் வந்து ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டாரு. என்ன பண்ண 10(1). அப்ப ஆஃப் பண்ணணுமா வேணாமாங்கறலாம் क्वेश्चन கிடையாது, அவர் பண்ணிட்டார். நம்ம கிட்ட क्वेश्चन கேட்டதே total என்ன liability? The aggregate turnover of retail shop for the quarter ended 30th June was at a lakh 40 lakhs. அதுதான் கரெக்ட்டா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டருக்கு 40 lakhs கொண்டு நிறுத்துறாங்க. இந்த 40 lakhs-ஐயும் threshold limit for registration ஆன 40 lakhs-ஐயும் நீ கனெக்ட் பண்ணி என்ன சொல்லணும்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர் தலைவன் டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டிய. Further, for the half year ending 30th September 2023, turnover reaches how much lakh? Oh my god. அப்ப 40 lakhsல இருந்து எவ்வளவு lakhs grow ஆயிருக்கு? 45 lakhs grow ஆயிருக்கு. கரெக்ட்டா? இந்த 45 lakhsக்கு ஹலோ சார் either normal route-ல போணும், ஐல தலைவன் என்ன எடுத்துட்டான்? எடுத்துட்டான். ட்ரேடர் தான் இல்லையா? ட்ரேடர் தான் எத்தனை பர்சன்ட் of the Are you ready with me? Yes, sir, for the half year ended 30th September, turnover reached 85 lakh. आपकी दुकान recorded a rapid growth and turnover reached 1 lakh. 150 lakhs. Once your aggregate turnover exceeds 150 lakhs, you have to get out of the composition route. Yes, sir. So, அப்ப third quarter முடியும் போது நீ என்ன ரூட் விட்டு போயாவும்? So 165 lakhs by the end of Janu, correcta? அப்ப fourth quarterல mandatory-ஆ என்னதான்? Determine the total tax liability of आपकी दुकान. Mr. X has duly complied with the provisions of GST law. So beyond the question, I will teach you the logic or discuss the logic of how the things has to be worked out. Then you can carry the content of the question. Okay va? எப்போ business ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க? 1st April. So I'm putting like this, my dear lovable students. 1st April ல இருந்து first quarter முடியுதா? Yes sir. Then second quarter முடியுதா? Yes sir. Then third quarter முடியுதா? Yes sir. Yes sir. Then ஜானுவோட கணக்க கொடுத்திருக்காங்களா? Yes sir. First quarter முடியும் போது turnover is எத்தனை lakhs? 40 lakhs. இதுல நார்மல் ரூட்லயும் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை, காம்போசிஷன் ரூட்லயும் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. Are you ready with me? Yes sir. Sir, second quarter la what is the additional turnover? 45 lakhs. For this 45 lakh, normal route la tax katta vendiya? Because the assessee has adopted composition. But composition route la enna kattidam? Clarity? Yes sir. Sir, for the third quarter, what was the turnover? 150. Appo 150, sir, minus 95 ya? 85 ya? Come show. 65 lakhs is the additional turnover you have made in the quarter 3. Yes sir. அதுக்கு normal route-ல tax கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல, ஆனா composition route-ல tax கட்டியோ. இப்போ இந்த மாசம் third quarter அப்புறம் உனக்கு சார் composition route close ஆயிடும் because of 10 subsection 3 option lapse ஆயிடும். ஹலோ சார். Yes sir. Because your aggregate turnover has exceeded 1.5 crores. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Then you are supposed to travel through the normal. I'm repeating this point once again because there the crux is there. That's the question aapki dukan. Hello. Sir, in the 31st of December order, aggregate turnover 150 lakhs enna aayidhu. Apdi aggregate turnover 150 lakhs enna aayiduna. Aayiduna. அதுக்கான காரணம் என்னன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல எவ்வளவு லாக் 40 lakhs, செகண்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல 40, தேர்ட் குவார்ட்டர்ல 65 lakhs, டோட்டல் 150 lakhs or 1.5 crores. கரெக்ட்டா? அப்போ சார் இந்த 40 lakhs ஆக்சுவலா நார்மல் ரூட்லயும் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய, காம்போசிஷன் ரூட்லயும் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய இருந்தா கூட sir, for the purpose of determination of n turnover, aggregate turnover, you are including, sir, this threshold limit exemption. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Are you really with me? Yes, sir. Sir, in the period la ennave illa, tax illa, endha route analum seri, endha route analum seri, but still you are including the 40 lakhs while calculating the aggregate turnover, because the definition of the aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. Sir, this is a period where no tax at all, it is NSR exempt supply. Yes or no? Yes, sir. So aggregate turnover includes NS supply ingiradunala we have to include. Yes, sir. Hello sir. Yes, sir. Even to stress that point, government has given an explanation below the definition of n turnover. Shall include the value of supply made by such a person from end of April, 1st of April, up to the date when he become liable for registration under this act, from the first day of the April till you become liable for registration, your threshold limit exemption will be there. No, yes, that threshold limit exemption should be included while calculating the n turnover. So while you determining the n turnover, you have to include from the first day of a financial year till the date on which you are liable to take the idani endha turnover la include pannu. Are you really with me? Yes, once you enter into the composition levy, you have to pay tax based upon the state turnover. Yes, sir. Yes or no? Yes, sir. You tell me, nee in the 1st April irundhu, yes, sir, will you liable to take the registration? Hello sir. Yes, sir. உன்னோட aggregate turnover குள்ள include பண்ணேனா நீ டென்ஷன் ஆக மாட்டே. ஏன் டென்ஷன் ஆக மாட்டேனா, this aggregate turnover is only for the purpose of continuation of the composition levy. நீ வெளிய போற சொன்னா வெளிய போய் எந்த ரூட்ல போயிடுற? நார்மல் ரூட்ல போயிடுற. Are you ready with me? Yes, sir. But once you are traveling through the composition levy, you are liable to pay tax based on the state turnover. Yes or no? Yes, sir. State turnover includes what? Exempt supply. Yes or no? Yes, state turnover include. That means state turnover includes the supply from 1st of April till the date on which you are liable for registration. Appadina this part will be or should be included in the turnover. In the 40 lakhs ku nee 1% or 5% enna kattanum, tax kattanum appdin sonna nee ottukave maata. நீ என்ன கேட்பேன்னா, நார்மல் ரூட்ல அதுக்கு டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டிய, பின்ன எதுக்கு நான் எந்த ரூட்ல கட்டணும்? கட்டணும். அது இதே நான் அக்ரிகேட் டர்னோவர்க்குள்ள இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணுவேன்னு சொன்னா நீ என்ன சொல்லுவேன்னா, இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணு பரவாயில்ல. ஏன்னா அக்ரிகேட் டர்னோவர்க்குள்ள இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணதுனால சார் என்ன பெருசா பிஞ்ச் பண்ண போறது இல்ல. கரெக்டா? ஆனா ஸ்டேட் டர்னோவர்க்குள்ள அதை என்ன பண்ணேனா சார், இட் இஸ் எஃபெக்டிங் த டாக்ஸ் liability. Are you really with me? அதனால my dear lovable students, before the definition of the n turnover, aggregate turnover, they said that we will include the first day of the financial year till the date on which you are liable for registration. Correct? And under the definition of the state turnover, we shall not include supply from the first day of April of financial year up to the date when such person become liable for registration under this act. So aggregate turnover definition calculate பண்ணும்போது first April of the financial year இருந்து the day in which you are liable for registration இந்த பார்ட்டை நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? I don't really with me. ஆனா டாக்ஸ் கட்டும்போது இந்த போர்ஷனோட டர்ன் ஓவரை நாங்க இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண மாட்டோம். ஏன்னா இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணினா அது உங்களுக்கு ஒரு தேவையில்லாத டாக்ஸ் பர்டன் ஆகும். கிளாரிட்டி? அப்போ ஆப்கி துக்கானோட क्वेश्चन பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இந்த சார்ட்டை நீ அனலைஸ் பண்ணேனா from 1st of April till 31st of December வரைக்கும் இருக்கிற எல்லா டர்ன் ஓவரையும் என்ன டர்ன் ஓவர்ல எடுத்துக்கணும். Right? Yes, sir. That means aggregate turnover has exceeded 1.5 crores. Yes, sir. Get out of the composition levy and travel through the normal route from 1st of January. Yes, sir. But for the purpose of payment of tax, ignore the first quarter. Yes, sir. Pay the tax second quarter on which route? Third quarter on fourth route. Please come out from the composition and travel through the. Sir, if you are able to appreciate or understand what I am talking to you, then itself you are going to pass in this NSR attempt. We are talking, sir, actually big things. We are consolidating various things which are very important from the angle of the composition levy. Clarity? Yes, sir. I'm coming, man. Section 10(1) of the CGST Act provides that a registered person whose annual turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1 crore in the state of Rajasthan will be eligible to opt for payment of tax under the inner scheme. According to 10(3), the benefit of composition scheme can be availed up to the annual turnover. Up to 1 crore in the current financial year. Up to 1.5 crores. Up to 1 point. This 1.5 crores include supply from 1st of April till the option availed of by a registered person under section 10(1) shall enidum lapse with effect from the day on which aggregate turnover during the financial year exceeds 1 point. Sir, அந்த டேலயே நீ வெளியே போயாகும். அந்த வீக்ல கிடையாது, அந்த குவார்டர்ல கிடையாது, அந்த மந்த்ல கிடையாது, அந்த அதனால 10(3) because 3 words are there. Are you really with me? Yes, from that day itself you have to get out of the according to explanation number 2. Explanation number 1 is for annual turnover because that is the first turnover we have studied. What is the second turnover we studied? So explanation number 2 is for state turnover. Correct? For the purpose of determining NA payable by a person under this section, expression sir turnover in the state or turnover in the union territory shall not include the value of following supply, namely number 1, supply from first day of April of financial year up to the date when such person become liable for registration. இது include ஆவும் சொல்றாங்களா ஆவாதுன்னு சொல்றாங்களா? ஆவாதுன்னு சொல்றாங்க. ஏன்னா ஆக கூடாது. ரைட்டா? Exempt supplier service provided by extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of NA or NA. Generally, normally, we used to consolidate like this, my dear lovable students. This is a takeaway for your examination. Sir, explanation classified into how many categories? Explanation number 1 and explanation number 2. Yes or no? Explanation number 1 is below aggregate turnover. Explanation number 2 is below. This is explanation number 1. So one thing should be included, one thing should be excluded. This is explanation number 2. Two things should be excluded is what the explanations logic is all about. Correct? ஒரு விஷயத்தை எதை நீ இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணணும்னா 1st April இருந்து date of liable for registration இந்த பீரியட்ல இருக்கிற டர்னோவரை நீ இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணணும். Clarity? Sir, one thing should be excluded is interest or discount. Right. Sir, 2 things should be excluded from the date of registration from the start of the financial year ல இருந்து 1st of April ல இருந்து sir till the date of என்ன sir liable for registration. ரெண்டாவது நீ எதை எக்ஸ்க்ளூட் பண்ணனும்னா sir interest or discount. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Are you really with me what I am talking to you?
Yes, sir.
This is a summary, man. So that's what. Besaki Dukan is eligible to pay tax under this section up to the turnover of 150 lakhs. Total tax payable by it as under. Pare, first quarter, sir, since turnover did not exceed 1 lakh, 40 lakh, it was not required to obtain N at all. Registration at all. Hence, no tax was required to be paid. அப்ப இந்த 40 lakhsக்கு டாக்ஸே கட்ட வேண்டிய எந்த ரூட்லயும் வேண்டாம் எந்த ரூட்லயும் வேண்டாம். With regard to the second quarter, effective rate is எத்தனை percent? 1%. CGST or SGST under section 10(1)
Yes, sir.
So 45 lakhs is the extra va?
Yes, sir.
So 45 lakhs, hello sir,
Yes, sir.
comes to into எத்தனை percentage? 1%. Comes to
45,000.
for third quarter, sir, effective rate is எத்தனை percentage? 1%. CGST and SGST, correct?
Yes, sir.
Under section 10(1) up to 150 lakhs. So 65 lakhs is 65,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
But for the month of Janu, sorry sir, you have to get out of there. You have to travel through there. And the tax rate will be 12%. The extra will be 15 lakhs into 12% comes to. So the total tax liability from the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter and the first month of the fourth quarter comes to 2,90,000. What a brilliant questions we are discussing. Are you really with me? With this, how many questions? Out of how many questions? We are done. I am moving to question number 5 out of 7 questions, my dear lovable students. Mr. A, a retailer who keeps no inventory வைக்கல. Present the following information for the year. Purchase of goods எத்தனை lakh? 50 lakhs. GST at எத்தனை percent?
5%.
அப்ப GST கட்டி வாங்கி இருக்காரு 50 lakhs. Sales at fixed selling price inclusive of all taxes எத்தனை lakh? 60 lakh. GST on sale at எத்தனை percent? 5%. Right. வித்திருக்காரு fixed selling priceக்கு inclusive of all taxக்கு 60 lakhs. அதுக்குள்ள என்ன இருக்குன்னா GST இருக்கு. எத்தனை percentage?
5%.
Discuss whether you should opt for any scheme, composition scheme, if the composite tax is எத்தனை percent of turnover?
1%.
Yes sir, 1% of the turnover. Okay va? Okay sir. Expense of keeping detailed statutory record required under GST law will be how much rupees per annum? 1 lakh. Which shall be reduced to 50,000 if composition scheme is opted for. Other expenses are எத்தனை lakhs per annum?
3 lakhs per annum.
Oh, so we have to say to the client that whether you have to travel through the normal route or composition route. What a brilliant decision making question.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Sir, நீங்க நார்மல் ஸ்கீம்ல போறதா இருந்தா உங்களுக்கு என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்?
ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம்.
ஆனா காம்போசிஷன் ஸ்கீம்ல போறதா இருந்தா உங்களால ஐடிசி எடுத்துக்க முடியாது. கரெக்டா?
Yes, sir.
நார்மல் ஸ்கீம்ல போறதா இருந்தா ஐடிசி எடுத்துக்கலாம். சார் காம்போசிஷன் ஸ்கீம்ல போறதா இருந்தா
ITC எடுக்க முடியாது.
ரைட்டா?
Yes, sir.
சார் இப்ப நீங்க நார்மல் ஸ்கீம்ல போறதா இருந்தா 50 lakhs கொடுத்து பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா?
Yes, sir.
இதே காம்போசிஷன் ஸ்கீம்ல போறதா இருந்தா 50 lakhs கொடுத்து பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணும்போது டாக்ஸ் பே பண்ணீங்களா? 50 lakhs into 5% comes to 2 lakh. That 2,50,000 will become the cost.
Yes, sir.
ஏன்னா அதுக்கு என்ன எடுக்க முடியாது?
ITC.
அப்ப நீங்க நார்மல் ஸ்கீமா இருந்தா 50 lakhs will be the purchase cost and 52 lakhs will be the purchase cost if it is in a scheme composition because இங்க ITC allowed. இங்க என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்? அப்ப இங்க ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம், இங்க ITC எடுத்துக்க முடியாது. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Sir, add cost of maintaining records. Normal route ஆக detailed books of accounts maintain பண்ணாதான் sir ITC எடுத்துக்க முடியும்.
Yes, sir.
So 1,20,000 rupees you are spending, but இதே composition route இருந்தா procedure aspects ரொம்ப கம்மி. எவ்வளவு போதும்?
50,000.
அத மேல சொல்லிருக்காங்க. எஸ் நோவா? நீங்க நார்மல் ரூட்ல போனாலும் சரி, காம்போசிஷன் ரூட்ல போனாலும் சரி, you are liable to incur a cost of how much?
3 lakhs.
Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
So this is irrelevant cost. This is என்ன cost?
Irrelevant cost.
When you learn the relevant costing in the decision making process, whether you are considering this 3 lakh or not will not matter the decision. Correct?
Yes, sir.
But still don't apply relevant costing applications and all. Hello sir. You have to include 3 lakhs and 3 lakhs. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
What is the total cost in normal route? 54 lakh.
20,000.
20,000. And here is how much lakh?
56 lakhs.
56 lakhs. சார் நார்மல் ஸ்கீமை விட காம்போசிஷன் ஸ்கீம்ல என்னவா இருக்கு? ஏன் அதிகமா இருக்குன்னா ஐடிசி எடுத்துக்க, அதனால 2,50,000 என்னாச்சு? பட் சார் இங்க ஒரு சேவிங்ஸ் இருக்கு, எங்க ஒரு சேவிங் அது கொஞ்சம் செட் ஆஃப் பண்ணிருக்கேன். எஸ் சார் 70,000 வரைக்கும் ரைட்டா? சோ சேல்ஸ் இன்க்ளூசிவ் ஆஃப் ஆல் டாக்ஸ். இந்த கொஸ்டினை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இந்த கொஸ்டின்ல அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்றதுக்காக என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, கஸ்டமருக்கு நீங்க எந்த ரூட்ல வித்தாலும் சரி, எந்த ரூட்ல வித்தாலும் சரி, சேல் பிரைஸ் இஸ் நாட் சேஞ்சிங். ஹலோ சார், கஸ்டமருக்கு நீங்க அல்டிமேட்டா எவ்வளவு லாக்ஸ் தான் விப்பீங்க? 60 lakhs தான் விப்பீங்க. கஸ்டமருக்கு அல்டிமேட்டா 60 lakhs தான் விப்பீங்க. கரெக்டா சார்? நீங்க நார்மல் ரூட்ல போனீங்கன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், நீங்க எப்படி திங்க் பண்ணணும்னா அந்த எத்தனை லாக்ஸுக்குள்ள டாக்ஸ் இருக்கு, அப்ப அது இன்க்ளூசிவா ட்ரீட் பண்ணணும். Are you really with me? Yes sir. அப்ப 60 lakhs divided by என்ன not 5 into 5 comes to how much? 2,85,714 is the tax. Hello sir. அப்ப இந்த 60 lakhsல இருந்து 2,85,714 போச்சுனா 57,14,826 is the net sales. எந்த ரூட்ல போனா? அப்ப கஸ்டமரை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நார்மல் ரூட்டா காம்போசிஷன் ரூட்டா எல்லாம் தெரிய வேண்டிய. கஸ்டமரை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் 57,14,286 is the net sales. அவரு 60 lakhs தருவாரு. நீ நார்மல் ரூட்டா இருந்தா அது இன்க்ளூசிவா எடுத்துக்கோ. காம்போசிஷன் ரூட்டா இருந்தா 60 lakhsக்கு மேல டாக்ஸ் கட்டிக்கோ. எஸ்ஸா உன் பாக்கெட்ல இருந்து கட்டிக்கோ. எவ்வளவு 1000? அப்ப 60 lakhs into எவ்வளவு 1000? 1% come to you have to pay from your pocket. அப்போ net sales எவ்வளவு எடுத்துக்கலாம்? வேணும்னா இந்த 60,000 நீங்க எக்ஸ்பென்ஸா கூட கன்சிடர் பண்ணிக்கோ. எந்த ரூட்ல? அப்படியே 60 lakhs வச்சுக்கலாம். எஸ் சார். ஆர் ஆல்டர்னேட்டிவ்லி என்னோட நெட் சேல்ஸ் எவ்வளவு lakhs கூட சொல்லிக்கோ. 59 lakh both give the same. Yes sir. அப்போ under normal route 57,14,286 you are earning and your cost is 54,20,000 so your net profit is 2,94,200. But under composition scheme 59,40,000 minus 56 lakhs comes to 3,40,000. Clarity? Sir, இதுல நார்மல் ரூட்ல டாக்ஸ் பத்தி நான் பேசவே இல்ல. டாக்ஸ் ஒண்ணும் இல்ல. What is the output tax collected? 2,85,714. What is the input tax already paid? அப்ப கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட இருந்து நீ 2,85,714 கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவியா? ஆல்ரெடி நீ எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணி வச்சிருக்க? What is the gap? 35,714 is the gap. This you pay to the government now. Yes or no? It is apparent that while cost to the ultimate customer in both the case remain same because நான் எந்த ரூட்ல போறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட இருந்து அதிகமா கம்மியா வாங்க முடியாது, ஒத்துக்க மாட்டார் அவரு. Yes or no? The profit of the dealer is higher if the dealer opt for NS scheme. Hence composition scheme should be opted because it is having higher profit. Correct? As compared to the clarity. So this is a decision making question, my dear lovable students. Out of how many questions? We are through it. We are moving into question number 6 of the composition levy. Right?
Yes, sir.
Chanchal started providing beauty and grooming services and inaugurated care duty center in Janakpuri, Delhi on 1st April 2023. So, when started 1st April? Something to do with 1st April, no? So from start of the financial year till the date on which you are liable to get registration, that turnover should be included in the should not be included in the super. She opted to pay tax under section 10(2)(a) of the CGST Act. அப்படி ஒரு செக்ஷன் இருக்கு இல்லையா? Services. எப்பவும் 10(1) பத்தியே மட்டும் பேச முடியாது, யாரை பத்தியும் பேசணும். In the said financial year, the aggregate turnover of care for the quarter ended 30th June was how much lakh?
20 lakhs.
Why 20 lakh? Service. That's why first quarter 20 lakhs. In the 20 lakhs, எந்த ரூட்லயும் அவசியம். Further, half year ending 30th September 2013, the turnover reached 8 lakh. Sir, what is the threshold limit? 10 to a? 50 lakhs. Correct. While computing that, you have to include the turnover from the start of the financial year till the date on which you are liable for registration. That means second quarter tax kattanu 6%, 3% CGST, 3% SGST. Yes or no? And second quarter முடியும் போது எதை விட்டு வெளியே போயிடும்? Sir, care recorded a rapid growth and turnover reached 8 lakh by the end of October 2023. Determine the total tax liability of care beauty center by end of October 2023. Care wish to opt for composition scheme under 10(1). Under 10(1), only manufacturer, restaurant wala and the trader are entitled to travel through that. From the next financial year, you are required to advise it whether it can do so. In the question, no, never. Doors are closed. So this question is mutatis of Akidukan. Yes or no? அதே மாதிரி தான். அது குட்ஸுக்கு அவ்வளவுதான் சார். Same explanation will be applicable. Whatever explanation I have given, same will be applicable. Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Everyone read along with me. Section 10(2)(a) of the CGST Act provides an option to registered person to pay CGST at 3%, effective rate 6%, CGST and SUTGST on the first supply of goods or services up to an aggregate turnover of made after 1st April in any financial year subject to according to explanation number 2. Explanation number 2 na? For the purpose of determining the tax payable by a person under this section, turnover in a state or union territory shall not include the value of the following supplies, namely supply from 1st day of April of financial year up to the date when such person become liable for registration under and exempt supply of service provided by extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of this care beauty center is eligible to pay tax under this notification up to the turnover of 8 lakh. Total tax payable by it is as under first quarter since turnover did not exceed 8 lakh, it was not required to obtain, hence no tax was required to be paid. Total how much lakh? 20 lakhs. Second quarter effective rate is 6%. So extra turnover 30 lakhs and 30 lakhs is 6% comes to for the month of October. Sorry sir, they have crossed limit of 50 lakhs. They have to travel through of 8%. So 20 lakhs. So 20 lakhs or 18% comes to total tax payable. Sir, no. Care cannot opt for composition scheme under section 10(1) from the next financial year. Fundamentally, composition scheme can be availed in respect of goods and only one service, namely
Restaurant services.
as regards service other than restaurant service are concerned, only marginal supply of such service for a specified value along with the supply of goods or service or restaurant service as the case means permitted under 10(1) Alpha of CGST Act 2017. Therefore, person engaged exclusive in supply of service other than restaurant service is not eligible to opt for compensation scheme. Paka.
Yes, sir.
With this, we are through with question number 6 out of question number 7. So we are moving into the last question. Are you able to enjoy composition levy? It's a patas. Are you really with me?
Sir.
Lot of knowledge you will be getting when we are discussing this type of question. The 7th question determine the chapter composition levy. I am moving to the last question. Examine whether the suppliers are eligible for composition scheme in the following independent cases. Is there any other option available for concessional tax payment with any of these supplies wherever composition scheme cannot be availed. Composition scheme edukalena veradadu iruka. Mrs. Devlok, a registered dealer is dealing in intrastate trading of electronic appliances in Jaipur, Rajasthan. It has turnover of 130 lakhs in the preceding financial year. Okay? So he is trading, he is in Raju, and his turnover is 130 lakhs. Everything plays importance. In current financial year, it has also started providing repairing services of electronic appliances. Alpo, what is the route allowed for Devlok? Is 10-1 allowed? Yes, sir. But the service should be within limit of 10% of the state turnover in the immediately preceding previous year or 5 lakhs. Clarity. So we'll be reading the first part answer. Eligible, sir, composition. They would have given the full what the chapter is. Eligibility under composition scheme. As per section 10 of the CGST Act, the following registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crore may opt to pay tax under the NLV. Like manufacturer, person engaged in making supplier afford in para 6B of schedule 2 by restaurant services. And any other supplier eligible for NLV. Essentially, composition scheme can be availed in respect of and only one service, namely restaurant wala. However, the scheme permits supply of other marginal service for a specified value along with supply of goods and restaurant service, as the case may be. Such marginal service can be supplied for a value up to 10% of the turnover in the preceding year or 5 lakhs, whichever is. Further, the registered person should not be engaged in making any interstate outward supply of goods. Paka.
Yes, sir.
Then, composition scheme for service supply. The second chapter they are covering. Furthermore, an option for availing benefit of concessional payment of tax has been provided to a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is up to 1 lakh and who is not eligible to pay tax under composition scheme. Said person can pay tax at 3%, effectively 6%, CGST and SGST on the first supply of goods or services up to an aggregate turnover of and who is not eligible to pay tax under composition scheme. Said person can pay tax at 3%, effectively 6% of the first supply of up to a turnover of 50 lakhs made on or after 1st April in any financial year, subject to specified condition under section 10. One of the such condition is that registered person should not be engaged in making any interstate outward taxable. With this background, in the chapter in view of the above mentioned provision, the answer to be given in independent case is as under. Composition supplier can supply service for a value up to 10% of the turnover in the preceding year or 5 lakhs, whichever is. So the turnover limit for composition scheme in case of Jaipur, Rajasthan is. This person Devlok can opt for composition scheme as his aggregate turnover does not exceed. Further, since a registered person opting for composition scheme can also supply service other than restaurant service for a value up to 10% of the turnover in the preceding year or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Correct? Yes, sir. In the current financial year, Ms. Devlok can supply repair service up to a value of 13 lakhs. Last year,
130 lakhs.
10%?
30 lakhs.
Or 5 lakhs, whichever is? 10% of 130 lakhs or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher in the current financial year. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to the second party. What they are doing, you have to answer before because this is a ICA practice question. Sir, Mrs. Narayanan and Sons, a registered dealer, is running a Kanakasana restaurant. Kanakasana restaurant near City Palace in Jaipur. It has a turnover of 140 lakhs in the preceding financial year. In the current year, it has also started dealing in intrastate trading of beverages in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Sir, last year they are doing only restaurant. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
This year they are doing restaurant service plus beverages. Sir, dealing in beverage தான் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. So when you read just as a beverage, Don't come to a conclusion that it is அதுவாக இருக்கணும்னு. Now you answer based on this. Can they travel through composition levy in the current year? Yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. They can. Since the aggregate turnover in the immediately previous year does not exceed 1.5 crores. They can. Is there any problem with the beverage? No, sir. Coke, Pepsi, Sprite, 7-Up. Hello, sir. Tea, coffee. Rubber. Rule number 7A, 7B8. A restaurant service supplier engage in trading of goods. Right. Eligible under composition scheme. Sir, in the given case, turnover in the preceding year is less than eligible turnover, that is etana crore. The supplier is engaged in providing restaurant service which is an eligible supplier under ANM scheme. The supplier want to engage in trading of goods which is also eligible supply under the ANM scheme. So the beverage is goods. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
It's allowed. So Mrs. Narayan and Sons is eligible for ANM scheme. I'm moving to the third part of the question, my dear lovable students. Mrs. Indra and Bro, a registered dealer, is providing a restaurant service in Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand undu. It has turnover of 70 lakhs in the preceding financial year. Is Uttarakhand a special category state?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Edella? Arunachal Pradesh, Assam illa, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Sikkim, Nagaland, Tripura, Bagdodra illa, Uttarakhand undu. Right?
Yes, sir.
It has started providing intra-state interior designing service. Okay va? முன்னாடி ஒரு ரெஸ்டாரன்ட் மட்டும் தான் பண்ணிருந்தாங்க. இப்போ interior designing சேர்த்து பண்றாங்க. Right? In the current financial year. And discontinued rendering restaurant service. யார் சாப்பிட மாட்டாங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ரெஸ்டாரன்ட் சர்வீஸ் வேணாம்னு வச்சிட்டாங்க. எதுக்கு வந்துட்டாங்க? Is interior designing covered under 10(1)?
No, sir.
Is interior designing covered under 10(2)(a)?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Last year interior designing is there or not?
Not there.
No, sir. Last year restaurant service is there.
Yes, sir.
Sir, in the current year, can I travel through the composition levy for the interior design? Will I see the zero turnover of the interior designer? Or will it affect the restaurant service of 70 lakhs? Question arises. புரியுதா?
Yes, sir.
அது ஆல்ரெடி நான் லாஸ்ட் இயர்ல கொஞ்சம் டர்ன் ஓவர் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன். ஆனா அது எந்த பிசினஸ்க்கு? அதனால என்னோட என்ட்ரி டு த காம்போசிஷன் லெவி ஃபார் எஃபெக்ட் ஆகுமா ஆகாதா அப்படிங்கறத क्वेश्चन. You tell me whether Indira and Bro is eligible to travel through the composition levy or not eligible to travel. Not eligible. Why? Aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year exceed because it is in the same pan. Same pan. That's why in the question they said that, hello sir, examine whether the suppliers are eligible for composition scheme in the following independent case. Is there any other option available for concession tax payment with any of these suppliers where composition scheme cannot be availed? If composition scheme cannot be taken away, what is option you will recommend? 9 route. Or you will not ask you to take a new registration for this?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sir, why are you, sir, asking them to travel through 9 route? If they want to, sir, take the composition levy, cancel the registration under section 29. Yes, sir. Step in under section 22 or 24 or 25 subsection 3 in the registration. And when you take the registration by adopting NLV. At that time, for that pan last year, the turnover is, sir, 0. Yes or no? Yes or no? Wow. Service supplier not eligible for composition scheme. The turnover limit for composition scheme under 10(1) in case of Uttarakhand is 8 lakh. Further, a registered person who is exclusively engaged in supplying service other than restaurant service are not eligible for composition scheme. This Mrs. Indira and Bro cannot opt for combustion scheme under 10(1) of the Act.
CGST Act.
Further, benefit of concessional tax payment under 10(2)(a) of the CGST Act is available in case of registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year do not exceed 1 lakh. Thus, in view of the above mentioned provision, Messrs. Indira and Bro cannot avail the benefit of concessional tax payment as his aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is more than 50 lakhs. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Sir, they have not recommended any other NSR thing, but we can recommend that you can take NSR, new registration, then your aggregate turnover in the immediately preceding previous year will be less than 50 lakhs, then you are entitled to travel through the composition. Shall we do the last part?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Naresh, a registered dealer, is exclusively providing intrastate architect service in Uttarakhand.
Yes, sir.
Turnover.
75 lakhs.
Turnover. Everyone.
50 lakhs.
Services.
50 lakhs. 50 lakhs.
10(2)(a).
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 75 lakhs or 50 lakh?
50 lakhs.
50 lakh. It has turnover of 40 lakhs in the preceding financial year. What is the route available for them?
10(2)(a).
As an exclusive service provider can opt for combustion scheme only if he is engaged in supply of
Yes, sir.
combustion scheme permits supply of marginal service for a specified value, but only when the same are supplied along with goods or restaurant service. Since Mrs. Sir Naresh is exclusively engaged in supply of service other than NS service, it is not eligible for combustion scheme under 10(1). 10(1) not possible. Even though turnover in the preceding financial is less than the eligible turnover limit for Uttarakhand. However, since Mrs. Naresh is not eligible to opt for combustion scheme, its aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year does not exceed, not eligible to opt for combustion scheme. Its aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year does not exceed, and is exclusively engaged in supply of service other than restaurant service. So, Mrs. Naresh is entitled to avail benefit of combustion scheme under section 10(2)(a) of the ANM Act. So, with this, we are through with the 7 questions of composition levy, which comprise of 10(1) and 10(2)(a) comes to an end. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, in this slot, we are going to solve 5 questions from the chapter registration. The another important area for examination, which may come for 5 mark to 10 mark. Important, very important for exam. Sir, Mr. A of Rajasthan, Raju, has effected following supply within the state of Rajasthan. That means in the state supply. Intra-state supply. They are not doing interstate supply. If they do interstate supply, they fall under section 24. That is compulsory registration. You are required to determine whether is required to obtain registration under the NL law. Intra-state supply of goods, agricultural produce grown out of cultivation of land by NM member, family member. Will this be form part of aggregate turnover? Yes, sir. Sir, there is a section called as section 23. Person not liable for registration. Section 23 is saying that agriculturalist, to the extent of supply of agricultural produce, will not form part of aggregate turnover, or even though the aggregate turnover exceeds the threshold limit, he is not liable to take the registration. But in order to enjoy section N3, 23 is an exclusive concept. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Only the agriculturalist should supply only agricultural produce. But in this question, he is supplying exempt under section 11, 5% GST taxable, wholly exempted. That means there is no exclusive. Hence, this will form part of an turnover. So, intra-state supply of goods, agricultural produce grown out of cultivation of land by family members will form part of intra-state supply. Look at the wording. This is intra. If any one word is inter, they will fall under section 24. Enna registration? So, intrastate supply of goods, agricultural produce grown out of cultivation of land by a member? Family member, which is 5,50,000, will form part of intrastate supply of goods, which are wholly exempt from GST under section 11 of the CGST Act. This is in a turnover. Aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. Exempt supply includes section 11 supply.
Yes, sir.
Hence, this 6 lakh should form part of aggregate. Intrastate supply of goods chargeable with GST at 5%. 5%. Correct? Yes, sir. This is taxable supply. This should form part of intrastate supply of services. Intrastate supply of services, which are wholly enough from tax. So, the assessee is not only supplying goods but also supplying services. If you are exclusive supply of goods, then the applicable threshold limit will be, if you are supplying both what and what? Sir, you can't enjoy the higher limit of, the turnover limit will be restricted to. So the applicable threshold limit is how much lakh? 20 lakh. Paka?
Yes, sir.
Varaja, sir, will 5,50,000 form part of aggregate turnover?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Will 6 lakh form part of aggregate turnover?
Yes, sir.
Will 8,50,000 form part of aggregate turnover?
Yes, sir.
Will 50,000 form part of aggregate turnover?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So the aggregate turnover comes to, which exceeded the threshold limit of. Hence, Mr. A is liable to get registered under the GST under section 22 of the Act. Paka, we are going through the answer. Intrastate supply of goods, agriculture produce grown out of cultivation of land by family member should form part of aggregate turnover. The reason is, an agriculturalist is not liable to obtain registration under the Act to the extent of supply of produce out of enough land. Since Mr. A is engaged in supply of enough goods and services also, he is not covered under section 23. Because section 23 la enna avanuna? Cover avanuna exclusiva agriculture produce mattum supply pannu. Correct? In such a case, aggregate turnover will include all supply made by him, including supply of enough produce. In the case la aggregate turnover அவர் வந்து என்ன சார் எக்ஸ்க்ளூசிவா என்ன மட்டும் சப்ளை பண்ணலனா, அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ப்ரொடியூஸ் மட்டும் சப்ளை பண்ணலனா அக்ரிகேட் டர்னோவர்ல அந்த அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் ப்ரொடியூஸையும் என்ன பண்ணி ஆகணும், இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணி ஆகணும். அதனால தான் 5,50,000 அக்ரிகேட் டர்னோவர்ல we have included. Part number 1 clarity. Yes, sir. Intrastate supply of goods which are wholly exempt from GST under section 11 of the CGST Act. Sir, aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. Exempt supply includes section 11 supply. Yes or no? So, intrastate supply of goods which are wholly exempt from GST under section 11 of the CGST Act is to be included, since the same is specifically included in the definition of aggregate turnover. So, this also has been included in the aggregate turnover. Intrastate supply of goods chargeable with GST at what percentage? 5%. Sir, intrastate supply of goods chargeable with GST at 5% is specifically included for determination of aggregate turnover. Paka? Yes, sir. Intrastate supply of service which are wholly exempt from tax. Sir, aggregate turnover includes. So, intrastate supply of service through exempt from tax is specifically include definition of aggregate turnover. Since he is engaged in intrastate supply of both NA and NA from Rajasthan, applicable threshold limit for registration will be, since aggregate turnover exceeds, Mr. A is required to enter registration under the GST law. With that, question number 1 out of 5 question comes to an. I'm moving, sir, illustration number 61, which is question number 2. of this slot. From the following information, you are required to determine whether XYZ incorporated in Rajasthan is liable to be registered under the GST law if the company has effected following supply within the state of Rajasthan. Correct? Rajasthan, what is the threshold limit? Various threshold limit, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs as the case may be. But 10 lakhs will not be applicable. 10 lakhs will be applicable to T, N, M, M. T stands for Tripura, Nagaland, Manipur. Sir, intrastate supply of goods chargeable with 5% GST at 5%. Will this form part of, sir, aggregate turnover? Yes, sir. Intrastate supply of goods which are wholly exempt from GST under section 11 of the CGST Act. This will form part of? Sir, interest received from FD made with the Bank of Rajasthan, how much lakh? 1 lakh. Sir, we have discussed in the last session that aggregate turnover does not include extending deposit loan or advances for which the consideration has been represented by way of other than that. Explanation number 1 is only applicable for composition levy. Yes or no? Yes, sir. That is not for the purpose of computing the aggregate turnover as a whole. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, the aggregate turnover for the purpose of registration. Aggregate turnover for the purpose of registration. அப்ப நீ registration எடுக்கிறதுக்காக aggregate turnover calculate பண்ணும்போது aggregate turnover includes all taxable supply. Aggregate turnover includes all exempt supply. Correct? Yes, this exempt supply includes section 11 supply. This section 11 supply includes F stands for financial services. F stands for financial service includes extending deposit loans or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. If you are calculating any turnover for the purpose of levy, explanation 1 is saying that we have to exclude this one item, that is extending deposit loan or advances for which the consideration has been received by way of interest or discount other than credit card services. Pakka? Inga parunga, sir, I will tell you logically na, logica ungalku indha point explain pandren. Sir, this is the definition of aggregate turnover. This is the definition of aggregate turnover. This is for the purpose of composition levy. This is for the purpose of registration. So this is for the purpose of section 10. This is for the purpose of section 22. Sir, aggregate turnover for the purpose of composition levy na, composition levy is an option. Yes or no? Yes, composition levy is a benefit. Yes or no? Yes, composition levy is a blessing. Yes or no? Yes, so, interest or discount நால composition levyல வராம இருக்கிற அப்படின்னு யாரும் சொல்லக்கூடாது. For example, I put an FD of 100 crores. Yes, sir. I got an interest of 10%, comes to 10 crores. Correct? Yes, my aggregate turnover in the preceding previous year exceeds 1.5 crores because of the FD interest. Because of that, I am not able to travel through the lake. இப்படின்னு யாரும் சொல்லக்கூடாது. அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்கன்னா நியாயமா அவங்க என்ன கேள்வி கேட்பாங்கன்னா, நான் பிசினஸே இன்னும் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கல, அதுக்குள்ள நீங்க என்ன காம்போசிஷன் லெவிக்குள்ள வர வேணாம்னு சொல்றீங்களே, பின்ன எதுக்கு சார் காம்போசிஷன் லெவிங்கிற ஒரு ஆப்ஷன் ஆக்ட்ல வச்சிருக்கீங்க? அப்படின்னு நிறைய பேரால காம்போசிஷன் லெவியோட பெனிஃபிட்ட என்ஜாய் பண்ண முடியாது. கரெக்டா? அப்ப இந்த எக்ஸ்பிளனேஷன் under the aggregate turnover of composition levy is very much logical. Yes or no? Yes, sir. But if that explanation is not there, while calculating the aggregate turnover for the purpose of determining the registration, hello sir,
Yes, sir.
automatica sir aggregate turnover will be more. இப்ப அந்த explanation எதுக்கு அப்ளை ஆவலேனா ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனுக்கு அப்ளை ஆவலேனா சார் I will even include interest and discount while computing the aggregate turnover. Yes or no? So obvious aggregate turnover என்ன ஆயிடும் exceed ஆயிடும் increase ஆயிடும். அப்படி aggregate turnover என்ன ஆச்சுனா person liable to pay sir take the registration under section 22 என்ன ஆயிடும் as a government will the government want more registration under the GST or less registration under the GST? Hence the explanation what is under sir composition levy is not there in the sir aggregate turnover for the purpose of computation for registration. Are you ready with me? And the explanation இல்லாம இருந்தாதான் hello sir aggregate turnover என்ன aggregate turnover என்ன ஆனாதான் நிறைய பேர் என்ன எடுப்பாங்க அதனால 10 subsection 1 க்கு கீழே இருக்கிற explanation number 1 யாருக்கு கீழே இல்லைனா 22 க்கு கீழே இல்ல கரெக்ட்டா சார் அதனால சார் this interest also has to be included while computing the aggregate turnover for the purpose of registration. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Intrastate supply of goods chargeable to at etna percent GST? 18%. How much rupees? 50,000. This will form part of intrastate supply of goods chargeable with nil rate. This is an exempt supply. This will form part of check பண்ணிக்கோ question. தலைவர் ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருக்கான் ராஜஸ்தான்ல இருந்து goods மட்டுமா இல்ல goods and service goods மட்டும் பட் ஒரே ஒரு சர்வீஸ் இருக்கு என்னது interest for the purpose of enjoying the benefit of எத்தனை lakh 40 lakhs. That notification specifically saying that sir if you are sir having only interest or discount still you will be considered as a person exclusive supplier of goods, still you can enjoy the benefit of etana lakh 40 lakhs. Hence my dear lovable students you can enjoy the threshold limit of 40 lakhs. Shall we compute the aggregate turnover now? Yes, sir. 15 lakh 51,000 plus 5 lakh plus 1 lakh plus 50,000 plus 18 lakh 50,000 comes to 40 lakh, which has exceeded the limit of 40 lakhs. Hence, Mr. XYZ, Mr. Mrs. XYZ Limited is liable to take registration in the state of I'm reading the notes for you. Section 22, subsection 1 of the CGST Act, read with some notification bar notification. Inter alia provides that every supplier who is engaged in intra-state exclusive supply of goods is liable to be registered under GST in the state or union territory from where he makes the taxable supply of goods only when aggregate turnover in a financial year exceeds 40 lakhs. Since XYZ Limited is exclusively engaged in making intra-state taxable supply of from Rajasthan, applicable threshold limit for obtaining registration is 8 lakh as specified in some notification. Paka? Yes, sir. XYZ Limited shall be considered to be engaged exclusively in supply of even if it is engaged in exempt supply of services provided by way of extending deposit, loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of hence the threshold limit of registration shall not be reduced to 2 according to section 2 subsection 6 of the CGST Act. Aggregate turnover means aggregate value of all taxable supply excluding the value of inward supply on which tax is payable by a person, exempt supply, export of goods or service or both, and interstate supply of persons having the to be computed on but excludes GST, SGST, UT, GST, IGST, and shall we compute the aggregate turnover?
Yes, sir.
Intra-state supply of goods chargeable with 5% GST will form part of
Aggregate turnover.
intra-state supply of goods which are wholly exempt from GST under section 11 of the CGST Act will form part of
Aggregate turnover.
interest received from FD made with Bank of Rajasthan will form part of
Aggregate turnover.
but இதேது நீ aggregate turnover composition levyக்காக calculate பண்றதா இருந்தா இந்த 1 lakhs நீ include பண்ண வேண்டிய
அவசியம் இல்ல.
ஆனா ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனுக்கு நான் include பண்ணிதான் அப்பதான் aggregate turnover அதிகமாயி நீ registration எடுப்ப கரெக்ட்டா intra state supply of goods chargeable to 18% GST comes to
50,000.
intra-state supply of goods chargeable to nil rate of GST comes to
18 lakh.
so taxable value of supply comes to 40 lakh.
51,000.
Thus in this case, since aggregate turnover of the company exceed,
40 lakh.
it is liable to get registered under the
GST law.
so intra-state supply of goods chargeable with GST at 5% is specifically included for determination of intra-state supply of goods which are wholly exempt from GST under section 11 of the CGST Act 2017 is to be included for determination of aggregate intra-state supply of goods chargeable with GST at 18% is specifically included for determination of sir intra-state supply of goods chargeable with nil rate of GST is covered under exempt supply, hence it has to be included in the computation of service by way of extending deposit loan or advance insofar as the consideration is represented by way of other than interest involved in credit card service is exempt. Since aggregate turnover includes any supply, interest received from bank on FD being exempt supply is included in the so the takeaway for this question is, my dear lovable students, sir, interest should be included in the aggregate turnover while calculating the aggregate turnover for interest should not be included in the aggregate turnover while calculating the aggregate turnover for clarity.
Yes, sir.
With this we are through with question number 2 of this slot. Shall we move into question number 3?
Yes, sir.
Rishabh Enterprises, a sole proprietorship firm, started an AC restaurant in Virar, Maharashtra in the month of February, wherein the customers are served cooked food as well as cold drinks or non-alcoholic beverages. That means basic restaurant service. Basic restaurant, enga? My dear lovable students, if you check schedule 2, which is nothing but classification, supply of food is a service. It's a supply of service. That means from Virar, they are providing service. So the threshold limit is, so if the aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakhs, they are liable to take the registration. I am continuing. In March, the firm opened a liquor shop, which is in Kohima, Nagaland. Nagaland is TNM, Esanova. But from TNM, they are not supplying taxable supply, they are supplying exempt supply. Hence, the threshold limit will still be continued 20 lakhs and 10 lakhs will not be applicable. Are you ready? Do you understand? Nagaland for trading of alcohol, that doesn't impact our threshold limit. Enjoy pandriya. Determine whether Rishabh Enterprise is liable to be registered under GST law with the help of the following information. Serving of cooked food and cold drinks or non-alcoholic beverages in restaurant in Maharashtra. Okay, wow. Maharashtra le February 5,50,000 rupees. March le 6,50,000. Okay. This is Sale of alcoholic liquor for human consumption in எங்க? February dash March 5 lakh. Why dash in February? Open பண்ணதே மார்ச்ல. அப்ப Februaryல turnover கிடையாது. Supply of wholly exempt service, how much lakh?
1 lakh.
Sir, in February 1 lakh, March also 1 lakh. Export of packed food item from restaurant in Maharashtra comes so much? 1 lakh 50,000 and 2 lakhs in March. It's all are excluding GST, February and March. You are required to provide reason for treatment of various item given above. It's a brilliant, fantastic, outstanding question. Sir, the first understanding of the question is TNMM ல நீங்க ஒரு பிசினஸ் ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னு சொல்லி threshold லிமிட் கம்மியாக வேண்டிய அதுக்குள்ள இருந்து நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்கங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். taxable supply பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் threshold limit reduce ஆக வேண்டிய அவசியம் இருக்கு. ரைட்டா? அதுக்குள்ள இருந்து நான் டாக்ஸபிளோ எக்ஸம்டடோ பண்ணீங்கன்னா threshold limit கீழே வர வேண்டிய அதனால இவங்களுக்கு எத்தனை லாக்ஸே கண்டினியூ ஆகும். இப்ப பிப்ரவரியில வந்தேன்னா சார் 5,50,000 rupees இருக்கா? எஸ் சார். சார் பிளஸ் ஜீரோவா? பிளஸ் 1 lakh பிளஸ் 1,50,000. So 8 lakh is the aggregate turnover in month of February. Since it is less than 20 lakhs, they are not liable to take registration in the month of February. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
You can have a doubt. Sir, they said that export. Yes or no? Export is interstate supply. Yes or no? Sir, when you do export interstate supply, it is compulsory registration under section NFO 24. Yes or no? Sir, for service providers, for interstate supply up to 20 lakh, you are not liable for compulsory registration. They are having a special notification under section 23. Yes or no? That's why I said that as per schedule 2, hello sir, classification, sir, supply of service is a supply of service up to how much lakh? 20 lakh. So section 24 ல interstate supply பண்ணாலே compulsory registration எடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா கூட அதுக்கான ரிலாக்ஸேஷன் எங்க இருக்கு? 23 ல இருக்கு. செக்ஷன் 23 என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா சார் for interstate supplier of services up to எத்தனை lakh? 20 lakh வரைக்கும் நீங்க registration எடுக்க வேண்டிய. Hence we can finalize that February month you are not liable for registration because all other are intrastate supply. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Coming to the March, in March sir, now 8 lakhs we are going to calculate the aggregate turnover. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
March is 6,50,000 plus how much lakh? 5. Sir, will you include this 5 lakh is the next question arises. Sir, aggregate turnover includes exempt supply. Exempt supply includes non-taxable supply. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Alcoholic liquor for human consumption is a non-taxable supply that has to be included while computing the right?
Yes, sir.
So, sir, 6,50,000 plus 5 lakh plus how much lakh?
1 lakh.
Plus how much lakh? 2 lakh. So 14,50,000 is the turnover in the month of
March.
Sir, put together 8 lakh plus 14,50,000 comes to
21,000.
so it exceeded the threshold limit of
20 lakhs.
in March.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Then as per section 25 subsection 1 within 30 days you are liable for registration. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
But in the state of Nagaland, since they are exclusively supplying non-taxable supply, even though the aggregate turnover in Nagaland exceeds the threshold limit, they are not liable to take the registration as per section 23 is a call. Are you really with me? You are required to provide, sir, treatment of various items given above. registration provision. Sir, we are going to read the provisions of registration. As per section 22 of the CGST Act, supplier is liable to be registered in the state or union territory from where he makes a taxable supply of N or N or N. If his aggregate turnover in the financial year exceeds. However, if such taxable supplies are made from any of the N category states, namely T, N, M, M, he shall be liable to be registered if its aggregate turnover in a financial year exceeds 10 lakhs. Paka? In the given question, since Rishabh Enterprise is engaged in making taxable supply of N and N from Maharashtra, which is not a specified special category state, the threshold limit for obtaining registration is why 20 lakh services. It will not get the benefit of higher threshold limit of 40 lakh since it is not engaged in exclusive supply of, as it is also providing services. Threshold limit is not reduced to 1 lakh. In this case, because sale of one of the specified special category states are in a taxable supply in terms of section 9(1) of the CGST Act. Paka? As per section 2(6) of the CGST Act 2017, aggregate turnover includes aggregate value of all taxable supply, all exempt supply, export of goods or services, and all interstate supply of persons having the. So above is computed on an India basis. Further, the aggregate turnover excludes central tax, state tax, union territory tax, integrated tax, and cess. Moreover, the value of inward supply on which tax is payable under reverse charge is not taken into account for calculation of aggregate turnover. In the light of the above mentioned provision, aggregate turnover of Rishabh Enterprises is computed as below. Serving of cooked food and cold drinks or non-alcoholic beverage in restaurant in Maharashtra is turnover in February 5,50,000. Cumulative turnover February and March 5,50,000 plus 6,50,000 comes to. And sale of alcoholic liquor for any consumption in Nagaland, we will not add in February because in February unit itself is not there. But we will add in March because NSR aggregate turnover includes. And supply of wholly exempt service, how much? 1 lakh, and cumulatively 2 lakh. We will add 2 lakh. And export of packed food item from restaurant in Maharashtra, so we will add 1,50,000 in February and cumulatively 3,50,000. So we have reached only 8 lakhs in the month of February. Since it is less than 20 lakhs, we are not liable to take registration in February. But since it has exceeded 20 lakhs in the month of, we are liable to take registration from March. As per 247 of the CGST Act, exempt supply includes non-taxable supply. The supply of any liquor, alcoholic liquor for any consumption in Nagaland being a taxable supply is an exempt supply, is therefore includable while computing the supply of wholly exempt service is includable while computing the. So conclusion for this question is Rishabh Enterprises was not liable to be registered in the month of Endamasam. Since his aggregate turnover did not exceed 20 lakhs in that month. Correct? Yes, however, since its aggregate turnover exceeds 1 lakh in the month of March, it should apply for registration within from the date on which it become liable to be registered. Clarity. What a brilliant question. Fantastic question. Because only those who know the entire coverage, full coverage of the Act will be able to answer this question. Okay. So we have done 3 questions in slot number. I'm moving to question number 4 out of 5. This is regarding the time limit for obtaining registration. You all know what is the time limit? 30 days. State the time limit within which registration need to be obtained in each of the following independent cases. Casual taxable person, person making interstate taxable supply. Interstate taxable supply is section 24. 24 within how many days? 30 days from the date of liable to be registered. Casual taxable person 27. Correct. 27, 7 minus 2, 5. 5 days prior to the date of commencement of business. That's it. We are done with the answer. Are you ready with me? We'll be reading Section 25 subsection 1 of the CGST Act stipulate the time period within which registration need to be obtained in various cases. It provides the following time limit. A person who is liable to be registered under section dash or dash.
22 or 24.
If you are falling either under 22 or 24 within 30 days from the date on which he become enough for registration. A CTP or NRTP at least 3 days, 5 days prior to the commencement of the. So in view of the aforesaid provision, CTP must obtain registration at least 3 days prior to the commencement of the business. As per section 24 of the CGST Act. What is 24? Person making interstate taxable supply is liable to get compulsory registered. Therefore, such person must obtain registration within 30 days from the date on which he become liable for registration. This is a theory area. I believe that you are able to appreciate or understand. Out of 5 questions, we are through with 4 questions. The last question in this slot. In order to be eligible for grant of registration, a person must have a PAN issued under the Income Tax Act. State an exception to it. Is there any exception? Sir, if the assessee is non-resident taxable person, can take a registration even if they don't have, they need other documents like passport, driving license, etc. A PAN is mandatory to be eligible for grant of registration. However, non-resident taxable person is an exception. As per provisions of 25 subsection 5 and 25 subsection 6 of the CGST Act, NRTP may be granted registration on the basis of other prescribed documents instead of. He has to submit a self-attested copy of his valid along with the application signed by his authorized who an Indian resident is having, and application will be submitted in a different prescribed form. Correct? Appo yaar GST registration edukkaradha irundala ungalku enna venum? PAN venum. Ana sir NRTP ah irundha avangalukku enna thevai illa? PAN thevai illa. Correct? Yes sir. So NRTP ki other document base panni other document like passport. Sir, so they have to file a self-attested copy, sir, along with the application signed by the signatory. Avanga enga irukanumna India la irukanum is having a valid PAN. Avangalukku enna venum? PAN venum. Avanga PAN irukra oru aal sign பண்ணிருக்கணும். யாருக்காக? NRTP காக. PAN இருக்கிற ஒரு ஆள் NRTP காக என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா சைன் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா NRTP can take registration even without the PAN. Clarity? Yes, sir. So we have done the 5 questions from this slot. Paka. In the coming slot, we will be completing the balance theory slots of the registration. With that, registration will comes to an end. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, in the last slot, we have done the question area of registration. In this slot, we'll be doing how many questions? 11 questions of theory slot of registration. It's very easy, part man. Question number 65 is a target. State which of the following suppliers are liable to be registered. Agent supplying goods on behalf of some other taxable person and its aggregate turnover does not exceed applicable threshold limit during the financial year. So there is an agent. The agent is supplying on behalf of the principal, but aggregate turnover does not exceed the threshold limit. Is the agent compulsory liable to be registered? Yeah. Section 24. So section 24 is saying that agent or otherwise is compulsory liable to get. So section 24 of the CGST Act provides for any registration of certain person irrespective of their turnover limit. As per section 24, a person supplying goods or service or on both on behalf of other taxable person, whether as an agent or not, is liable to be compulsory registered even if it is aggregate turnover does not exceed 1 lakh during the financial year. Correct? Yes, hence agent is compulsory liable to be registered. An agricultural whose only engaged, who's only means exclusively engaged in supply of produce of cultivation of land. That agriculture will fall under what section? As per section 23, an agriculturalist who is only engaged in supply of produce out of cultivation of land is not required to obtain registration. Paka? Yes, sir. You are able to say the answer, Leah? Yes, sir. I'm moving into question number 2 out of question number 11. If a person is operating in different states, that means state 1, sir, state 2 and state 3, with the same PAN number, can he be granted centralized registration? No, sir. There is no concept of centralized registration in GST. You have to take, no, every person who is liable to take a registration will have to get registered separately for each of the states where he has a business operation and is liable to pay GST. But for the purpose of taking registration, will be computing in a turnover. That is on all India basis. Yes, but registration is not on. Registration is state based. Correct? Yes, I'm moving to the next question. Question number 3 out of 11. Can a person having multiple business verticals in a state? Okay, wow. Sir, one is footwear, other is cloth. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. And third one is pen. This is multiple business vertical in a state. Obtain separate registration for each business vertical if you want. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. GST is saying that, sir, in one state, one registration. But if you want more than in a state, we are ready to provide you more number of registration. Yes, sir. Yes, as per the proviso to section 25 subsection 2. A person having multiple business verticals in a state may obtain a registration for each business vertical subject to such conditions as may be prescribed. Sir, question number 4 out of 11. Can the department through the N officer suo moto proceed to register of a person? As per section 25 subsection 8, compulsory registration. Correct? Yes, sir. Yes, as per the provisions of 25 subsection 8, where a person who is liable to be registered under the GST law fails to obtain registration, PO may, without prejudice to any action which may be taken under the NSR CGST Act or any other law for the time being in force, proceed to register such person in the manner as is prescribed in GST rules 2000. அதாவது section 24 is a compulsory registration. அது taxable person ஆவே எடுக்க வேண்டியது. Section 25 subsection 8 is also a compulsory registration which is undertaken by the PO. Correct? Yes, sir. This is the first compulsory registration in the Act. This is the second compulsory registration in the Act. 4 into 2, 8. So 25 subsection 8. Are you really with me? Whether the registration granted to any person is permanent? Whether the registration granted to any person is permanent? Yes, sir. Daily by registration எடுக்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. மாசம் போய் registration எடுக்க வேண்டிய. Sir, yes, the registration certificate once granted is permanent unless surrender. நீயா போய் surrender பண்ற, cancel, suspended or revoked. இதெல்லாம் பண்ணலேனா permanent. இதெல்லாம் பண்ணா not permanent. Right? So we have done question number 5 out of 11 question. Are you really with me? I'm moving. Don't see the answer you try to say. Question number 6 out of 11. Is it necessary for the UN body to get registered under GST? Yes, sir. 25 subsection 9. Correct? Sir, yes. As per section 25 subsection 9 of the CGST Act, any specialized agency of United Nations organization or any multilateral financial institution and organization as notified under the United Nations Privileges and Immunities Act 1947, consulate or embassy of foreign country and any other person notified by the commissioner is required to obtain a UIN. What is the full form of that? Unique identification number from in the portal. UIN shall be assigned and registration certificate shall be issued within 3 working days from the date of the structure of said ID means will be uniform across the state in conformity with the GST IN structure, and same will be common for the center and NA. The UIN will be needed for claiming refund of taxes paid on notified supply of goods and services in by them, and for other purpose as may be. We all know that, sir, F stands for, sir, foreign diplomatic mission, correct? D stands for, sir, foreign diplomatic mission. Any services provided by foreign diplomatic mission is exempt, right? Whereas service provided to foreign diplomatic mission is taxable. That means நீங்க foreign diplomatic missionக்கு service provide பண்றதா இருந்தா we will collect GST. That GST cannot be claimed as refund by the, cannot be taken as ITC by the foreign diplomatic mission. They have to get it as, in order to get it as refund, they need UIN, unique identification. Idillamayum other uses which has been notified by the government. We are moving into the 7th question out of 11 question. What is the responsibility of the taxable person making supplies to UN body? நீங்க யாருக்குன்னா UN body ki supply பண்றீங்க. ஓகேங்களா? What are the responsibility is the question. It's an open question. The taxable supplier making supply to UN body is expected to mention the UIN on the invoice. And the invoice la எதை மென்ஷன் பண்ணிருக்கணும்? UIN மென்ஷன் பண்ணிருக்கணும். That is unique and treat such supply as supply to another என்ன person. அது ஒரு B2B க்கு சப்ளை பண்ண மாதிரி நீங்க ட்ரீட் பண்ணணும். And the invoice of the same should be uploaded by the, அந்த invoice நீங்க என்ன சார் உங்களோட GST போர்ட்டல்ல அப்லோட் பண்ணணும். அப்பதான் government will be able to verify the UIN as received the goods or services. Then only when the UIN is claiming the refund, they'll be able to cross check and they can process the refund. Paka. These are the responsibility if you are supplying to UIN. I'm moving to the 8th question out of 11th question. What is the validity period of registration certificate issued to a CTP and NRTP is the question. Either 90 days or days prescribed in the registration application, whichever is. Registration certificate granted to CTP or NRTP will be valid for period specified in the registration application, correct? Or 90 days from the end date of registration. Can be extended further by a period not exceeding by making an application before the end of the validity of registration to him, whichever is. That means நீ எத்தனை நாள் உன்னோட அப்ளிகேஷன் பண்ணி 20 days கேட்டிருக்க or 90 days whichever is earlierனா நீ 120 days கேட்டிருக்கேனா 120 or 90 days whichever is earlierனா பக்கா. I'm moving to the 9th question out of 11th question. What could be the liability in so far as registration is concerned on transfer of business? நீ business transfer பண்ணிட்டா உன்னோட liability என்ன? Transferee, transferor, correct? Transferor has to transferee liable to take the registration from the date of succession of business or transfer of the business. Transferor will cancel the registration under section as per the provisions of 22 subsection 3 of the CGST Act. The transferee or the successor shall be liable to be registered with effect from such transfer or succession, and he will have to obtain a dash registration with effect from the date of such transfer or succession as per section 22 subsection 3. I'm moving into the 10th question out of 11th question. At the time of registration, will the assessee has to declare all his place of business? Yes, sir. One should treat it as and others has to be treated as. the principal place of business and place of business have been separately defined under section 289, 285 of the CGST Act respectively. Taxpayer will have to declare principal place of business as well as details of additional place of business in the என்ன form? அப்ப principal place of என்ன சார் business தனியா, additional place of business தனியா registration formல mention பண்ணி தான். I'm moving to the last question, the 11th question out of 11 question. What will be the time limit for the decision on online registration application? நீங்க ஆன்லைன்ல registration application போட்டீங்கன்னா எந்த நாளைக்குள்ள வரணும்? 3 working days. If the information and uploaded documents are found in order, PO has to respond to the applicant within 3 common. If you communicate any deficiency or discrepancy in the application within such time, applicant will have to remove the discrepancy or deficiency within 7 days of such communication. Thereafter, for either approving the application or rejecting it, PO has 7 days time from the date when the taxable person communicates removal of deficiency. In case no response is given by PO within a set timeline, portal shall automatically generate the registration. This is called as deemed registration. With all the 11 questions, theory area of registration slot comes to an end. So very happy evening to all. Sir, in this slot, we are going to talk about charge of GST. We are having 6 questions from charge of GST. This is illustration number 8. This is a November 2018 past examination question. Sir, Mr. Sanjay of New Delhi made a request for the motor car to superride Ola, Uber, Rapido, like that, superride for traveling from New Delhi to Gurugram, Haryana. After Mr. Sanjay paid the cab charges using his debit card, he get details of the driver, Mr. J. Singh, and the cab's registration number. Superride is a mobile application owned and managed by DT Limited, located in India. The application Superride facilitates a potential customer to connect with the person providing cab service under the brand name of Superride, DT Limited. Claims that cab service is provided by Mr. J. Singh, and hence he is liable to pay GST under the provisions of GST law. With reference to the provisions of IGST Act, determine who is liable to pay GST in this case. Would your answer be different if DT Limited is located in New York, USA? Also briefly state the statutory provisions involved. After reading this question, you have to understand Superride as e-commerce operator. Sir, if notified supplies has been supplied through e-commerce operator, which is Happy Services, HAP, H stands for housekeeping services, accommodation services, transportation of passenger. The person liable to pay GST is the, as per section 95 or 55 of the Act. Are you really with me? So as per section 55 of the IGST Act, 55 is IGST, the government may, on the recommendation of council, by notification, specify category of, very important, services. The tax on interstate supply, kandipa, because in a IGST, which shall be paid by ECO if such service are supplied through it. And all the provisions of this act shall apply to such ECO as if he is the supplier liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of. As per 245 of the CGST Act, ECO means any person who owns, operate or manage digital or electronic facility or platform for electronic commerce. The central government has notified service by way of transportation of passenger by in a taxi, motor cab, maxi cab, motorcycle. The tax on interstate supply shall be paid by the. Thus, in the above case, DT Limited is liable to pay GST in respect of supply of said service. Thus, the contention of DT Limited that Mr. Joravar Singh should pay GST on the same as is the provider of service is not. Further, proviso to section 55 of the IGST Act provides that where an eco does not have a என்ன presence in taxability. அப்போ e-commerce operator க்கு physical presence taxable territory ல இல்லேனா any person representing such eco யார் அந்த eco-வை என்ன பண்றாங்களோ represent பண்றாங்களோ so representing eco for any purpose in taxable territory shall be liable to pay tax. அப்ப eco க்கு என்ன இருந்தா physical presence இருந்தா eco itself will pay the tax. If eco does not have physical presence, their representative will pay tax. So when the eco doesn't have a presence in the taxable territory, and also he does not have a representative in the such eco shall appoint a person. Then they should appoint a in the taxable territory for the purpose of paying tax, and such person shall be liable to pay tax. அதாவது e-commerce operator eco correct three things it's a three-step approach. If this eco is having physical presence then eco will pay the tax. If eco does not have a their representative will pay the tax. So eco does not have a physical presence and also a representative, sir, they have to appoint person to pay the tax. Thus, even if DT Limited is located in a taxable territory, its liable to pay GST will not be extinguished. The representative of DT Limited or the other person appointed by DT Limited will be required to discharge the GST liability on behalf of DT Limited. Perfect? With this question number 1 out of 6 questions from charge of GST comes to an end. So we are doing question number 2 out of 6 questions. Define intra-state supply and interstate supply under the GST law. It's a straightforward question. Is it correct to say that interstate supply attract both CGST and SGST? Not correct to say. Correct? Yes. Anda correct on kekala. The relevant provisions are discussed as under. Sir, where the location of the supplier and place of supply of goods or services are in the same state or union territory, it will be treated as of goods or services respectively. Where the location of the supplier and place of supply of goods or services are in two different states, two different union territory, or a state and a union territory, it shall be treated as interstate supply of goods or services. No, it is not correct to say that interstate supply attract both CGST and SGST as interstate supply attract however IGST is the sum total of SGST or UTGST. This is a straightforward question. One time they have asked for 3 mark in examination. Paka? Yes, try to get the same wordings of the definition, sir, instead of writing your own. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to the question number 3 out of 6 questions. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
This is a very important question from the RCM reverse charge mechanism. Sir, you would have heard about sponsorship services, yeah?
Yes, sir.
If the recipient of sponsorship service is either partnership or body corporate, then only RCM provisions will be applicable. Mr. Vivek sponsored a dance competition organized by Tal Academy, a dance school run by an individual. The dance competition was named as Mr. Vivek's Dance Show by Tal Academy. That means Vivek என்ன பண்ணிருக்காருன்னா Tal Academy ஸ்பான்சர்ஷிப் கொடுத்திருக்காரு. இந்த Tal Academy ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் கண்டக்ட் பண்ண போறாங்க. மிஸ்டர் விவேக்ஸ் என்ன ஷோ? டான்ஸ் ஷோ அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. கரெக்ட்டுங்களா? எஸ் சார். So basically Tal Academy is going to provide advertisement services. For that, this Vivek has paid consideration by way of sponsorship. Correct? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Who is liable to pay GST in this case? Sir, Vivek is an individual. RCM provisions apply avanunna. Recipient either partnership firm or body corporate இருக்கணும். இங்க recipient யாரா இருக்காங்க? இண்டிவிஜுவலா இருக்காங்க. சார் எப்பவுமே ஒரு கன்ஃபியூஷன் இருக்கும் சார் ஸ்பான்சர்ஷிப் சர்வீசஸ் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும். ஹலோ சார், Sponsorship services பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் விவேக் இஸ் சார் given sponsorship services இல்லையா? ஆக்சுவலி விவேக் யாரு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? தால் அகாடமி கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அப்ப தால் அகாடமி இஸ் த சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடர் அண்ட் விவேக் இஸ் த சர்வீஸ் ரிசீவர். ரிவர்ஸா திங்க் பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா தால் அகாடமி ப்ரொவைடட் சார் advertisement services. For that, Vivek paid consideration by way of sponsorship services. Paka. Up in the service provider yaru Tal Academy and service recipient yaru Vivek. Since the service recipient is individual, sir, the conditions of RCM has not been satisfied. Hence, RCM will not be, FCM will be. So the person liable to pay GST is there. Will your answer be different? If Tal Academy is run by NFM, Tal Academy என்னங்கிறது மேட்டரே கிடையாது. விவேக் என்னங்கிறது matter. Because service provider partnership company that doesn't matter, my dear lovable students. Sir, service recipient யாருங்கிறது. Sir, in case of taxable service provider or agreed to be provided by way of sponsorship to any dash corporate or NFM located in taxable territory, person liable to pay GST is the recipient of. However, since in the given case sponsorship service are provided to a person liable to pay GST will be the supplier of service, that is an academy. Further, since the status of recipient of service is relevant, yaar receive பண்றாங்க அவங்களோட status தான் relevant. For determining as to who would pay GST, status of service supplier is. Therefore, as long as sponsorship service is rendered to one, GST will be payable by supplier of service, that is an academy, irrespective of whether same is run by individual or partnership firm. Pakka? I'm moving to the question number 11. So the takeaway of question number 10 is very simple. If the recipient is body corporate or partnership firm, provisions of RCM will be applicable. Otherwise, RCM will not be applicable, FCM will be applicable. I'm moving to question number 11, which is fourth of 6. Correct? Very important question, good question actually. All are good and all are variety questions. From the following information pertaining to the month of December, determine the person liable to pay GST. Yaar GST kattanum. And extent of என்ன payable? GST payable. The rate of GST is 18%. And in case of goods transport agency, it is 8%. So it's a 5% GTA, not 12% GTA. If all sums are exclusive of tax and both service supplier and service recipient are located in, that means they are situated in the taxable territory. Mr. Kanha is an agent of general insurance company. Up insurance agent. Girls ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? Goods transport agent, insurance agent, insurance agent, insurance agent. Question is with regard to insurance agent. The insurance company pays commission excluding tax of 8 lakhs to him. Mr. Kanha claims that no GST is leviable on service provided by him as his value of taxable service does not exceed how much lakh? No. You are not liable to pay tax, but the recipient, that is insurance company, is liable to pay tax on reverse charge. Correct? So for that, in this case, general insurance company will be liable to pay GST on a charge basis. It cannot claim threshold exemption as it is the end of the service, because receiver of service will fall under section 24. என்ன விஷயம்? அதுக்கு என்னவே கிடையாது. Threshold limit. Hence, GST shall be 8 lakhs into எத்தனை percent? Comes to 1,44,000. The same shall be paid by the general insurance company. யார் கட்டணும்? General insurance. I'm moving to the next one. ABC Limited availed service of Kamal Goods Transport Agency. This is one of the 7 specified person. Correct? For transportation of goods by road from factory located in New Delhi to its Jaipur depot and paid freight of 1 lakh. Since the GTA is a 5% GTA, hello sir, RCM will be applicable if they provide services to 7 specified. Since the 7 specified person are located in taxable territory, then the person liable to pay GST is the person located in. In this case, GST shall be paid by ABC Limited under any charge. It is liable to pay freight for transportation of goods. The GST liability shall be how much?
5,000.
Our GTA can exercise the option to pay tax under NSCM, FCM. In such case, GT has to take registration under the CGST Act and to issue a tax invoice to the recipient charging GST at 5% and has to make a prescribed declaration on such invoice by him issued. வேணா GTA க்கு வேணா FCM ல travel பண்ணலாம். அப்படி GTA FCM ல என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா travel பண்ணாங்கன்னா they have to raise an invoice. In that invoice they have to collect the GST. Once they collect the GST, the person liable to pay GST will be the NSR. FCM, that is GTA, it will not fall to the reverse charge basis. I'm coming to the third one. PC Jewelers Limited paid 50 lakh for sponsorship of Miss India beauty pageant for sponsorship services. Since the recipient is partnership firm or body corporate, person liable to pay GST is there. In this case, sponsorship service are received by PC Jewelers Limited. Hence, it will be liable to pay GST under any charge mechanism. The GST liability shall be 50 lakhs into 18%. Come to how much lakh? Appa yaar kattipa? Last one. Legal service provided by PDS & Co., a partnership firm of New Delhi, to Hindustan Unilever Limited. Rupees how much lakh? Sir, legal service 75 lakhs vanduchena turnover ethana kodi irukonu illaya. So this NSR Unilever Limited is a registered person. So in this case GST shall be paid by Hindustan Unilever Limited under any charge. The GST liability shall be 75 lakhs into 18% comes to 30 lakh 50,000. Right? Yes, sir. That's it with regard to question number 4 out of 6. So we are moving into question number 5 out of 6. Are you able to appreciate or understand? Yes, sir. And with you, sir, from your heart. Anybody is there? Where is the grand clap? Question number 12 is an important question. Mr. Vicky Franklin, an unregistered famous author, received 3 crores of consideration from Shiv Bhavan publication located in Indore for supply of service by way of temporary transfer of copyright covered under section 13 subsection 1 class A of the Copyright Act relating to original literary work of his in a book, new book. அப்ப புதுசா ஒரு புக் எழுதி இருக்காரு ஒரு ஆத்தர். புக் எழுதி அது பப்ளிகேஷன் கம்பெனிக்கு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. பப்ளிகேஷன் கம்பெனி அதுக்கு சார் consideration pay பண்ணிருக்காங்க. How much? 3 crores. So service provider is the author and service recipient is the publication company. We know that this will fall under NSCM. Brilliant, sir. He finished his work and made available the book to the publisher, but has yet not raised the invoice. Invoice raise pannala. Mr. Vicky is of the view that SBP is liable to pay tax under any charge, reverse charge on service provided to him. Vicky என்ன நினைக்கிறாருன்னா ஆத்தர் என்ன நினைக்கிறாருன்னா சர்வீஸ் ரெசிபியன்ட் தான் இதுக்கு என்ன கட்டணும் டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும் நான் எந்த வேலையும் பண்ண வேண்டிய SPB doesn't concur with his view and not ready to deposit the tax under any circumstance. Publication company என்ன சொல்லுச்சுன்னா நீ தலையே குத்தினாலும் நான் டாக்ஸ் கட்ட மாட்டேன் நீ தான் எழுதின நீயே கட்டிக்கோ. Examine whether view of Mr. Vicky is correct. Further, if the view of Mr. Vicky is correct, what is the recourse available with Mr. Vicky to comply with the requirement of GST law as SPB has completely refused to deposit the tax? Vicky சொல்றது கரெக்ட் தான். யார் தான் கட்டணும்? ஆனா பப்ளிகேஷன் ஒத்த கால்ல நிக்கிறாங்க நாங்க என்ன மாட்டோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா sir the author can take registration and he can move forward on a charge basis. So this is an exception to the RCM. So this may be tested in examination. Yes, the view of Mr. Vicky is correct. GST is payable under reverse charge in case of supply of service by author by way of transfer or permitting the use or enjoyment of copyright covered under section 13 subsection 1 clause A of the Copyrights Act relating to original literary work to the publisher located in Taxable territory in terms of என்ன charge? Data something bar something. Therefore, in the given case, person liable to pay tax is the publisher. That is யாரு? அப்ப service provider யாரு? Wiki sir, author sir. Service recipient யாரு? Publication sir. This publication is the person liable to pay GST under reverse charge mechanism. Correct? However, since BP has completely refused to deposit the tax on the inner transaction, Mr. Vicky has an option to pay tax under inner charge on the same. For the purpose, he needs to fulfill the following conditions. In the conditions, allow fulfill pannu. Since he is registered, he has to first take registration under the CGST Act. He needs to file declaration in the prescribed form that he exercised the option to pay CGST on the said service under inner charge. In section 9(1), not 9353, correct? Under section 9, and to comply with all the provisions as they apply to a person liable for paying the tax in relation to supply of any NA or NA. And that he shall not withdraw the said option within a period of a year from the date of exercising such option. அப்ப முதல்ல இவர் போய் என்ன எடுக்கணும்னா ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுக்கணும். ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் எடுத்து சார் இவர் என்ன பண்ணணும்னா ஒரு ஃபார்ம் என்ன பண்ணணும் டிக்ளேர் பண்ணணும். என்னன்னா I want to travel through the forward charge mechanism and I will not withdraw for a minimum period of 1 year. And he has to make a declaration on the invoice which he would issue to SBB in the NF form, prescribed form. அவர் அந்த இன்வாய்ஸ்ல மென்ஷன் பண்ணும் இது NSCM FCM ல ஒர்க் ஆகுதுன்னு. That is the alternative way available to the author if the publisher is refused to pay the tax on RCM. Okay. With this question number, out of question number comes to man. We are into the last question, question number 6 out of 6. Okay. Decide which person is liable to pay GST in the following independent cases. Whether the recipient is located in any territory. Ignore the aggregate turnover and exemption available. Mr. Raghu provided sponsorship services to We Win Cricket Academy and LLP. Recipient யாரா இருக்கணும்னா either partnership firm or body corporate. So a recipient is one of the person, specified person. So the person liable to pay GST is the recipient. Correct? As per entry number something by something, service provided by your sponsorship to any body corporate or partnership firm shall be liable to be taxed under any charge, and the recipient of service shall be liable to pay GST. For the purpose of this notification, a limited liability partnership firm formed and registered under the provisions of LLP Act shall also be considered as partnership firm or a firm. Thus, We Win Cricket Academy shall be liable to pay GST. Clarity? Yes, sir. Safe Trans, a GTA, transported goods of Kapil and Co. partnership firm, which is not registered under GST. Sir, GTA service provided to a partnership firm, whether or not? So, since NSR Kapil and Co. partnership firm is one of the 7 specified person, the person liable to pay GST is the, as per entry number 1 of supplier service by GTA in respect of transportation of goods by road to any partnership firm, whether registered or not, under any law, shall be liable to be taxed under RCM, and recipient of service shall be liable to pay GST. Thus, Kapil and Co. shall be liable to pay GST under RCM. However, if the GST paid at by GTA, that is under any charge. GTA is liable to pay tax under any charge mechanism. Otherwise, the recipient is liable to pay tax because they are one of the 7 specified services, my dear lovable students. With this, we are through with charge of. When you see, we are through with introduction to GST, definition of supply, charge of GST, composition levy, exemption and registration, because composition levy and registration is having connection with regard to the aggregate turnover. Okay? Sir, in the coming slot, these are one connected topic: tax invoice, time of supply, value of supply. Then you have to NSR payment of tax, returns and ITC. That will be completing in the coming slot. Sir, very happy afternoon to all. So we are in the process of completing top 100 question for examination. In that, in this part, we are going to do time of supply. In that, we'll be doing time of supply of goods and time of supply of services. In that first slot, we'll be doing time of supply of goods. We'll be covering 7 questions, my dear lovable students. In that 7 question number 1 out of 7, 1 by 7. Determine the time of supply in each of the following independent cases in accordance with the provisions of section 12 of the CGST Act. What is section 12? Time of supply of goods. In case supply involves end of goods. So, as we all know that, sir, time of supply classified into 3 categories. Number 1, time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, and time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. So, with regard to time of supply of goods, we can classify time of supply of goods into how many categories? 4 categories. Number 1, forward charge, reverse charge mechanism, then vouchers exchangeable for goods and residual cases. Yes or no? With regard to forward charge, that forward charge classified into how many categories? 4 categories. Number 1, supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods, sale or return basis. Repeat once again. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods, sale or return. So in that, sir, we are going to do supply involves end of goods. Sir, question number 1. Date of removal 1/10/2022. We know that in case if supply involves end of goods, movement of goods, we are supposed to another invoice, raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. அப்போ goods எப்போ remove ஆயிருக்கு? 110. ஆனா invoice எப்போதான் raise பண்ணிருக்காங்க? So is the invoice valid invoice or invalid invoice? If the invoice is an invalid invoice, the time of supply is the due date for raising invoice. Due date for raising invoice. Or date of payment, whichever is. Are you really with me? So what is the date of removal? 110. But they have raised the invoice only on invoice is not a invoice is a since invoice is a invalid invoice, we have to take the due date for raising the invoice. Sir, date when goods made available to the recipient. This is not relevant for any charge mechanism. This is relevant for reverse charge mechanism. Yes or no? Yes, sir. There is supply involves enough goods. Movement of goods. Is relevant. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Is relevant. Yes or no? Supply does not involve enough goods. Movement of goods. Is relevant. Yes or no? Look at the date of receipt of payment 15/11. Yes or no? Analyze what is the date of removal 1/11. Look at the date of payment 15/11. Is the payment after invoice, before invoice? After invoice. Since the payment is in the invoice after invoice, then the date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is here, the invoice is not a. Hence, we have to take the due date for raising the invoice is 1/10/2022 or 15/11/2022. Whichever is earlier comes to 1/10/2022 is the time of supply of goods. I mean, to situation number 2, my dear lovable students. What is the date of removal? 3/10/2022. When is the date of invoice? 1/10/2022. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Sir, this invoice has been raised before the date of removal. Yes, sir. Hence the invoice is a valid invoice. Invoice is a valid invoice. Since invoice is a invoice, then the date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is, sir, is the payment before invoice or after invoice? Because you received the payment on 25/11/2022. Yes, sir. Sir, if it is in a, sir, Payment is after invoice. Then the date of invoice 110 or 2511, whichever is earlier comes to 110/2022 is the end of supply. Time of supply. So before we move into the case number 3, you should understand a special notification. This notification is applicable only for goods. Only for goods. That too forward charge. That too. Forward charge. That means if you are a supplier of services, this notification is not applicable. What this notification is saying that, sir, you are not liable to pay GST on advance basis. நீ வந்து advance basisல GST கட்ட வேண்டிய நீ இன்வாய்ஸ் பேசிஸ்ல என்ன கட்டினா போறோம் ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்டினா போறோம் சார் அட்வான்ஸ் பேசிஸ்ல ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டிய நீ இன்வாய்ஸ் பேசிஸ்ல என்ன கட்டினா போறோம் ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்டினா போறோம் ஆர் யூ ரியலி வித் மீ சார் அட்வான்ஸ் பேசிஸ்ல ஜிஎஸ்டி நா ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சார் திஸ் இஸ் டேட் ஆஃப் பேமெண்ட் திஸ் இஸ் டேட் ஆஃப் இன்வாய்ஸ் first happening thing is date of payment. For example, you are getting 1 lakh rupees as advance. Are you really with me? So date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier is the end of supply time. Since the date of payment is before the date of invoice, we are supposed to pay the GST on receipt basis. Sir, if you are a supplier of goods, you have to manufacture the goods. Yes or no? Yes, to manufacture the goods, you need money. Yes or no? Yes, for that only you are getting the advance. Yes or no? Yes, sir, when someone is paying advance, no one will pay advance 1 lakh plus GST யாருமே pay பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. அந்த 1 lakh rupees என்னதான் pay பண்ணுவாங்க? அப்ப இந்த வந்த how much lakhsல இருந்து 1 lakhsல இருந்து இத 118% ட்ரீட் பண்ணி 18% என்ன கட்டி ஆகணும் ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்டி ஆகணும். எஸ் ஆர் நோவா? அப்ப எனக்கு 1 lakh rupeesல கொஞ்சம் அமௌண்ட் என்னன்னு போயிடுது ஜிஎஸ்டி போயிடுது. Are you really with me? ரிமைனிங் என்கிட்ட 90,000 இல்ல less than 90,000 தான் என் கையில அவைலபிளா இருக்கு. கரெக்டா? இத வச்சு தான் நான் ரா மெட்டீரியல் பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணும், லேபருக்கு நான் பே பண்ணும், ஓவர் ஹெட் இன்கர் பண்ணும். எஸ் ஆர் நோவா? அப்ப என்கிட்ட காசு என்ன ஆகுது கம்மியாகும். அப்ப இந்த காசை பற்றாக்குறை வர்றதுனால நான் ஒரு லோன் எடுத்து அதுக்கு ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பே பண்ண வேண்டிய மாதிரி இருக்கு. Are you really with me? எதனால கிடைச்ச 1 lakh rupeesக்குள்ள ஜிஎஸ்டி இருக்குன்னு சொன்னதுனால. So government said that we are going to support the manufacturers. If you are a supplier of goods, we are putting a special notification. That notification is saying that don't pay GST on advance basis. Pay GST on invoice basis. Complete your work. Raise the invoice. Then you pay the GST. அழகா என்ஜாய் பண்றியா? அப்போ ஒரு supplier of goods இருந்தா he has to manufacture the goods or he has to trade the goods. For him advance la GST கட்ட வேண்டிய ஆனா சர்வீஸ் இருந்தா சர்வீஸ்க்கு மெட்டீரியல் காம்போனன்ட் ரொம்ப என்னவா இருக்கும். அதனால தான் this notification is not applicable to services. This notification is applicable only to goods. Are you able to appreciate, understand, more logical? Yes, sir, date of removal is on 4/11/2022. Yes, sir, invoice you have raised this 4/11/2022. Yes, that means invoice is but when you receive the payment 110. So the date of payment is before date of invoice. So in the advance basis la நீ என்ன கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல, ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல. Even though you received the payment before the date of invoice. Hello sir. Yes, sir. Date of time of supply is equal to which is 4/11/2022. That's the answer for third part. If you critically analyze first two parts, my dear lovable students, under both the two parts, date of payment is after date of invoice. invoice. இங்க எப்ப invoice போட்டிருக்க 110 210. What is the valid invoice? 110. But you receive payment only on 1511. So notification does not have any relevance. Here invoice is 110, but you receive the payment only on 2511. இது 10ஆம் மாசம், இது 11ஆம் மாசம். So notification does not have any relevance. But in third case, payment is first and the invoice is next. So payment has been received before the invoice. There is a relevance of notification since you are supplier of goods. I hope that we have comfortably completed question number 1, my dear lovable students. I'm moving into the next one. Supply does not involve enough goods. This is the one-line summary of the time of supply. Time of supply classified into 3 categories. Time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, and time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Time of supply of goods again classified into how many categories? 4 categories. Forward charge, reverse charge, vouchers exchangeable for goods, and residual cases. Yes or no? Adile forward charge again classified into how many categories? 4 category. Number 1, supply involves movement of goods. Sir, that's what we have done now. If supply involves movement of goods, we are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or removal of goods. Correct?
Yes, sir.
On or before the date of removal of goods. With regard to supply does not involve send of goods. Movement of goods. You are supposed to raise the invoice on or before date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the. So that is very important. Goods made available to the recipient. Okay. Determine the time of supply in each of the following independent case in accordance with the provisions of section 12. What is section 12? Time of supply of goods of the CGST Act. In case supply does not involve enough goods, movement of goods. Okay. Sir, we have to critically analyze first the invoice is a valid invoice or not. எப்ப sir goods made available to the recipient? 310. Invoice எப்பவே போட்டாங்க? That means invoice is a what is the date of receipt of payment? 1511. Is the payment received after invoice, before invoice? Then there is a null for notification. Then we can say that 2/10/2022 or 15/11/2022, whichever is. So the answer should be 2/10/2022 is the time of supply. Are you able to appreciate and understand what I am talking?
Yes, sir.
Next one, critically analyze when the goods made available to the recipient. 110. Anani invoice 410. So invoice is a invalid invoice. Then you have to take the due date for raising the invoice. The due date for raising the invoice is 110/2022. Enjoy pandriya. Look at the payment. Payment is received only in the 11th month. Since the payment is received only in the, there is no role for notification. Again, enjoy pandriya. That means 110/2022 or 25/11/2022, whichever is earlier, comes to 110/2022. I'm moving to the next one, sir. What is the date of NSR goods made available to the recipient? Sir, when they raise the invoice? 411. Invoice is a valid invoice. Yes or no? And look at the payment. 110/2022. Payment is before the invoice. Here notification is having relevance. Even though the section is saying that date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier, notification is saying that for supplier of goods, that too in forward charge. Forward charge means 4 categories are there. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods. Sale or return basis. Sir, always the answer should be date of invoice or the due date of invoice. இது ரெண்ட தவிர வேற எந்த ஆன்சருமே வராது. That means 4/11/2022 or 110/2022, whichever is earlier is 110. 110. But as per notification, the answer is 4/11/2022, which is N of invoice, date of invoice. So 4/11/2022. So the time of supply is the date of N of invoice, issue of invoice. Advance received is not liable to be taxed at the time of receipt as per notification number 66/2017. 2017 is the year of rolling out of GST. That's why 2017. Are you able to appreciate?
Yes, sir.
So when you see, this is what the chapter time of supply is all about. Time of supply classified into 3 categories. Time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Time of supply of goods again classified into 4 categories. Forward charge, reverse charge, vouchers exchangeable for goods, residual cases. Appreciate pandriya? Forward charge, sir, again classified into 4 categories. Supply involves movement of goods. Supply does not involve movement of goods. Continuous supply of goods, sale or return. In case of supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of removal of goods. In case of supply does not involve movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. Correct?
Yes,
I am moving to continuous supply of goods. Enna supply of goods?
Continuous supply of goods.
Wow. Illustration number 49, continuous supply of goods. This is our third question, I think. Yeah. Third question out of 7 question. Come on. From the following information, determine the time of supply if there is any supply of goods. அப்ப continuous supply of goods na inga பாரு 15 லெவலுக்கு goods supply ஆயிருக்கு, 25 லெவலுக்கு goods supply ஆயிருக்கு. இது ரெண்டுமே ஒரே மாசம் தான் என்ன இருக்கு supply. Because individual supply கிடையாது, என்ன supply? Continuous supply. Yes or no? Continuous supply na ஒரே மாசத்துல multiple supply இருந்தா தான் என்ன supply? இங்க பாரு, இது 11th month இல்லையா? 11th month ஓட statement of accounts எப்ப கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? 5/12. கண்டிப்பா 11th monthனா அடுத்த மாசமான 12th month டிசம்பர்ல தான் என்ன தர முடியும். அதுதான் என்னோட செக் பாயிண்ட். ஐதர் அன்னைக்கு இல்ல அதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன ரைஸ் பண்ணி ஆகும். இவங்க எப்ப ரைஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 1/12/2022 க்கு ரைஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்களா? 1/12/2022 க்கு என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் a dash invoice, valid invoice. எஸ் ஆர் நோவா? பேமெண்ட் எப்பதான் வந்திருக்கு? 2/12 க்கு தான் வந்திருக்கு. That means எதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் பேமெண்ட் வந்திருக்கு. So இந்த நோட்டிபிகேஷன் அப்ளை பண்ண வேண்டிய Are you really with me? So either 1/12/2022 or 2/12/2022, whichever is earlier comes to 1/12/2022. And moving to the next month supply. Sir, December இது வந்து ரெண்டுமே ஜனவரியோட சப்ளை கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஒன்னு என்ன 1 18/1, இன்னொன்னு 31/1. ரெண்டுமே எந்த மாசம் சப்ளை ஆயிருக்கு? அப்ப ஜனவரியோட ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் அடுத்த மாசம் 5ஆம் தேதி தான கொடுக்க முடியும் இல்லையா? எப்போ? February 5. அந்த இன்வாய்ஸ் எப்பதான் ரைஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? That means invoice is a invalid invoice. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the checkpoint or the cutoff date to raise the invoice is on or before either the successive payment or successive statement as the case may be. Correct?
Yes, sir.
அப்ப 5/12 க்கு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் கொடுத்திருக்காங்களா?
Yes, sir.
ஆனா 21/12 is a என்ன டேட்? இன்வாய்ஸ் டேட். That means invoice is a appreciate பண்றியா? So what is the due date for raising the invoice? 5/2/2023 or 10/2/2023, whichever is comes to 5/2/2023 is the time of supply. So when you see the chapter time of supply, classified how many categories? 3 categories. Time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Time of supply of goods again classified into forward charge, reverse charge, vouchers exchangeable for goods, residual. Forward charge again classified how many categories? Number 1, supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods, continuous supply of goods, sale of Sir, in case of supply involves movement of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before date of removal of goods. In case of supply does not involve send of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. Sir, in case of continuous supply of goods, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of successive statement or successive as the case may be. In case of sale or return basis, you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Shall we move into supply on approval basis? I'm moving into the ithanav question. Fourth question out of 7 questions. From the following information, determine the time of supply. If goods are supplied on any basis, approval basis. Removal of goods. எப்ப remove ஆயிருக்கு? 112. 112 remove ஆயிட்டு அப்படின்னு எப்ப சொல்லியிருக்காங்க? 512. அப்போ acceptance is 512 சொன்னா சப்ளை ஆயிச்சா? சப்ளை ஆயும் எப்பதான் நீ இன்வாய்ஸ் ரைஸ் பண்ணிருக்க? That means invoice is a invalid invoice. Then you are supposed to take within as a due date for raising the invoice. What is the due date? 512. But when is the payment? 2512. Since the payment is after invoice, there is no role for notification. Then due date for raising the invoice or date of payment, whichever is comes to 5/12/2021 is 22 is the time of supply of Paka. I'm coming to the second case, man. When you have removed the goods 1/12/2022, 1/12/2022, that is the end of goods. Removal of goods. Correct, Alia? Sir, when they accepted 25/7, sir, when they issued 25/7, sir, பார்க்கும்போது இது என்ன இன்வாய்ஸா தெரியுது. But we have to check, sir, they have to say yes or no within 6 months. Within. அப்படின்னா 1/12 கமிச்சேனா நீ டிசம்பர் கமிச்சிருக்கியா? ஜனவரி, பிப்ரவரி, மார்ச், ஏப்ரல், மே, ஜூன். ஜூன் 1ஆம் தேதி தான் சார் உனக்கு என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா 6 months கம்ப்ளீட் ஆகும். அப்போ 1 சரி இப்போ 6 2023 இதுல இருந்து நெக்ஸ்ட் டே இப்போ 2/6/2023 is the due date for raising the invoice. Yes, sir. But you have raised the invoice only on 25/7. That means the invoice is a then either the due date for raising the invoice or date of payment, whichever is, and the payment is after the NSR due date, so there is no relevance for notification. So since the invoice has to be raised within 6 months from the date of removal, the time of supply is due date for raising the invoice, that is 26/6/2022. அப்ப நீ சொல்றதா இருந்தா எத்தனை மாசத்துல 6 மாசத்துல நீ சொல்லணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் சொன்னா அது வேலிடிட்டி கிடையாது. Are you really with me? With this we are through with sale or return basis and also forward charge mechanism. Apingava, sir, time of supply classified into how many category? Time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, time of supply in case of changing rate of tax, time of supply of goods again classified into number 1, forward charge, reverse charge, vouchers exchangeable for goods, residual cases. Forward charge again classified into number 1, supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods, continuous supply of goods, sale or return basis. Sir, in case of supply involves movement of goods, we are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of Sir, in case of supply does not involve movement of goods, we are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the date of delivery of goods or goods made available to the recipient. In case of continuous supply of goods, we are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the successive statement or successive. Sir, in case of sale or return basis, we are supposed to raise the invoice either on or before the date of or 6 months from the date of renewal, whichever is. Now we are coming to NH charge mechanism. Reverse charge nale, sir, 12.3 and 13.3. Because it is a reverse charge mechanism. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
RCM is a 3 letters.
Yes, sir.
That's why 12.3. That's why 13.3. That is why 5.3. That's why 9.3. Everything is 3. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
So in case of NSR reverse charge mechanism, we are adding an action, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is earlier. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to a question from reverse charge mechanism, my dear lovable students. Determine the time of supply in each of the following in the cases in accordance with the provisions of section 12. What is section 12? Time of supply of the CGST Act in case recipient of goods is liable to pay tax under NH charge mechanism. Sir, date of invoice in all the case for our ease of our calculation 110 has been given. So 1/10/2022 plus 31st day means what is the mathematical answer you are getting? 1/11/2022. So நான் முதல்லயே என்ன பண்ணிட்டேன்னா அதை கால்குலேட் பண்ணி வச்சிட்டேன். 1/11/2022. What is the date of receipt of goods? 5/10. Here two things has been given. Date of payment in books கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Date when payment debited in the end account. So we have to knock off this up.
Yes, sir.
10/12 12/10 10/10 12/10 10/10 correct. 10/10 12/10 12/10 10/10 10/10 18/11 இல்ல 20/11 So we have finalized one of the data இல்லையா? இப்போ நான் மூணு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கேட்போம், பதில் சொல்லு. What is the date of receipt of goods? 5/10 correct. What is the date of payment? 10/10 or 31st day? 1/11 whichever is earlier. 5/10. So the answer for the first part is 5/10/2022. Number two, second one. What is the date of receipt of goods? 15/10. What is the date of payment? 10/10. What is 31st day? 1/11 whichever is earlier. 10/10/2022 is the time of supply of goods. I am coming to the third one. What is the date of receipt of goods? 15/10. Date of payment? 10/10. What is the 31st day? 1/11 whichever is earlier. 10/10/2022 is the time of supply. Are you ready with me? I am coming to the next one, sir. What is the date of receipt of goods? 15/11. And what is the date of payment? Whereas 31st day from the supplier invoice? 1/11/2022. Whichever is earlier? 1/11/2022. So my dear lovable students, the reverse charge mechanism is a 3-action approach. Date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from the supplier's invoice, whichever is earlier. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to the next one, man. So we are done with reverse charge mechanism also. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm coming. XYZ Limited. This is our ethanol question. 6 question out of 7 questions. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
XYZ Limited has purchased for its customer எத்தனை voucher?
100.
Dated 24/12/2022. Worth rupees how much?
1000.
From ABC Limited, a footwear manufacturing company. This is vouchers exchangeable for. You have to check whether supply is identifiable, supply is not identifiable. Correct. Correct? The vouchers were issued by ABC Limited on எப்ப issue பண்ணிருக்காங்க? The voucher can be encashed at retail outlet of என்ன limited? The employees of XYZ Limited encashed the same on எந்த dateல? Determine the time of supply of vouchers. Here in this case, supply is identifiable because in the voucher கொடுத்தா footwear மட்டும்தான் கிடைக்கும். கரெக்டா? செருப்புக்கான voucher கொடுத்தா செருப்பு கிடைக்குமே தவிர பருப்பு கிடைக்காது. எஸ்ஸானோவா? So supply is identifiable. Since the supply is identifiable, the time of supply is equal to date of issue of voucher when they are issued 25/12/2000. That's answer. In case of supply of voucher by a supplier, time of supply shall be date of issue of voucher if the supply is identifiable at that point. In this case, supply of goods, that is footwear, is identifiable with the voucher. Hence, time of supply shall be date of issue of such voucher by ABC Limited, that is 25/12/2020. அப்போ vouchers exchangeable for goods இருந்தா நீ என்ன செக் பண்ணணும்னா supply is identifiable supply is not identifiable. Supply is identifiable na date of, supply is not identifiable na date of. I'm moving to the seventh question, 7/7. Sir, illustration number 53. Sir, tasty food meals coupon are sold to a company on 25/8/2022 for being distributed to the employees of said company. The coupons are valid for 6 months and can be used against purchase of any item. அப்ப என்ன food item வேணா purchase பண்ணலாம் இல்லையா? Employees use them in various store for purchase of various edible item on different date throughout எத்தனை மாசம்? What is the date of supply of coupon is a question. Sir, since the supply is not date of redemption of voucher is a time of supply. So as the coupon can be used for variety of an item which are taxed at different rate, supply cannot be identified at the time of purchase of the coupon. Therefore, time of supply of coupon is a date of redemption in terms of section 12 subsection. With this we are through with time of supply of goods. This is the summarization. Time of supply classified into how many categories? Time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, time of supply in case of changing. Time of supply of goods again classified into 1, forward charge, reverse charge, vouchers exchangeable for goods, residual. Forward charge again classified into 4 categories. Supply involves movement of goods, supply does not involve movement of goods, continuous supply of goods, sale or return. So reverse charge basis, it's a 3 action approach. Date of receipt of goods or date of payment or 31st day from supplier's invoice, whichever is. And in case of vouchers exchangeable for goods, check whether the supply is identifiable, supply is not identifiable. Supply is identifiable na, supply is not identifiable na. In case of residual cases, you have to check where periodical return has to be filed, no periodical return has to be filed. If periodical return has to be filed, due date for filing the return. No periodical return, date of payment of GST. With this, sir, in the last slot, we have completed up to how many questions?
7 questions.
Before that, accumulated 58 question plus now we have completed 7. 58 plus 7.
65.
Now we are 65 out of 100 is a target. So we'll be coming in the next slot by time of supply of services. So very happy afternoon to all.
Happy afternoon, sir.
So we are doing time of supply. We understood that the topic time of supply classified into 3 categories. Time of supply of goods, time of supply of services, time of supply in case of changing rate of tax. Adile, we have completed
Time of supply.
I'm moving into time of supply of services is the target. So we all know that time of supply of services again classified into how many categories? 2, 3, 5. Number 1, sir, forward charge. Number 2, reverse charge. Number 3, vouchers exchangeable for services. And number 4, residual cases. The same forward. Here in forward charge, we don't have service involves movement of services. Service does not involve movement of services. Like the classification is not there. So forward charge classified into two categories: normal services and continuous supply of services. Continuous supply of services. Correct. In reverse charge mechanism, hello sir, with regard to RCM, we are having in a sir date of receipt of services. Correct. Date of payment or 61st day from supplier's invoice, whichever is. Voucher exchangeable for service, same. You have to check whether the supply is identifiable, supply is not identifiable, and residual cases, same. You have to check whether periodical return has to be filed, no periodical return has to be filed. Pakka? I am coming to question number 1. In this slot, we will be completing time of supply of services. We are having how many questions? So 1 by 2 is the target. Determine time of supply in each of the following independent cases in accordance with the provisions of CGST Act. Number 1. Date of actual provision of service. 10/11/2020. அப்ப உண்மையிலேயே service provide பண்ணிருக்காரு. There is a breathing space for service. You have to raise the invoice within 30 days. When they raise the invoice? 30/11. Is it a valid invoice, invalid invoice? So that we will complete first. 10/11/30/11. Valid invoice, invalid invoice. 10/11/30/11. 10/11/30/11. 10/11/30/11. 10/11/30/11. 10/11/12/12. 10/11/12/12. 10/11/22/12. Sir, if the invoice is a valid invoice, then the date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is, what is the date of invoice? What is the date of invoice? 30/11. Or what is the date of payment? 15/12, whichever is earlier. 30/11/2022. Yes or no? Yes sir. Here there is no confusion or role for notification because this is supply of services. Are you really with me? So for answer for the first part is 30/11/2022. I will do the next one. Is the invoice valid invoice, invalid invoice? Valid invoice. Then what is the time of supply? Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is. So 30/11 or 15/11. 15/11. Here it's an advance case, correct? But no notification to save you. Hello sir. So the answer is 15/11/2022. Third case, invoice is a valid invoice or invalid invoice? Valid invoice is 30/11/2022. There are 2 part payment you have received. அப்ப ரெண்டு டைம் சப்ளை வரணுமா? 15/11 first part advance வந்திருக்கா? எதுக்கு முன்னாடி? இன்வாய்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி. Second part 10/12 எதுக்கு அப்புறம்? அப்ப first partக்கு time of supply 15/11. Second partக்கு time of supply 30/11. So 2 time of supply will be coming. So 15/11/2022 and 30/11/2022 for respective amount. Alaga enjoy பண்றியா? I'm moving to the next one, man. Sir, part number 4. Sir, is the invoice valid invoice, invalid invoice? Valid invoice. Epo first advance has been received on 6/11. For that the time of supply is date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. 6/11. Correct? And the second part is epo 9/11. 9/11. That is also before invoice. Up 6/11 bar 9/11 is the time of supply. 6/11/2022 and 9/11/2022 for the respective amount. Alaga enjoy பண்றியா? I'm moving to case number 5. Sir, is the invoice valid invoice? When 30/11. First advance has been received on. So the first one is 6/11 and the second one is received on 16. That is also before date of invoice. So both are before raising the invoice. So time of supply is 6/11 and 16/11. I'm moving to the next case. Sir, here you should be very, very careful. Is the invoice valid invoice, invalid invoice? Invalid invoice. The due date for raising the invoice is date of provision of service. Government is very strict. Government is saying that with regard to services 30 days கொடுத்த என்ன ரைஸ் பண்றதுக்கு அந்த 30 daysல உன்னால என்ன பண்ண முடியலனா the due date for raising the invoice is not the 30 days from NSR providing the service. Date of provision of service the date of invoice. Due date for raising the invoice. அப்ப 10/11 22 and the date of payment is on 23 Yes sir. So whichever is earlier 10/11. Are you really with me? So 10/11/2022 is the time of supply. I am coming to case number 7. You tell me whether the invoice is a valid invoice, invalid invoice? Invalid invoice. So you have to take the date of due date for raising the invoice. That is date of provision of service. 10/11 and 5/11 க்கு என்ன வந்திருக்கு? Advance வந்திருக்கு. அப்ப 5/11 is the one part of time of supply and 25/12 you have to go with the 10/11 for the remaining part. Yes or no? Yes sir. So இங்க வா sir, answer is என்ன and என்ன 5/11 and 10/11 for the respective amount. Are you really with me? I am moving to the last part. Is the invoice valid invoice, invalid invoice? Invalid invoice. Sir, 10/11 is the date of provision of service. And this is the due date. You receive the payment on 12/12. Whichever is earlier. 10/11. So the time of supply is 10/11/2022. I'm moving to the next question, which is the second question from the time of supply of services. From the following information, determine the time of supply of service. The supply is a continuous supply of service. Supply is a continuous supply where the contract provides for monthly payment up to 15th of the month. So that is the checkpoint for raising the invoice. Appadina, sir, due date for payment as per contract is 15/12. So you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before 15/12. நீங்க எப்பவே இன்வாய்ஸ் ரேஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்க. So invoice is a inga 15/1 is the due date, but you raise the invoice only on. So it's a dash invoice. Invalid invoice. Here the due date for payment is upon 15/2 and you have raised the invoice on 15/2. That means enna invoice? Valid invoice. Yes or no? So if the invoice is a valid invoice, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is 7/12/2012. 7/12/2022 is the time of supply. In case number 2, tell me what is the invoice 22/1? Is it a valid invoice? So you have to go with the due date for raising the invoice. Yes or no? Comes here for 15/1. Correct? Or date of payment 21, whichever is comes to 15/1. You will say correct? Sir, the 15/1. Come back to the NSR question. What is the second part? Invoice date. Valid, invalid? Invalid. When is the due date for payment as per contract? 15/1. That is the due date on raising the invoice. Correct? Up 15/1 or 21, whichever is earlier comes to 15/1. Is there any printing mistake? Yes sir? No sir? Date for entry in the provision of books is what sir? 31/12. Just now I said that with regard to services. Correct? நீங்க சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணி 30 days குள்ள நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்? invoice raise பண்ணும் general caseல இல்லனா 45 days குள்ள invoice என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க raise. But this is a case of continuous supply of service. In case of continuous supply of service, generally the invoice has to be raised on or before that. You have to check when the invoice has to be raised. Three classifications are there. Whether the payment is ascertainable, payment is not ascertainable. Correct? Sir, next one. The payment is linked to a completion of an event. Like that one classification is there. If payment is ascertainable, on or before the date of payment. If payment is not ascertainable, on or before the date of receipt of the amount. Correct? If NSR payment is linked to a completion of an event, on or before the date of completion of that event. Appreciate பண்றீங்க இல்லையா? Here the due date of payment is ascertainable. That is 15/1/2023. Then you are supposed to raise the invoice on or before the due date, but you have not raised the invoice within due date. So invoice is a then the due date for raising the invoice is the date of provision of service. Then the date of provision of service is 31/12/2022 or 21/2023, whichever is earlier, comes to 31/12/2000. Sir, since the invoice is issued after due date of payment and payment is also received after such date, date of provision of service is the end of supply. Because some additional grace period you are getting for services, Ilya. And if you are not raising the invoice within that period, hello, then date of provision of service will be the due date. Correct? Next one, sir. What is the invoice valid invoice, invalid invoice? Epo 15/2. Then what is the date of payment? 11/2. Whichever is earlier. 11/2 is the time of supply. With this, we are through with the time of supply of services. In the last, sir, we have done up to how many questions? 7 questions. Totally 65 questions plus comes to 67 out of 100 is the target as of now. So very, very, very happy afternoon, sir. So we are doing time of supply. We have completed section 12, section 13. Only pending is section 14. Section 14 is the time of supply of services la change in rate. Correct? Time of supply la change in rate. Correct? So section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Are you really with me? I am moving to the discussion. We are having a hero. That hero's name is, sir, time of supply. Correct? Supply. We are having date of invoice and date of NSR payment. So supply is the hero. We are having 2 heroines, date of invoice and date of payment. Correct? Yes, sir. So there are 3 circumstances are there. Number 1, so there are 3 circumstances are there. Number 1, date of payment, sir, date of invoice, date of payment, date of invoice, date of payment, date of invoice, date of payment. Okay? Here also, sir, it may be before or after. Yeah. Your supply may be before or after, before change or after change. Correct? Yeah. That is also again classified in how many category? 3 category. Date of invoice, date of payment, date of invoice, date of payment, and date of invoice and date of payment. Okay? This may be before, after, before, sir, after. Correct? This also after, before, after, before. Correct? Here. The majority falls in before. Yes or no? So the answer is date of invoice. The majority falls in before, hence the time of supply is the date of payment. Here the majority falls in after. So whichever is earlier. Correct? Here the majority falls in after, so date of invoice. Here the majority falls in after, so date of payment. Here whichever is earlier. Are you ready with me? With this background of NSR provision recalling, I am moving to question number 56. Only one question is there. Determine the time of supply in the following cases. The rate of GST has been increased to 12% with effect from 1/12/2022. So that is the cutoff date. Before the said date, the rate of tax was எத்தனை percentage? அப்ப before எவ்வளவு percent? 5%. அதுக்கப்புறம் 12%. What is the cutoff date? And the hero is date of supply of என்ன? Service. You tell me 25/11/2022 before or after? Before. 25/11. Before. 25/11. Before. 4/12. After. 4/12. 4/12. After. Here date of invoice 5/12. After. 25/11. Before. 8/12. After. 28/11. Before. 4/12. After. 30/11. Before. Okay man. 8/12. After. 8/12. After. 30/11. Before. 30/11. Before. 30/11. Before. 8/12. After. Sir, you look at sir one by one. In the case number 1, the majority falls in after. Yes, sir. So hero is before and 2 heroines are after. So whichever is 5/12 or 8/12. So 5/12 is the time of supply. So this into 12%. In case number 2, sir, hero is before and the date of invoice is before, majority falls in before. Yes, so 25/11/2022. Before this into 5%. Paka? Yes, sir. 25/11 is before and 8/12 is after. No majority first 2. But 30/11 before makes majority. Yes, so 30/11/2022 is the time of supply. So this into 5%. Here it is after, before and before. So whichever is earlier. Yes, so 28/11/2022. So this into 5%. 4/12 is after. 4/12 is after. 30/11 is before. So majority falls in after. So date of invoice 4/12/2022 is the time of supply. This into 12% because after it is 12%. Sir, 4/12 is after. 30/11 is before and 8/12/2022 is above. After. So majority falls in after. So 8/12/2022. This into 12%. When you check, you can see. So the first answer is 5/12/2022. How much percent? 25/11/2022. How much percent? 30/11/2022. How much percent? 28/11/2022. How much percent? 4/12/2022. How much percent? 8/12/2022. How much percent? So the total GST comes to 7,23,500. With that, we are through with section 14, time of supply in case of change in rate of tax. Plus the entire time of supply comes to an end. Up to this cumulatively we have completed 68 question plus 1. Totally 67 plus 1 comes to 68 question we have done up to this. So 68/100 is the target. Are you really with me? Sir, very happy afternoon to all. Sir, we are doing the mission of completing top 100 question for this examination. Out of that, we have completed how many questions? 68 out of 100 is a target. Next, we are moving into one of the important chapter called as ITC, Input Tax Credit. In that, around 20-21 questions are there. Out of this 21 question, we will be doing first 5 questions in slot number 1. So, we will try to do as 4 slots or 5 slots accordingly, and we will be completing the important questions of ITC. I am coming, man. Z Limited is a manufacturer registered under GST law. As we all know that, as per section 16 subsection 1, only a registered person can take ITC. From the following information made available regarding GST paid on procurement of input during March, you are required to determine the amount of ITC credit available to this company, giving explanation for treatment of the given items. input used in the factory of manufacture. நம்ம ஏதோ ஒரு பொருள் அப்ப manufacture பண்றோம். அந்த manufacture பண்றதுக்கு raw material தேவைப்படுது. அந்த raw material purchase பண்ணும்போது GST கொடுத்து purchase பண்ற. Since this is in the course or furtherance of business, you can take ITC. So ITC credit is eligible. Goods for use in generation of electricity for என்ன consumption? Sir, you should know what do you mean by captive consumption. For example, if I am a manufacturer of pen, sir, this pen I am manufacturing. To manufacture this pen, sir, I am manufacturing this refill. Sir, நான் முதல்ல எதை manufacture பண்றேன்? அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் பெண்ணை manufacture பண்றேன். இந்த பெண்ணை என்ன பண்ணும்போது நான் தயாரிச்ச raw material நானே consume பண்றேன்னா it is called as என்ன consumption. அப்ப இந்த பெண்ணோட வேல்யூக்குள்ள அந்த ரீஃபிலோட வேல்யூ இருக்கு. அப்ப இந்த பெண்ணை விற்கும் போது ரீஃபிலுக்கும் சேர்த்து தான் அவுட்புட் டாக்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்றேன். அதனால ரீஃபிலோட ஐடிசி எனக்கு ஐடிசியா எடுத்துக்கலாம். Are you really with me? So goods for use in generation of electricity for captive consumption is entitled for ITC. Cement used for construction of godown in the factory is an immovable property, is a blocked credit, hence no ITC is available. Sir, if any input or input services or works contract for construction of immovable property is blocked as per section 17 subsection 5. அதனால அதுக்கு என்னால ITC எடுத்துக்க முடியாது. Goods for laying of foundation for support of dash and dash. Sir, foundation is an immovable property, but it is for the support of plant and machinery is an exception to immovable property, because with that plant and machinery only you are manufacturing goods. Correct? Hence, plant and machinery காக immovable property நீ என்ன பண்ணா கூட construct பண்ணா கூட that ITC is allowable. Foods and beverage primarily for personal use of employees. This is personal consumption is a blocked credit, hence ITC cannot be available. Consumable stores for use in enough goods. Since you are using the raw material for manufacture of goods, it's an eligible item for ITC. You can take ITC. So 1 lakh plus 50,000 plus 25,000 plus 15,000. So 1,90,000 is the total amount of eligible ITC. I'm moving to question number 2 of slot number 1. 2 by 5 is the target. Compute the ITC available with Ujjwal Motors Limited, sir, manufacturer of car. They are manufacturing cars. So their stock is car. In respect of following service availed by it in the month of October. அப்ப அவங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் சர்வீஸ் வந்திருக்கு. ஓகேவா? Accounting and auditing service, sir, for this ITC is eligible. Correcta? Health insurance service for யாருக்காக? Service are not provided under any obligation. This is one of the specified blocked credit. Any insurance? Health insurance. Hence, it is not under any obligation. Government obligation la illatadinaala it is a blocked credit. Hence, ITC is ineligible. Correct? Routine maintenance of car manufactured by ANM Motors Limited. Ujjwal. Sir, for Ujjwal Motors, car is the stock in trade. So, routine maintenance of car is a part and parcel of the business. So, ITC is eligible. A repair service of any building. You should be very specific. Sir, whenever the question is talking about what? A repair, you have to be very thorough with the repair. Okay, wow. Sir, repair with regard to the immovable property. You check whether it is a revenue expenditure or revenue expenditure means it will be charged to capital expenditure means it will take to in a balance sheet. Yes or no? Yes, to the extent of capitalization is a blocked credit. Correct? அப்ப நீங்க என்ன பண்றீங்கன்னா கேபிட்டலைஸ் பண்றீங்கன்னா பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்டுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போறீங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் என்ன கிரெடிட்? பிளாக்டு கிரெடிட். ஆர் யூ ரியலி வித் மீ? நீங்க P&L ல சார்ஜ் பண்றீங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் a revenue item. So ITC is allowable. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
So my dear lovable students, this is repair service for any building. But that repair has been charged to P&L account. Yes or no? Hence, ITC is allowable. Travel benefits extended to employees. நீங்க எம்ப்ளாயிஸ்க்கு என்ன பெனிஃபிட் கொடுத்திருக்கீங்க? On vacation under any obligation. So this travel benefit has been provided by the company because of the statutory obligation. Correct? அப்ப statutory obligationல கொடுத்ததனால ITC is allowed. Testing service available for an engine. They are the manufacturer of. So this is part and parcel of the business. So ITC is allowable. Calculator man, sir, 7,200 plus 18,000 plus 14,400 plus 3,360 plus 9,000 comes to 51,960 is the total ITC available. Are you ready with me? I'm moving to the third question out of fifth question. X Limited, a registered manufacturer, as per section 16 subsection 1, only a registered person can take, engage in taxable supply of goods, procured the following goods during the month of Endamasa. The same has been capitalized in the end of accounts of N Limited. Determine the amount of ITC available by giving necessary explanation for treatment of an item. Sir, same has been capitalized in the end of accounts now. ITC you can avail on input. ITC you can avail on. ITC you can avail on input services. ITC you can avail on. And ITC you can avail on capital goods. Yes or no? For example, if you are purchasing plant and machinery, on plant and machinery you will pay GST. That GST can be claimed as ITC. Yes or no? So my dear lovable students, sir, once you have capitalized in the books means it is NSR capital goods. For capital goods also you can take ITC. Electrical transformers used in the factory. Factory is a place of production. So ITC is available. அப்போ வெறும் இன்புட்ஸ்க்கு மட்டும் கிடையாது ITC. கரெக்ட்டா? இன்புட்க்கு எடுத்துக்கலாம், இன்புட் சர்வீசஸ்க்கு எடுத்துக்கலாம், கேபிட்டல் குட்ஸ்க்கு எடுத்துக்கலாம். Next one. Molds and dies used in the factory. ITC is pollution control equipment used in the factory. ITC is capital goods purchased on which depreciation has been taken on any value, including input tax as per section 16 subsection 3. If depreciation claimed on tax component, then there is no ITC. அதனால இந்த 1,35,000 க்கு என்ன எடுக்க முடியாது? Capital goods used as parts purchased from supplier. Who paid tax of how much? அப்ப அவரு டாக்ஸ் கட்டி இருக்காரு. எவ்வளவு? 10,000. அண்டர் என்ன ஸ்கீம்? அப்ப அவரு காம்போசிஷன் ஸ்கீம்ல இருக்காரு. அப்ப சப்ளையர் காம்போசிஷன் ஸ்கீம்ல இருக்காருனா as per section 10(4) there is no என்ன சார் output tax to be collected and input tax to be paid. எஸ் ஆனவா? output tax கலெக்ட் பண்ண கூடாது, input tax எடுக்க கூடாது ஐடிசியா. அப்ப இருந்த 10,000 சார் எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் கிட்ட இருந்து கலெக்டே பண்ணிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. கரெக்ட்டா? அவரோட பாக்கெட்ல இருந்து எடுத்து கவர்மெண்ட் கட்டி இருப்பாங்க. அப்ப எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் ஐடிசி எடுக்கலாம்ங்கற क्वेश्चनே அரைஸ் ஆவுது இல்ல. So capital goods used as parts purchased from supplier who paid tax of how much? 10,000 under composition scheme, and composite tax has not been collected from. கலெக்ட் பண்ண கூடாது. அப்ப நீ கட்டாத அமௌண்ட் ஐடிசி எடுக்கலாமான்னு கேட்கவும் கூடாது. கால்குலேட்டர் 2,16,000 eligible, 26,000 eligible, 2,34,000 eligible. Sir, 1,35,000 not eligible, 10,000 not eligible. What is the total you are getting? 4,76,000. So 4,76,000 is the total eligible ITC. I'm moving into the etanadu question. Fourth question out of the fifth question. Determine the amount of ITC available to Postal Limited, sir, in respect of following item procured by them in the month of February. Input we understood that in the last question. Input க்கு ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம், input services க்கு ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம், capital goods க்கு ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம். Input used for manufacture of final product is ITC eligible? Yes sir. Food and beverage procured from sweet caterers for employees under an obligation. Generally food and beverage are in a credit. But if it is out of statutory obligation, then ITC is eligible. Goods used for providing services during a period. Sir, it is in the course or furtherance of business. Because warranty kudukkradhu business oda or part dane. Hence ITC is eligible. Goods used for setting up telecommunication tower being in a property. We understood that works contract, input services for construction of immovable property is blocked, and they specifically said in the definition of any property that telecommunication tower will be treated as immovable property, and for which sir ITC will not be available, hence blocked. Okay sir, input stolen from the factory store, blocked credit. Sir, blocked credit. Lost or stolen goods. Why lost or stolen goods is blocked? Because stolen na onala vikka mudiyaduna output tax collect panna appadina edu edukada ITC edukada. That's why it is blocked. Enjoy pandriya? Are you really with me? So I'm calculating mathematically. You tell me, take your calculator man. Sir, 72,000 plus 48,000 plus 12,000 comes to 1,32,000 is the total ITC available. Comfortable? I'm moving to the next question, which is the fifth question in slot number 1. Illustration number 84. Determine the amount of input tax credit admissible to yark in respect of following goods procured by it in the month of Endamasa. Goods used in constructing an additional floor of any building. This is immovable property. Sir, works contract, input services for construction of any property. Is a credit. So you can't take packing material used in a factory. Sir, it is in the course of furtherance of. So it is eligible to take the ITC. So it is allowed. So eligible. Goods destroyed due to any calamity. Goods destroyed na nammalaala vikka mudiyaduna output tax collect panna mudiyaduna ITC eduthuka. So it is blocked credit. Correct? Goods used for dash of office building. This repair you should be thorough with what they are doing with that. And cost of such repair is debited to an account. That means it's a dash repair. Revenue repair means sir ITC is so eligible. Paper for photocopying machine used in an office, ITC is eligible because it is in the goods given as gift kudutena sir sale பண்ணலனா output tax collect பண்ண மாட்டேன், output tax collect பண்ணலனா ITC எடுத்துக்க. So it is blocked credit. Correct? Input used for test or quality control check. Quality control pannada enala final product without output tax varum. So this is in the course of, hence it is eligible. Yes or no? So we'll summarize. So first one is blocked credit. So take your calculator. 6,000 plus 12,000 plus 950 plus 15,600 comes to 34,550 is the eligible ITC. So we have done the ITC part. In the last NSR slot, we have completed up to how many questions? 60. Now we have added 5 more to our pocket. Correct? So 68 plus 5. 73 out of 100 is the target. Before you come to the next lecture, my dear lovable students, Sir, do the 5 question by your own and especially read the notes, because notes is very important for examination, because you have to write even then also. Notes also. Read the notes multiple times to have a grip over the provision, because if you are writing only the mathematical answer, you are entitled to get 50% of the mark. 5 mark question na 2.5 marks தான் நீ எழுதவே எழுதியிருக்க. Remaining 2.5 marks நீ attend பண்ணல, then you won't get the marks. So you have to write professionally that because of this only, sir, it is blocked or not. So in the coming slot will be continued with the ITC for another 5 more questions. So very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
So we are moving, continuing with the ITC part. In this slot we will be completing another 5 question from the computation of ITC eligible. Shall we? Yes, question number 85 is the target. Determine the amount of ITC available to Kalyan Limited in respect of following goods and services procured by them in the month of April 2022. Motor vehicle for transportation of persons having approved seating capacity of 7% including driver is a blocked credit, because this is a Kutti Pagavadi. Correct? Yes, what is the capacity for Pagavadi? 13. So 13 or above including driver is allowed. Less than 13 is a I'm moving to the next one. Motor bus for transportation of person having approved seating capacity of etana person 14% including driver is Pagavadi. This is eligible. ITC you can take. Yes or no? Yes, sir. Motor lorries, sir, lorries for transportation of goods blocked credit list liye kedaiyadu. Adukku capacity paaka vendiya. So ITC is eligible. Food and beverage procured from enna caterers for being used in enna meat. This is, sir, normally food and beverage are enna credit. This has not been provided because of statutory obligation. Hence this is blocked. No ITC can be taken. Service of repair and maintenance of enna lorry. Is motor lorry eligible or blocked? Eligible. Hence the repair and maintenance of, sir, motor vehicle or motor lorries are also eligible. Appo main item என்னவா இருந்தா eligible இருந்தா sub item eligible. Main item blocked இருந்தா sub item. So since the main item is eligible here, repair and maintenance is also eligible. Services of general insurance of any vehicle for transportation of persons having approved seating capacity of etna person. Sir, is this blocked? Yes, sir. So main item is appa adoda general insurance is also blocked. Service of servicing of, sir, motor vehicle for transportation of person having approved seating capacity of 14%. Is this eligible? Yes, sir. So automatically servicing, sir, is also eligible. Are you ready with me? Yes, sir. So take the calculator. 1,40,000 plus 2,80,000 plus 36,000 plus 54,000 comes to 5,10,000 rupees is the eligible ITC. I believe that the basics of ITC, sir, you are feeling so much comfortable. Yes, I am moving into the second question out of the slot number 2. Come on. Determine the amount of ITC admissible to P Limited in respect of following item procured by them in the month of goods supplied for captive consumption in a factory. Eligible. Goods purchased for being used in repairing of the inner shed. This is a inner property and same has capitalized in its books. Sir, blocked credit, not eligible, because this repair has been taken to the balance sheet. This has been capitalized. Sir, ITC is blocked. Sir, cement used for making foundation and structural support to enna and enna. Since the cement has been used for plant and It is not a blocked credit. Correct? So it's a eligible ITC. Input used in run. Without trial runs, we can't make the production. So it is part and parcel of the business. So ITC is eligible. Correct? Food and beverage purchased for the employee during NAS, not under statutory obligation. So generally food and beverage are blocked credit, hence NS are ineligible. Yes or no? Yes, so take your calculator. 9,000 plus 14,000 plus 14,560 comes to 38,360 is the total ITC available. So out of 5 questions, we are done with 2 questions. I am moving into the 3 by 5 in slot number 2. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
ABC Limited is engaged in manufacture of NM machinery. It procured the following item during the month of July. Electrical transformers to be used in the manufacturing process. This is a capital goods. For capital goods also you can take ITC. Yes, so 3,60,000 is eligible. Yes, truck. This is not at all in the list of. So used for transport of inputs in the factory, sir, is eligible. Correct? Yes, raw material. Without raw material, you can't make the production. Hence, it is eligible. Confectionery item, like food item. Confectionery item. No? For consumption of employees working in the factory under an obligation. Generally, food and beverage are blocked credit, but it is having an exception under an obligation. Hence, this is also eligible. Take the calculator. 3,60,000 plus 2,24,000 plus 2 lakh plus 25,000 comes to 8,09,000 is the eligible ITC. I'm moving into question number 4 out of our block 5. An elite training institute provides service of training pilots in flying commercial aircraft, so that the candidate become eligible to obtain a license. Determine whether the institute is eligible to take credit on aircraft purchase for imparting training. So with the aircraft or vessel, generally it's a blocked credit. But if the aircraft or vessel is used for exceptions which has been provided, you are entitled for. In that, one of the exception is imparting training. Correct? So since the elite training institute has used for imparting training, you are entitled to claim the ITC. As per section 17, subsection 5, clause AA, no credit of input tax shall be allowed on vessel and aircraft except when they are used for making the following taxable supply, namely further supply of such vessel or training of transportation of passengers, or imparting training or navigating such vessel, or imparting training on flying or for transportation of goods. Since aircraft is used to impart training on flying, therefore credit of input tax paid on purchase of aircraft shall be available to the elite institute. Are you able to appreciate or understand?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into the question number 5 out of 5. This is the last from this slot. XYZ Limited is engaged in manufacture of any goods? Taxable goods. Compute ITC available with XYZ Limited for the month of October from the following NSR particulars. So this is regarding October 2003. That is 23-24. So we are going to work out for financial year 23-24. Input X total 1,20,000. Correct? One invoice on which GST payable rupees 10,000 is what? Missing. That means possession of valid tax paying document is one of the condition prescribed in 16 subsection 2. Yes, sir. But here it's missing. So adukku nammala enna edukka mudiyadhu. அப்போ 1,20,000 ரூபாயில ரிமைனிங் 1,10,000க்கு தான் என்ன எடுக்க முடியும்? அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? Sir, input Y, how much lakh? 1 lakh. inputs are received in an installment. As per the proviso to section 16 subsection 2, if the goods are received in lot or installment, ITC can be availed only on the first installment has been received October. அப்ப இப்பதான் என்ன சார் first installment வந்திருக்கு. அப்ப எப்ப second installment வருதோ அப்ப இந்த மாசம் இதுக்கு என்ன எடுக்க முடியாது சார்? இந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பாயிண்ட்க்கு ஐடிசி எடுக்க முடியாது, ஏன்னா இன்வாய்ஸ் மிஸ்ஸிங்கா இருக்கு. செகண்ட் பாயிண்ட்க்கு இப்ப ஐடிசி எடுக்க முடியாது, ஆனா ஃபியூச்சர்ல ஐடிசி எடுத்துக்கலாம். Are you able to know the difference? I'm moving to the capital goods. XYZ Limited has capitalized the என்ன goods at என்ன value? Full invoice value inclusive of GST, as it will avail depreciation on full invoice value as per section 16 subsection 3. If depreciation claimed on tax component, then there is no ITC. So NSR ITC cannot be taken. Input service 2,50,000. One invoice dated 21/2023. 21/2023 na in the invoice in the financial year 22-23. இப்ப நம்ம எந்த ஃபைனான்சியல் இயருக்கு கணக்கு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம்? 23-24. கரெக்ட்டா? On which GST payable was rupees 50,000 has been received in October 23. That means இதோட invoice 23-24ல தான் வந்திருக்கு. அப்ப possession of valid tax paying document இல்லாததுனால அப்ப என்ன எடுத்துக்க மாட்டீங்க? ITC எடுத்துக்க மாட்டீங்க. கரெக்ட்டா? Yes sir. அப்போ சார் you have to check the 16 subsection 4 time limit. Yes sir. Either 30th November from the end of the succeeding financial year or date of filing the whichever is inga par annual return for the financial year 22-23 was filed on 15th September 2023. Even though section 44 annual return file பண்றதுக்கு 31st December வரைக்கும் என்ன இருந்தா கூட சார் 15th September கே கம்பெனி ஃபைல் பண்ணியாச்சு. அப்ப செப்டம்பர்னா இப்ப நம்ம எந்த மாசம் நிக்கிறோம்? அக்டோபர்ல நிக்கிறோம். அப்போ லாஸ்ட் இயரோட ஐடிசி இப்ப எடுத்துக்க முடியாது. அதனால இந்த 2,50,000ல 50,000 மைனஸ் பண்ணி ரிமைனிங் 2 lakhsக்கு என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்? அப்ப ஸ்டார்டிங்ல ஒரு 1,10,000 எடுத்துக்கலாமா? தென் ஒரு 2 lakh rupees எடுத்துக்கலாமா? Total comes to 3,10,000 rupees is the eligible ITC. So with this, my dear lovable students, we are done. Up to how many questions? 73 plus 5 comes to 78 question out of 100 question till now. So before you start the next lecture, it's mandatory to read the notes of the 10 question. Then only you'll be able to fall into the language of the subject. So in the coming slot, we'll be completing the remaining. Till that, thank you and bye-bye. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
So we are doing ITC part. In that ITC, we are having the third slot, which comprises of 6 questions, my dear lovable students. Question number 1 is the target. XYZ Limited engage in supplying taxable goods has availed following services in the month of September. Compute the ITC credit available on such input service. Sales promotion service. Is ITC eligible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You can take ITC. Health and fitness service. Generally, it's a blocked credit. Ilya. Availed from a club for upkeep of health of their employees. The said service are not availed under an obligation. So not availed. Correct. So hence it is a blocked credit. Hiring of motor bus for transportation of employees. Seating capacity of motor bus is at a passenger. It is more than, hence this is eligible ITC. Market research service, it is in the course of furtherance of business. It is eligible ITC. Quality control services, it is in the, it is eligible ITC. Works contract for construction of any building, it's a immovable property, hence it's a blocked credit. Correct? So you tell me 16,200 plus 4,500 plus 10,080 plus 18,000 comes to 48,750 is the eligible ITC. So we are through with question number 1 out of 6 questions. I'm moving into the second question. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
XYZ Limited, a manufacturer which is engaged in supply of taxable goods, has purchased ethana kg of input? Rupees ethana lakh. Exclusive of CGST 6% and SGST 6%, on which ITC has been taken. Due to technical changes in manufacturing process, the said input become obsolete and their value has been written off in the books of accounts. Explain ITC treatment in the above case. So once you return off in the end of accounts, that raw material cannot be used for the manufacture of finished product. Hence, you can't sell that output. Once you can't sell that output, you can't collect output tax. Once you can't collect output tax, you can't take NSR ITC. So ITC is block the credit. Look at the answer. As per section 17, subsection 5, clause H of the Act, if the value of any goods is enough in the books of accounts, then no input tax credit shall be allowed in respect of said input. Where the input tax credit has been taken in respect of the goods, the same has to be paid by recipient of NSR input goods. Since in the given case, XYZ Limited has availed an input tax credit, thus it has to pay 60,000 towards CGST and 60,000 towards NA. அவங்க ஆல்ரெடி என்ன எடுத்ததுனால அந்த எடுத்த ஐடிசியை இப்ப ரிவர்ஸ் பண்ணி ஆகணும். அதனால பாக்கெட்ல இருந்து 60,000 பாக்கெட்ல இருந்து 60,000 எடுத்து கட்டி ஆகணும். Are you really with me? I'm moving into the question number 3 out of 6 question in slot number 3. XYZ Limited is engaged in supply of inner contract service. Generally, works contract service for construction of inner property is a block credit. Generally, it gives a part of construction work to inner contract. Up in the works contract service, ஒரு part ஒரு subcontractor கொடுத்திருக்கார். So he will collect GST.
Yes, sir.
So this is in the similar line of business.
Yes, sir.
The subcontractor charges GST's invoice to yarke. You are required to advise XYZ Limited if it can avail ITC of GST charged to it by the inner contractor. So as per section 17, subsection 5, clause C, input tax credit shall not be available in respect of inner contract service when supplied for construction of inner property. However, credit is allowed where it is an input service for further supply of works contract service. அப்ப அது similar line of business ஆ இருந்தா என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்? In the given case, service supplied by என்ன contractor have been used by என்ன limited for supply of என்ன contract service. Hence XYZ Limited can avail the input tax credit of GST charged on input service provided by the subcontractor. So since it is in the similar line of business, sir, main contractor, subcontractor ke edavadhu GST pay pannarna, main contractor can take ITC. Clarity? Yes, sir. So out of 6 questions, we have done with question number 3. So we are moving into the 4th question out of the 6th question. XYZ Limited is engaged in supply of inner transportation service. Since they are engaged in passenger transport service, so for the vehicles what they are using, they can take ITC. In the month of September, it has purchased 2 motor cab for 36 lakhs plus GST at 28%. You are required to advise XYZ Limited if it can avail input tax credit of GST paid by it on motor cab. Yes, sir. Generally, NSR you can't take, but there are exceptions. One is transportation of, as per section 17, subsection 5, NIA. Input tax credit shall not be available in respect of any vehicle for transportation of persons having approved certain capacity not more than including the driver. However, the credit will be available when they are used for making taxable supply of transportation of passengers. In this case, XYZ Limited is engaged in transportation of passenger. Hence, they are entitled to take credit of GST amounting to 36 lakhs into 28% comes to
10 lakh.
10 lakh 8,000. I'm moving into question number 5 out of 6 question. Illustration number 94. XYZ Limited concluded its 50th in a general meeting at its head office in Delhi and availed service of delicious caterers on that occasion. Delicious catering charge 15 lakhs plus GST at 18% for supply of catering service. You are required to advise XYZ Limited if it can avail input tax credit of GST paid on catering service. No, sir, food and beverage are credit. This has not been provided because of the hence ITC cannot be taken. ITC is blocked. As per section 17, subsection 5, NB, input tax credit shall not be available in respect of supply of catering service unless inward supply of such service is used by any person for making an outward taxable supply of the same category of goods or services or both, or as an element of taxable composite or mixed supply, or where it is obligatory for an employer to provide the same to its employee under any law for the being enforced. அப்ப நீ food and beverage either நீ food and beverage வாங்கி food and beverage supply பண்ணும். There is similar line of இல்லைனா you should use that food and beverage for sir composite or mixed supply காக நீ யூஸ் பண்ணணும். Composite or mixed supply காக நீ யூஸ் பண்ணணும். Correct இல்லையா? For example, Indigo is using the food. Sir, so they are using the food to provide NSR composite or mixed supply. Or you should provide to the employees because of the statutory. இதுல ஏதாவது ஒண்ணு நடந்துச்சுன்னா foods and beverage என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம். And XYZ Limited is not entitled to avail ITC or GST paid on outdoor catering service. Our NSR availed from delicious caters. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
So out of how many questions? We are done with. We are moving into the last question in this slot. PQR Company Limited, a registered supplier of Bangalore, Karnataka, is a manufacturer of goods. The company provides the following information pertaining to GST paid on input supply during the month of Endamas. Life insurance premium. Generally, life insurance premium is a credit paid by company on the life of factory employee as per the dash of the company. This is not as per. So, this is a credit. Next one. Raw material purchase for which dash is missing. That means there is no valid possession of document, but delivery challan is available. ITC is blocked credit because possession of valid tax paying document. Delivery challan is not a valid tax paying document. Raw material purchase which are used for zero rated in a supply. Zero rated outward supply means export. Yes, sir. Or supply to SEZ, Special Economic Zone. Both are allowed under the Act. இதுக்கு நீங்க என்ன எடுத்துக்கலாம்? ITC எடுத்துக்கலாம். Appreciating.
Yes, sir.
Works contract service used for dash of factory. You should be checking by that whether that repair has been revenue expenditure or building which is debited in the P&L account. ITC is eligible. You can take ITC. I'm moving. Company purchased the capital goods for 1 lakh and claimed depreciation of 44,000 on the full amount of 4,48,000 under the Income Tax Act. As per 16 subsection 3, if ITC has been claimed on the tax component, then depreciation has been claimed on the tax component, then there is no. So this is a credit. Not blocked. ITC is not allowed because in order to be blocked, it has to be covered in 17.5. Blocked means you can't take it. And the meaning is blocked. Yes, sir. So, sir, 1,50,000 is blocked credit. Yes, sir. 38,000 is blocked credit.
Yes, sir.
You can take 50,000 plus, sir, 30,000. That's it. Yes, sir. Total 80,000 is the eligible ITC. So So out of our 100 question, in the last slot, we have completed up to 78. Plus 6 more we have added to our pocket. So 78 plus 6 comes to
84.
We are in 84 questions, my dear lovable students, out of 100 questions. I believe that you are able to get a good grip over the section 7 to section 53. Have a very good cumulative revision up to this to move forward to the next video. Read all the notes very properly. We'll meet you very soon. Very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, we are in the mission of completing top 100 question for examination. In that, we have already done 84 out of 100. Sir, in this slot, we are going to complete tax invoice. Actually, very important 4 questions. So, 4 question is the target. So, in that 1 by 4. Listen to the question. Gemini Traders is a trader dealing in stationery item. It is registered under GST. So, they have already registered and has undertaken following sales during the year. During the year, in the sales will undertake pannirukanga. To Kamalesh Traders, a registered retail dealer under composition levy. Okay, அப்ப யாருக்கு வித்திருக்காங்க? Registered retail dealer. Okay, அப்ப registered retail dealerங்கனால கண்டிப்பா என்ன இன்வாய்ஸ் கொடுத்தாகணும்? Consolidated tax invoice க்கு போக முடியாது இல்லையா? Kalpesh Stationaries an unregistered trader but the value is 425 more than 200 less than 200 ஆ இருந்தாதான் consolidated tax invoice க்கு போக முடியும். Hussein Painter, an unregistered person, 675 more than 200 less than 200 ஆ இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் consolidated tax invoice க்கு போக முடியும். Shanti Charitable Trust, an unregistered entity, value is how much? 195, so less than 200. Correct? Sir, this is one of the condition. The recipient should be a person. Unregistered, and the value should be less than 200. And the recipient don't need the tax invoice. இத்தனை கண்டிஷன் என்ன அவரதா இருந்தா consolidated tax invoice தரலாம். Manisha, a student unregistered, 140, so that is also less than. None of the recipient require an invoice, tax invoice. யாருக்குமே tax invoice வேண்டாமா. So one of the condition has been determined in respect of which the above supplies Gemini Traders may issue a consolidated invoice instead of tax invoice at the end of the day. In the given illustration, Gemini Traders can issue a consolidated tax invoice only with respect to supply made to Shanti Charitable Trust. Worth how much? And Manisha, worth how much? As the value of goods supplied to this recipient is less than, and also this recipient are, and does not require a consolidated invoice. Is a 3-word, 3 conditions should be satisfied. Recipient என்னவா இருக்கணும்னா unregistered ஆ இருக்கணும். Sir, value of supply less than 200 ஆ இருக்கணும். And recipient க்கு என்ன வேண்டாம்? இந்த 3 கண்டிஷன் என்னாச்சுனா tax invoice issue பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல. என்ன issue பண்ணா போறோம்? இப்ப பாத்தேனா கமலேஷ் ட்ரேடர்ஸ் யாரா இருக்காங்க? அப்ப tax invoice தான் issue பண்ணணும். Sir, Kalpesh Stationers என்னவா இருக்காங்க? And a value more than 200 என்னதான் இஷ்யூ பண்ணும். Hussein Painter யாரா இருக்காங்க? Unregistered இருக்காங்க. Sir, அப்போ value more than, அதனால tax invoice தான் issue. Shanti Charitable Trust என்னவா இருக்காங்க? And value என்னவா இருக்கு? And அவங்களுக்கு என்ன வேண்டாம்? அப்ப என்ன invoice issue பண்ண வேண்டாம்? என்ன போடும்? Consolidated tax invoice issue பண்ணா போறோம். அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? மனிஷா யாரா இருக்காங்க? வேல்யூ எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? அவங்களுக்கு என்ன வேண்டாம்? அப்படின்னா tax invoice issue பண்ண வேண்டிய என்ன issue பண்ணா போறோம்? As regards supply made to என்ன traders, Kamalesh Traders, although the value of goods supplied is less than how much?
200.
Kamalesh Traders is registered under GST. Correct? So consolidated tax invoice cannot be. Appa consolidated in the invoice. Issue பண்ணனும்னா மூணு conditions satisfy ஆகும். Number 1, recipient unregistered இருக்கணும். Value of supply less than 200 இருக்கணும். Sir, recipient க்கு என்ன வேண்டாம்? Consolidated tax invoice cannot be issued for supply of goods made to யாருக்கு? And who say, although both of them are என்னவா இருந்தா கூட, the reason for the same is that value of goods supplied is not less than 200. Clarity? With that, question number 1 of the tax invoice comes to an end. We are moving into the second question out of the fourth question from the invoice. Sir, Mrs. Gyan Publishing House, registered under N in Delhi, is engaged in printing and selling of books as a trading of N item. One of the important question, expected question for examination. He has provided following information of consignment to which is to be supplied to Mumbai. அப்ப இவங்க எங்க இருக்காங்க? இப்ப டெல்லியில எங்க போறோம்? அப்ப டெல்லியில இருக்கிற குட்ஸ் எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போறோம்னா e-way bill போடணுமா வேணாமாங்கறத question. So we are going to talk about ANM. So it's a hot area for 4 mark in examination. Taxable value of supplies indicated in the tax invoice, how much rupees? Appa taxable value is how much? Value of exempt supply is how much? இதுக்கு taxே கிடையாது, கரெக்ட்டா? Section 11, that's what exempt supply, கரெக்ட்டா? இதுக்கு நீ எந்த டாக்ஸும் கட்ட வேண்டிய? Value of goods to be sent to the என்ன worker on என்ன challan? How much rupees? இதுக்கு tax உண்டு. ஏன்னா அந்த job worker-ஓட charges-க்கு tax வரும். கரெக்ட்டா? அந்த job work முடிச்சு பிரின்சிபலுக்கு திரும்பி வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் பிரின்சிபல் அந்த பொருளை விக்கும்போது டாக்ஸ் வரும். Yes sir. So this is taxable, this is exempted, this is taxable. Yes or no? Calculate என்ன value for the purpose of generating innovable for interstate supply of goods. ஏன்னா எங்க இருந்து எங்க போகுது? டெல்லியில இருந்து மும்பை போகுது. டெல்லியில இருந்து மும்பை போனா இட்ஸ் a dash state supply. Assume rate of tax on taxable goods to be எத்தனை percent? 18%. ரொம்ப important. சார், நான் e-way bill போடணுமா வேண்டாமா? Rule 138 of the CGST rules provide that e-way bill is mandatory required to be generated if the goods are moved inter alia in relation to supply and consignment value. எல்லாரும் கூட 3 டைம் சொல்லுங்க. consignment value, consignment value, consignment value. அப்ப நான் e-way bill போடணுமா வேணாமாங்கிறது என்ன வேல்யூவை பொறுத்து? என்ன வேல்யூவை பொறுத்து? என்ன வேல்யூவை பொறுத்து? exceeds rupees how much? அப்ப 50,000 ரூபாய்க்கு மேல போச்சுன்னா e-way bill போடும். 50,000 ரூபாய் கீழேனா e-way bill போட வேண்டிய. அப்ப ஹீரோவே என்ன வேல்யூ தான்? If the consignment value is more than 50,000, we have to put the e-way bill. If the consignment value is less than 50,000, we no need to put the e-way bill. அப்ப e-way bill போடணுமா வேணாமாங்கிறது aggregate turnover பேஸ் பண்ணி கிடையாது. e-way bill போடணுமா வேணாமாங்கிறது ஸ்டேட் டர்ன்ஓவரை பேஸ் பண்ணி கிடையாது. e-way bill போடணுமா வேணாமாங்கிறது என்ன வேல்யூ பொறுத்து. So we know how to compute the aggregate turnover. We know how to compute the state turnover. Likewise, we should know how to compute the consignment value. That's a hero in the question.
Yes, sir.
If the consignment value is more than
50,000,
we have to generate the e-way bill. If the consignment value is less than, no need to generate the e-way bill. Pakka?
Yes, sir.
Varaja, further explanation to rule 138 sub rule 1 stipulates that consignment value of goods shall be value determined in accordance with the provisions of section 115. What is section 15? Value of supply oda principle ennavo adha vechudha nee consignment value kandupidikanum. Declared in an invoice End of supply or in a challan, as the case may be, issued in respect of the said consignment and also includes upon the consignment value kulla CGST setukonu, SGST setukonu, UTGST setukonu, IGST and says charge if any in document and shall exclude value of exempt supply of goods where invoice issued in respect of both exempt and taxable supply. Appa sir, there is a definition for consignment value. Yes, consignment value includes, consignment value excludes. Yes, consignment value excludes. Why? Consignment value excludes exempt supply. அப்ப எக்ஸாம் சப்ளை கன்சைன்மென்ட் வேல்யூக்குள்ள எடுத்துக்க வேண்டிய கன்சைன்மென்ட் வேல்யூ இன்க்ளூட்ஸ் சொல்லு சார் வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை என்ன ஆஃப் சப்ளை பிளஸ் ஆல் டாக்ஸஸ் அப்ப வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளையை இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணணும் ஆல் டாக்ஸை இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணணும் ஆனா எக்ஸாம் சப்ளையை இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய are you really with me because exam supply அதுக்கு டாக்ஸே கிடையாது அதனால இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய அப்படினா இப்ப நான் எங்க இருந்து எங்கக்கு டெல்லியில இருந்து மும்பைக்கு சார் எதெல்லாம் குட்ஸ் நீ ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ற taxable value of supply indicated in the invoice எவ்வளவு பீஸ் this is taxable value கரெக்ட்டா இதுக்கு மேல டாக்ஸ் வருமா அந்த டாக்ஸும் சார் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணணுமா பண்ண கூடாதா பண்ணணும் சார் எஸ் ஆர் நோவா value of exempt supply சார் இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய value of goods to be sent to the end worker should be included. Yes, how much will be sir? Shall we find out the consignment value? Yes, sir. Taxable value of supply indicated in the tax invoice at GST at 8%. Comes how much? 6,000. Because the definition of any value is depends upon value of supply plus all taxes. But that definition specifically saying that value of an exempt supply shall not be included. அதனால நான் exempt supplyயும் அதோட டாக்ஸும் எனக்கு டாக்ஸ் வராதே அது ரெண்டும் நான் என்ன பண்ணல என்ன வேல்யூக்குள்ள value of goods sent to the job worker on என்ன challan சார் அப்ப job worker க்கு பிரின்சிபல் job worker க்கு அம்சா அதுக்கு GST கட்ட வேண்டிய ஆனா அதோட வேல்யூவை நீ எங்க இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணி ஆவணும் consignment value include பண்ணி ஆவணும் because government want to know how much value of goods has been moved from the premises of the principal to the worker. அப்போ government will be having a track on those goods. Yes or no? So இதுக்கு tax வராதுங்கிறதுனால இதுக்கு நீ tax include பண்ண வேண்டிய. So what is a consignment value for the purpose of generating e-way bill 56,000? This is more than 50,000. So you are supposed to generate the e-way bill. Since the movement of goods is in relation to end of goods and the consignment value exceeds how much? E-way bill is mandatorily required to be issued in the given case. Besides this, where the goods are sent by principal located in one state or in a territory. அப்ப principal ஒரு ஸ்டேட்லயோ one ஸ்டேட்லயோ இல்ல யூனியன் டெரிட்டரியில இருக்காரு to என்ன worker job worker located in any other state or in a territory. The e-way bill shall be generated either by the principal or job worker if registered. In case job worker என்னவா இருந்தா irrespective of the value of the consignment. அதாவது consignment value பார்க்காம ஹலோ சார் பிரின்சிபல் யார் கம்சா ஜாப் ஒர்க்கர் கம்சாங்கன்னா ஹலோ சார் மேண்டேட்டரியா e-way bill ஜெனரேட் பண்ணி ஆகும் அதுக்கு அந்த வேல்யூ பார்க்க வேண்டிய ₹1 குட்ஸ் பிரின்சிபல் யார் கம்சா கூட கண்டிப்பா e-way bill ஜெனரேட் பண்ணிதான் ஆகணும் அது either பிரின்சிபல் ஜெனரேட் பண்ணிக்கலாம் provided job worker is registered ஏன்னா இல்லைன்னா அவரால் ஜெனரேட் பண்ண முடியாது provided job worker is for your benefit I am reading once again sir where goods are sent by principal located in any state or union territory to any worker located in another state or union territory. The e-way bill shall be generated either by the principal or the worker if registered irrespective of the value of the. Thus in this case e-way bill is required to be since the consignment value exceeds. So in examination they may ask us to find out the N value. How we used to find out the aggregate turnover, how we used to find out the state turnover. The same way one of the computation for 4 to 5 mark in examination is computation of consignment value. So consignment value includes all taxable supply including the taxes. Consignment value excludes exempt supply. And whenever goods has been sent by the principal to the, it is mandatory to generate the e-way bill without the value, even if it is less than. That consignment value has to be raised either by the job worker or by the principal as the. I'm moving to illustration number 45, which is our third question out of 4th question. I believe that you are able to appreciate or understand the applicability of e-way bill. Maintenance limited, a registered person. Another important question. Good question. Provide the service of N and N. Repair and maintenance of N and N. So maintenance limited ங்கறவங்க plant and machinery க்கு என்ன ப்ரொவைட் பண்றாங்க? Repairs and maintenance provide. இப்போ AC இருக்கு இல்லையா? AC repairs இருக்கு இல்லையா? It's an AMC. என்ன சார்? Annual maintenance charges. Right? Sir, any service which you are providing more than 3 months, hello sir, is a continuous supply of service. Continuous supply of service ஓட definition என்னன்னா எந்த சர்வீஸ் நீங்க 3 மாசத்துக்கு மேல ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணாலும் அது. So on 1st April it has entered to an AMC. AMC னா ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு which is more than 1 year 3 months. So this service is a continuous supply of service with RSWM limited for its textile machinery. அப்ப இவங்க வந்து ஒரு கிளையண்ட் கூட என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா AMC போட்டிருக்காங்க. As per the terms of contract, maintenance service will be provided on the first day of the each quarter of the 11th year, and payment for the same will also be due 15th day on which service is supplied. Up each first day of the each quarter of the 11th year. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. Up April 1ஆம் தேதி, June 1ஆம் தேதி, July 1ஆம் தேதி, October 1ஆம் தேதி, January. இதுதான் first day of each quarter of the 11th year. And payment for the same will also be due on 15th day on which NA is provided. 15th day na April 15th, July 15th, October 15th, January. That means for a continuous supply of service, invoice has to be raised if the due date for payment is ascertainable. Yes, the due date for payment is ascertainable from the contract. Then the invoice has to be raised on or before the due date of payment. Appreciate pandriya? Sir, during the year, it supplied service on April 1, yes sir. July 1, yes sir. October 1, yes sir. And January 1, in accordance with the terms of the contract. When should maintenance limited issue the invoice for the services rendered? First of all, you should be able to understand that this is a continuous supply of service. With regard to continuous supply of service, my dear lovable students, sir, you have to check whether the due date for payment is ascertainable, due date for payment is not ascertainable, payment is linked to completion of an event. Here due date for payment is ascertainable. Since the due date for payment is ascertainable, the supplier has to raise the invoice on or before due date for payment. Paka, continuous supply of service means inter alia supply of any service which is provided or agreed to be provided continuously or on any basis under a contract for a period exceeding எத்தனை மாசம் with the periodical payment obligation. இதுதான் என்னன்னு சொல்றது?
Continuous supply.
Therefore, given situation is a case of NS supply of service. As repair and maintenance service has been provided by NL Limited on a NA basis under a contract for a period of a year with the obligation of NA payment. So, in terms of section 31, because section 31 is talking about tax invoice, in case of NS supply of service, where due date of payment is from the contract, as in the given case, invoice shall be issued on or before the due date of. Therefore, in the given case, maintenance limited should issue NA invoice on or before April 15, July 15, October 15, January 15. Sir, we have studied the provision. This is an application question from the continuous supply of service. If you are able to apply the provision, what you have learned, you are in the right direction. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I hope you are. And for you, relevant month is not April, relevant month is not July, relevant month is not October, relevant month is not January. For you, the relevant month is November. Are you really with me?
Yes, sir.
Shall I?
Yes, sir.
I am continuing to the question number 4. So 4 by 4, the last question from the tax invoice. Sir, discuss the provisions relating to issue of an invoice or document in the following circumstances. Advance payment is received against a supply. Innu na supply pannala. Enakku enna varudhu? But subsequently no supply are made. Appa advance payment varumbodhu na kudukka vendiya document edu? A receipt voucher. Correct ah? என்னால சப்ளை பண்ண முடியலைனா நான் அந்த ஃபண்ட் நான் ரீஃபண்ட் பண்ணுவேன் இல்லையா? அப்ப நான் ரீஃபண்ட் கொடுக்கும்போது ரீஃபண்ட் தேங்க பாரு. As per section 31 subsection 3 clause E, where advance payment with respect to any supply of goods or services or both, the registered person issues a voucher. But subsequently no supply are made and no tax invoice is issued in pursuance thereof, said registered person may issue to the person who had made payment in the voucher against such payment. Upon advance varuduna receipt voucher. In case அதுக்கு உனக்கு சப்ளை கொடுக்க முடியாம அந்த பணத்தை நீ திருப்பி கொடுக்கறேனா refund voucher. பக்கா? I'm moving to the next one. நீ பார்த்து சொல்லணும். Goods are sent on approval for sale or return and removed before the supply in a place take place. அப்ப நீ எதுல அம்ச்சிருக்க? Sale or return basisல அம்ச்சிருக்க. சார் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா சப்ளை நடக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே and are removed before the take place, supply take place. Sir, நீ supply நடக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே என்ன பண்ணிருக்கனா goods remove பண்ணிருக்கியா? நீ சொல்லு, what is the due date for raising the invoice? 6 months from the date of removal or date of whichever is as per section 31 subsection 7 of the CGST Act, where the goods are sent on approval for sale or return and are removed before the end take place, supply take place. Supply நடக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நம்ம remove பண்ணிட்டோம்னா invoice shall be issued before or at the time of supply. அதான் or எத்தனை மாசம்? 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Able to connect?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into the last question from this slot. Mr. Mohan provides continuous supply of service, which is more than to his client, where the due date for payment of such service is not ascertainable. No advance has been received in this behalf. இன்னும் என்னவே வரல? Advance வரல. அப்போ continuous supply of service பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் உன்னால என்ன கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலனா due date எப்போ கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலனா எப்போ உனக்கு பேமெண்ட் வருதோ அப்பதான் நீ இன்வாய்ஸ் ரைஸ் பண்ணு. Correct? Sir, as per section 31 subsection 5 clause B of the CGST Act, in case of continuous supply of where the due date of payment is not ascertainable from the contract, invoice shall be issued before or at the time when the supplier of service receives the payment. எப்போ payment receive ஆகுதோ either அன்னைக்கு இல்ல அதுக்கு முன்னாடி is the due date for raising the invoice. This is the statutory due date for raising the invoice in accordance with section 31. Appreciate பண்றியா? With this we can say that we are through with 4 questions of tax invoice. Where we stop the last number? 84. We have added 4 more. So we are in 88 out of 100. I'll be coming to you with another set of NSR questions, sir, to make that to 90 plus. Have a NSR fantastic revision. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, we are in the mission of completion of 100 questions. In that we have completed 88 question out of 100. Right?
Sir.
Sir, in this slot, I am going to add 3 more to that, which is from value of supply, which is a 5-mark expected area for examination. Illustration number 57 is a target. From the following information, determine the value of taxable supply as per the provisions of section 15 of the CGST Act. What is section 15? Value of supply. Contracted value of supply of goods, including GST at 18%. How much lakh? 11 lakh. So, including GST, how much? 11 lakh. In the 11 lakhs, so this is called as cum tax value. Another? The contracted value of supply includes the following. Idella include aayirukku. Cost of enna packing? Primary packing is an incidental expenses. Is a incidental expenses. So it has to be included. Already included. So no adjustment is required. அதனால நம்ம எந்த அட்ஜஸ்ட்மென்ட்டும் பண்ண வேண்டிய ஏன்னா இது வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளைக்குள்ள இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண வேண்டிய ஐட்டம் தான். காஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ப்ரொடெக்டிவ் பேக்கிங் அட் ரெசிபியன்ட்ஸ் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் ஃபார் என்ன டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட்டேஷன். This is called as secondary packing. This is called as secondary packing. Sir, secondary packing are also incidental. It has to be already. அதனால எந்த அட்ஜஸ்ட்மென்ட்டும் பண்ண வேண்டிய டிசைன் அண்ட் இன்ஜினியரிங் சார்ஜஸ். டிசைன் பண்ணாம என்னால பொருள் தயாரிக்க முடியாது. So it is an incidental expenses. It has to be already. So no adjustment is required. அப்ப இது மூணு நான் ஆடும் பண்ண வேண்டாம். நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் என்ன இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்? அதர் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்னா இது இன்க்ளூட் ஆவல. அப்ப இன்க்ளூட் ஆவணும்னா நான் மேனுவலா இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணிக்கணும். மைனஸ் பண்ணணும்னா நான் மைனஸ் பண்ணணும். கரெக்டா? இன்க்ளூட் ஆகாததுனால மைனஸ் பண்ண வேண்டிய கமிஷன் paid to an agent by யாரு? recipient on instruction of the supplier. So amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. Amount incurred by the recipient on behalf of the supplier. அப்ப யார் இன்கர் பண்றா? recipient incur பண்றா on behalf of the supplier. Correct? This has to be included. How much rupees? 5,000. அப்ப இந்த வேல்யூ குள்ள அது இல்ல. நான் மேனுவலா freight and insurance charges paid by யாரு? recipient on behalf of the supplier. Sir, this 75,000 should be included. So manuala na 80,000 rupees include pannama. Yes, sir. Give reasons with suitable assumptions where necessary. So what is the full value? 11 lakh. இதுக்குள்ள என்ன இருக்கு? Plus how much? 80,000. இப்ப இந்த 80,000 க்கு யார் எக்ஸ்ட்ராவா என்ன தர போறது இல்ல. அப்ப இந்த 80,000 inclusive of GST அத எடுத்துக்கணும். End of GST. அப்ப 11,80,000 இதுக்குள்ள ஃபுல்லாவே என்ன இருக்கு? That is 118%. So divided by 118 into 100 போட்டேன். Now what's answer? 10 lakhs is the value of taxable supply. This is a 5-mark question for examination. So computation of taxable value of supply. What is the contracted value of supply of goods? 11 lakhs. Paka? Yes, sir. Cost of enna packing? Primary packing. It has been included. It has to be included. Already included. No adjustment is required. Cost of protective packing at Yarod request for safe transportation. This is called as secondary packing. That has to be included. Already included. No adjustment is required. Design and engineering charges are incidental expenses. It has to be included. Already included. No adjustment is required. Add commission paid to agent by recipient on instruction of the supplier. It has to be included, not included earlier. Now we have to manually include. Freight and insurance charges paid by recipient on behalf of the supplier. It has to be included, not included earlier. So we have to manually include. So this is called as cum tax value. How much? இதுக்குள்ள யார் இருக்கா எத்தனை பர்சன்ட் அப்ப 11,80,000 divided by 118 into 18 comes to so value of taxable supply is how much lakh 10 lakhs. Shall I move to question number 2?
Yes, sir.
So this is the second question out of 3 questions. Sir, illustration number 58. From the following information, determining the value of taxable supply as per the provisions of section 15 of the Act. What is section 15? Value of supply. Value of machine including GST at 12%. How much lakh? 15 lakhs. அப்ப இதுக்குள்ள என்ன இருக்கு? The invoice value includes the following. இதெல்லாம் include ஆயிருக்கு. Taxes other than CGST, SGST, IGST charged separately by the supplier. All taxes other than GST should be included in that. Already? No adjustment is required. Weighment and loading charges is incidental expenses. Correct? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So it has to be already included. So no adjustment is required. Consultancy charges in relation to pre-installation planning, it has to be included. Already no adjustment is required. Are you ready with me?
Yes, sir.
Testing charges is in expenses. It has to be included. Already no adjustment is required. Inspection charges are incidental expenses. It has to be included. Already no adjustment is required. அப்ப இது எல்லாமே வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை குள்ள என்ன ஆனதுனால நம்ம எந்த அட்ஜஸ்ட்மென்ட்டும் பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல. நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் அதர் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் தேவைப்பட்டா இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணிக்கோ இல்லனா அவாய்ட் பண்ணிக்கோ. கரெக்ட்டா? சப்சிடி ரிசீவ்டு ஃப்ரம் என்ன கவர்மெண்ட்? கரெக்ட்டா? Sir, consideration, sir, excludes என்ன subsidy? அப்ப government subsidy என்னவே கிடையாது. அப்ப அது value of supply குள்ள வர வேண்டிய subsidy received from என்ன? Government subsidy, central government for setting up factory in என்ன word region? Correct? Sir, இந்த subsidy நீ include பண்ணுவியா பண்ண மாட்டியா? பண்ண வேண்டிய because this subsidy has been received from அப்ப சப்சிடி சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் தந்ததுனால இந்த சப்சிடியை நீ என்ன ஆஃப் சப்ளைக்குள்ள என்ன பண்ணேனா வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளை என்ன ஆகும்? அந்த வேல்யூ ஆஃப் சப்ளைக்கு மேல தான் என்ன கட்டுவ? யாருக்கு ஜிஎஸ்டி கட்டுற? அப்ப கவர்மெண்ட் gave the subsidy, you are including in the value of supply. Value of supply will increase, you are paying GST to the. So what is the use of? That is why definition of consideration excludes government subsidy. Appreciate பண்றியா? Enjoy பண்றியா? Subsidy received from, sir, a third party for timely completion of machine to the recipient. This subsidy is not from central government. So it has to be included in the value of supply. अपना manual add பண்ணி ஆகணும். எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ் சார்? பக்கா சார். ஏன்னா இந்த சப்சிடி வந்ததுனால புரியுதா இவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ் 15 lakhs தான் நான் கஸ்டமர் கிட்ட லெவி பண்ணிருப்பேன். சப்சிடி தராம இருந்திருந்தா 15,50,000 I would have levied from the customer. இப்போ இந்த பாட்டில் நான் சார் 10 rupees விக்கிறேன் சார், someone is paying me 2 rupees as subsidy, then I will sell at 8. So my selling price will come down because of the subsidy. So because of that subsidy I would have sold at 15 lakhs. So that 15 lakhs is after subsidy. So if there is no subsidy I would have sold at 10, which is equal to 15,50,000. To arrive that in a 15,50,000 I have to add back the subsidy. Trade discount actually allowed shown in the invoice. Sir, discount as per 15 subsection 3 if shown in the invoice can be reduced. So this 24,000 can be reduced because as per 15.3 discount is there. Correct? Shown in invoice, not shown in invoice. If it is shown in invoice, it can be reduced. If not shown in invoice, cannot be reduced. Give reason with suitable assumptions where necessary. So take your calculator. 15 lakhs is the value of supplier.
Yes, sir.
This is including tax.
Yes, sir.
Sir, all this has to be included.
Yes, sir.
So no adjustment is
Required.
this 51,000 since it is from yaar kittande? Central government. No adjustment is required. Sir, this 50,000 should be included.
Yes, sir.
So for 15 lakhs plus how much?
50,000.
50,000. Discount has to be reduced. 24,000 comes to 15 lakh. 26,000. This is come tax value.
Yes, sir.
So inclusive of GST, etna percentage? Up 15 lakh 26,000 divided by 112 into 100 comes to 13 lakh 62,500 is the value of taxable supply. A final question for your examination, value of supply. Clarity.
Yes, sir.
What a clarity we are having, correct?
Yes, sir.
So computation of value of taxable supply of goods, value of machine 15 lakh inclusive of taxes. Less taxes other than CGST separately by the supplier, weighman and loading charges, consultancy charges, testing charges, inspection charges. Even though you are not going to reduce anything, you have to write and you have to put a dash. And you have to attach the working note, then only you will get marks in the examination. That shows the presentation. Now, trade discount actually allowed shown in invoice 24,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Add subsidy received from third party. Hello, sir. So, what is the come tax value? 15 lakh 26,000. Less GST 1,63,500. Value of taxable supply 13 lakh 62,500. Shall we move into the last question? Pakka.
Yes, sir.
This is the 3 by 3. With that, we will be through with the value of supply. Determine the value of taxable supply as per section 15 of the Act and rules thereof. Contracted sale price of goods including CGST and SGST how much? அப்ப இதுக்குள்ள என்ன இருக்குனா CGST SGST இருக்கா? Contractual sale price includes the following element of cost. இதெல்லாம் include ஆயிருக்கு. Cost of drawing and design is a incidental expense. It has to be included. Already no adjustment is cost of primary packing is an it has to be already included. No adjustment is cost of packing at buyer's request. This is called a secondary packing. It has to be already included. No adjustment is required. Freight and insurance from place of removal to buyer's premises. Correct? Sir, this is NSR. It has to be incidental expenses. It has to be included. Already included. No adjustment is. A discount of 6,000 was given by yar at the time of supply of goods. அப்ப goods supply பண்ணும்போது 6,000 rupees என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காரு? Sir, we are assuming that this 6,000 would have been shown in the it's my assumption because at the time of supply of goods னு சொன்னதுனால அவர் இன்வாய்ஸ்ல கண்டிப்பா லெஸ் பண்ணிருப்பாரு. CGST and SGST levied is how much percent? 5%. அப்ப what is the value of supply? 10 lakh 56,000 minus 6,000 comes to that is எத்தனை percent? 105%. So divided by 105 into 100 comes to 10 lakhs is the total value of taxable supply. Clear? So in the last slot we have completed up to how many questions? With God's grace we were able to add 3 more and we are on 90s. 91 out of 100 is a power. So these are the questions which we can expect from the end of supply, value of supply. These 3 questions are important, very important and very, very important. Okay. So in the coming slot, we'll try to complete the balance and we can say that we have hit a century. So revise it very properly, including the notes before you come to the next session.